There we go. That was weird. I didn't realize I didn't have my microphones set up. So you're obviously seeing different angles of me right now. So hey everybody, who all do we have in the chat so far? Gabe the Gens here, Holy Ninja. Not the last one as well. And I imagine people are still probably gonna file in. Xavier and Optimus might come in later. Because I think after this I may actually do some Super Robot Wars as well. So, so that this way you're not looking at my chest here. Let's bring the bad boy up, shall we? Look at the size of this thing. Like seriously, it's huge. So this is a 1/100th scale Wing Zero master grade, as it says right here. Now, you might notice it says Endless Waltz. So there's a story behind the master grades. Xavier's mentioned this before, but I will reiterate real quick as I kind of fix a couple things. There we go. That way my display looks a lot better. At least I think it does. I'm kind of checking just to make sure that it's good. So anyway, nope, still not quite there. Here, let me shrink this a little bit. Oh, good lord, this is gonna drive me insane. Like it's literally going to drive me insane. Okay, hold on. Lock the layer. Lock that layer. Do not lock this layer. There we go. Oh, good lord. Alright, hold on. This is a disaster. This is a disaster. And it's a disaster because OBS can be a fuck. Because the problem that I'm having is that there are... It's trying to snap to a grid, as you're seeing. But I don't want it to snap to a grid, and I don't know how to turn it off. Come on, you bitch. Swear to God. Like, there's like 1 pixel. There. No. God damn it. I swear, this is driving me insane. Unlock that. Lock that. Now. Move that for a minute. Guys, this is the thing about modern broadcasting. Is it can really be a complete and total pain in the ass. So anyway, as I was saying, so Wing Zero there was a point where the art head who did Endless Waltz redesigned all of the Gundams from the main television series, and this is one of them. But as you can see, he didn't really make a lot of changes. Or at least I can't say it, or can't see it. So why do I have a dual monitor setup? I have a dual monitor setup on both of my computers. Here we go. I think I got it. I think I do. Yes. Okay. Now that that's done, what I can do is I can click on this and then hit Control, and I've selected them both together, and they will move together, and now I can just lock both layers. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. That's just my, where are you at? How can I... There we go. Okay. So that's what was driving me a bit. See this empty space like right here? By my thumb here? That's the background camera, not the foreground. Okay. But yes, I have two I have like, so should I just show you guys the office? I think I should just show you the office. So to my left, so this right here is my left. To my left is my gaming computer. See my microphone here. So the thing of candy corn I finished yesterday. Down here, I've been eating in here, which is why there's like shit everywhere. Oh god damn it. It's a mess. It's a mess. I'm fucking up. Anyway, down here is my audio switcher. Here's the other webcam. This right here is the webcam that I usually use. See? Hi. And then like the rest of the office, there's the door to my deck. There's my calendar. In that room is my entertainment room. My base is over there, along with the vacuum cleaner. Miscellaneous PC parts, because I'm thinking about assembling another one. Cthulhu's over there, making sure that I'm always serving the dark ones. And then over there's my punching bag. That's about it. It's not a big office, but it's big enough for me. Reorient my camera here. Hey there, Black Knight Rex. I have been very good, actually. There's been some social media drama lately, but I ranted about that yesterday. So, and it's really just people being fake offended, you know, about the shit that I said. So they can get over it. So, Proto Zero from Glory of the Losers. Yes, that's basically what it is. That's what Glory of the Losers really is. So, it's just a retelling of Gundam Wing. So, so like I said, this is the first Gunpla that I will be assembling in about... How old was I? The last one I did, I was 17, and I'm 34. So, 17 years ago, almost 2 decades, since I have assembled a Gunpla. And I don't have a ton of tools with me. I just have one. So this is my my multi-tool. I actually carry this in public, just in case I ever need a knife. So or a pair of pliers. So, they are not fake offended? Well, they still need to get over it. Alright. I am personally of the opinion that anything that I have said on social media is not any different than anything that the people who are offended by it have said themselves. So, they can both grow up. I've never seen grown men be such bitches. But anyway, enough about that. So, let's go ahead. There's not much to the box, really. I mean, it's just a giant box. It's about the size of one of my PC monitors. So these things are big. So we've got what I can tell here, a lot of this is the dressings. We've got the beams for the beam saber here. Some stickers, but not a lot of them. I didn't think that there would be this many, and I don't have a pair of tweezers. So this is going to get tough. see here. Looks like parts for the crest and other elements. And these look like pieces of the back wings. Let's see here. Gosh, there's a lot to this. So, and yeah, you can kind of tell I haven't done these in a long, long time. And somebody's throwing money at me. Hold on one second. I didn't have my alert box up, so I don't know who did that. Give me 1 second. A lot of people are saying negative things about Frozen Teardrop. I have not read it yet, so do not spoil that for me. I want to read that on my own and make up my own mind. Okay. Now that I got the Streamlabs thing up, let me... Did it come with instructions? Yes. That's this right here. So, and we will be using the instructions, because I'm a wimp. Just checking some things here. Chaos Sonic throwing a buck and said, "Hey Micah, I hope you're doing well, having a rough one. Also, how much for Burning Gundam?" I don't know how much it costs. I will have to check that for you here in a minute. Unless somebody else wants to check and see if God Gundam is on Amazon. Because I would love to build that one. Oh, wow. So, this is imported. Because all of the instructions are in Japanese. At least I think that's Japanese. I could be wrong. Could be Korean. Nope, for use in Japan only. So... Okay. What grade do you prefer, high, master, or real? I don't know anything about the grades, actually. So this is going to get interesting. This could be bad. Oh, no. Oh, no. I could have gotten in trouble here. Okay. So, the first thing it says is to start with the body. So what I am going to be looking for, let's knife it up here a little bit. I'm feeling that, not that one, I don't want the serrated blade. The instructions are like Rego? Instructions like Rego. Rakadiscipline. So let's go ahead and pull everything out here. Guys, stop telling me about Frozen Teardrop, damn it. I wanna make up my own mind. Because from what I've heard of the concept, it actually sounds kinda cool. Let's see here. Oh, goodness. I really feel like I might have gotten a little in over my head. But, fuck it. We'll give it a shot anyway. So. Frozen Teardrop is a novel series? I thought it was a manga. Because I have a feeling that it's going to probably be... Because they're doing Hathaway's Flash. I have a feeling that Sunrise will likely want to revisit Gundam Wing at some point. I would think that they would probably either do one of two things. They would either do Frozen Teardrop, or they would likely do remake the series and do like the Glory of the Losers designs, which I wouldn't be against either of them, honestly. But that's just me, and I'm a massive Gundam Wing mark. I actually started kind of rewatching it lately, and I'm like, it's still great to this day. There's a lot of levels of intrigue to it, and a lot of great characters. So it still holds to this day. I think that was probably one of the best choices for bringing Gundam to the West. Was that? Though you can tell that Zeta has never been aired here in the United States because they probably would have redubbed it if they did. Like Zeta and Double Zeta. Which is kind of funny because, like, they aired Char's Counterattack here in the US. But then again, I don't really think you need to watch Zeta to understand Char's Counterattack. At least, not from what I can remember. So. Okay. Where to begin? So, let's move all the parts here. Kind of making me wish I had a bigger desk. Okay. So it says I need the D and PC areas. So that's H. That's H. Okay, so they're all sorted by color, it looks like. This is I. And I. So what we're going to do is we're going to sort these out by their letter. So this is B. Set this over there by my mouse. I might have enough desk room for this. This is F, it looks like. So I want to thank the Japanese, specifically Sunrise, for simplifying things for we gaijin fucks. Here's C. And this looks like the wing and leg assemblies. One thing that I would like to do, and this is just me, because Xavier and I were talking about, and I think Optimus was there too, I don't remember. Xavier and I talk Gundam a lot, if you guys haven't noticed. Oh god, that crown is a small fucking piece. God, look at that. Because here's the crown. Right here, by my fat index finger. That is tiny. At least for my hands. But, again, my hands are, like, fucking gigantic. So, that is what's going to complicate this. Though, in all fairness, my hands right now aren't any bigger than they were when I was 16, 17 years old. I have not grown in size since then. Like, the only thing that really grew after I was 15 years old, because I was 5'10" when I was 14. By the time I was 16, I was 6'2". And the only thing that really got broad were my shoulders. Like, my shoulders kind of came out. So I kind of grew up and then out at the top. It was very interesting. Fun times for clothes shopping, I'll tell you what. So, This is G2. And what am I looking for? PC and D. So, and I have not found either one yet. Ah, here's PC 205. Let's set that there for a second. This is the stand. So this is PS. I'll put that over by my PlayStation. Here's D. And I think that's what I'm looking for, right? D is part of what I'm looking for. D and PC is what I'm looking for. So these are all... No, this is E. And so is this. So let's set these aside. And what are you? You are SB, so this is the beam sabers. And this looks like a combination of 3 different areas. This is A. Oh, I think this is all A. Okay. So A is Joseph's Technicolor Dreamcoat, apparently. And we don't need A right now. Okay. So I have D right here. So we're looking for D12. 21, 22, 29, 37. So there's another D somewhere that I'm missing. Or that I'm not seeing. Did I kind of suss over it? I might have. Because this is E. These are E. If there's, like, something missing, I'm going to be very pissed off. This is the stand. What was the stand again? BA. Okay. A. B. C. Is this D? Might be. That's F. PC. H. I. I'm clearly missing something. No, this is D. So D was sitting right here this entire time. So PC is what I'm looking for. Okay, so here's D1 at the top. So I'm looking for D12. I'm actually going to turn on my office lamp. This will actually help me quite a bit. Okay, so D12 is right here. So what I'm going to do... Roll perception check again. I know, right? Trimmed my nails last night, so I have no nails to grab onto anything. Nope, don't need serrated. That would be a bad idea. Give me some kind of rough edges. That's more serrated. It's my fishing hook. Oh, there we are. Okay. So what we're going to do... 12 is by my index finger. We're just going to kind of... do that to kind of loosen it up a little bit. Because the great thing is these just pop out. And if you do them gently, they pop out perfect just like that. So that's D12. So now we have that. And then we need PC 2 and 3. So here's PC 2. This is PC 205 though. So I want to make sure there's no other PCs before I start popping shit out of here. These are E. Those are G. D, B, H, I, C, and F. So, and this is A. At least I believe that it is. Yeah. So it said PC 2 and 3. Okay. And these aren't too hard to get out either. You just rotate them. Oh, come on. There we go. Came out perfectly. And there's 3. Matches the description, or the visual image, which is good. Okay. And it says here, so D12. So there, like that. So this is a joint, it looks like. Just insert it here. This is where having large thumbs kind of works against me. So while I am putting this together, I think that's how that goes in. No. There we go. So there's that little bit. Okay, there we go. So that's assembled. Now, we need B6 and D8. I really should have put these in alphabetical order, but too late to go home now. So here's B6. And I don't really want to try to pry that out, because I could end up fucking up the plastic. So I'm going to just kind of use my knife a little bit to ease that. Make it easier to pop. There we go. There we are. I just rotate the sucker a little bit, and it will just come out nice and easy. Because the one thing you don't want when you're assembling Gunpla is these kind of edges. Well, you can kind of see it like right there. Give the camera a second. Come on. Come on, bitch. My thumb's in the way. Okay, hold on. So that right there, that little plastic bit that's kind of hanging up, that's what I wanted to avoid. So I kind of have to pluck it off, because that can actually fuck with the assembly later on. And I don't have a file. It's something I probably should have bought. But I can just kind of pluck it off. I used to do this all the time. There we go. Now it's off. Okay. That's why I didn't trim my thumbs. Which mech would fit Doomslayer Doom Guy? I don't know if you played Doom Eternal, but he has a Doomslayer mech. Okay, so that was B16. No, it wasn't. That was... Yeah, that was B16. Okay. I don't know why I have C in front of me. I need D. H-I... B... D is over here. Okay. So D... 8. So... Another one of these with like 3 sides to it. But Easy enough. So, I don't remember. I don't think anybody in here recommended Gunsword to me. If you did, let me know. But I have been watching it, and I have to say it is very good. It's very enjoyable. Where is it telling me to put this? I don't understand. I didn't pull the wrong part, did I? This is B16. Did I? I might have. I did. This is B6. I am very retarded. Very retarded. Okay. So we're going to set that there. B16 is apparently a curled up human. What the fuck? What even is this? Like, there's actual pilots. Like, check that out. Lucky for you, Gun Sword is in Super Robot Wars T. Oh, I know. I'm like halfway through T already. But I have been watching Gunsword, and I really like. I didn't think whoever told me it's like Trigun was wrong. It does not. It doesn't feel like Trigun at all. Like Trigun in the like loosest sense, in the sense that it's kind of got like a spaghetti western influence. Sort of. Okay, so this little guy goes in here, I guess. Where? Because there's a thing in his back. Oh, there it is. Okay. Ah! Again, giant hands, small things, do not mix. But yeah, in Super Robot Wars T, Dan of Thursday is probably one of the best mechs you get, and you get him very early on. Especially when he gets, I think it's his ace bonus, where he gets like plus 16% to hit and damage and critical for every attack or for every counterattack. So basically, the enemy like constantly is clashing against him and just gets mincemeat. You know, I haven't even unlocked all of his attacks yet. I'm getting the feeling that like a lot of the unlocked attacks for him and the Shuffle Alliance come very late in the game, which is kind of a bummer. Hey there, Bogdan. Okay, so that's done. So now I need D4 and D11. I think. Yeah, D4 and D11. So that's PC. Here's D. Okay. So D4. Okay. Gun Sword is more like G Gundam. Not really getting that feel either. It really feels like a sci-fi spaghetti western with mecha. That's just kind of thrown in. That's D10. So this is 11. Okay. Okay. So that's how that goes. So does that go in there? Can't really tell. The assembly on this is very interesting. I could see what people meant by the master grades being kind of complex. But on the flip side, I'm kind of liking it for that. Okay. Sorry, just kind of braining it up right now. So I think that's how this goes. There we go. See, there's Hero right there in the cockpit. This is really cool. I'm liking this. Okay, so there's that. That's assembled. Okay, so we need D2 and D3 now. Let's see. All right, what we're going to do, I'm going to stop for a second. We're going to order these in alphabetical order. So I believe it starts with C. and then D. So here's C. C is going to be off camera. D will be right here. So C, D. What is this? This is F. Put PC right there for a second. Okay. HI. So these need to get moved. This is B. So B is going to be... B right here will be off camera as well. So... Sorry, I meant to put more in front of the camera, but I kind of can't right now. So E, F, G, PC. And this is A. And this will be over here. Okay. So, A... God damn it. I'm so organized, aren't I? Okay. A, B, C, D, F. Where's E? This is E. E, F. H, I. E, F, G, H, I. And then PC, 2. This is also F. So F goes right there. Okay, now we're organized. Good lord. Let's see here. You always fuck up somehow during making it. Yeah, for me it's more just organization, you know? It's just about being organized, making sure that I have everything in front of me that I need to have. So here's D3 on this one. So I just wish that I had a good way to have like all of it in front of me. But yeah, for those of you who missed it, I have Super Robot Wars T. It's right here. So. And I played it a little bit on Liam's stream yesterday. Where I love Liam. He's a great guy. But some of the stuff that Malin said to him were things that he really needed to hear. You know? And I think that, excuse me. I think that an infusion of positivity is what Liam really needs right now. And I think that it will be very good for him. So, because I am a big fan of thinking positive. Because when you allow... I'm of the opinion, and whether you believe in God or not, I don't really think that it matters when I say this, but the devil lives in a negative world. So what I mean by that is that the worst elements of humanity exist in negative headspaces. So if you are a sane person, one way to stay sane is through positivity. Because the negative elements of the world don't just exist to make your life miserable or drag you down. The dragging down is a loss of sanity. And that is something that should be avoided at all costs. Because there are people that exist within this world that are so miserable themselves that they will do anything that they can to not just make your life miserable, they want to drive you insane. Because they think it's funny, because they themselves are miserable bastards. Okay. So I need A15. That's 18, 16, 15. Okay. I think A14 as well. Yes. Okay. these are very, very flimsy. To be very careful here. In fact, I'm going to use my knife a little bit to kind of weaken this. Just so it doesn't snap off really hard. Because they put kind of a thick connector right here by a very thin piece of plastic, and it looks like a potential disaster. So I gotta be very careful in doing this. I probably should have sharpened this knife a little bit, but a little late now. Okay, there we go. Now we are out of danger. See? No break. And it's the same on the other side, too. Come on. Come on, Bandai. You're killing me here. But yeah, the whole thing, though, about Super Robot Wars T is that there's a lot of different little themes in it. One of them is outlaws. And that's kind of what I'm liking about it. Because you've got Crossbone Gundam. You've got the Bolt Gundam, if you remember Argo Gulski is a prisoner. Or was a prisoner. But because he did not win the Gundam fight, his friends were not freed. So, that's a thing. By the way, if I fart really loud, I just want to apologize ahead of time. I've been very gassy today. Like, that's what actually woke me up. Was like, my body just was like... And I'm like, did I just brown my pants? And I did not. But that literally is what woke me up. My ass was an alarm clock. So, somebody's going to clip that. I swear, like, if somebody has not, like, clipped the random shit that I say, they are missing out on a funny compilation. Because I am not going to do it. I don't have the fucking time. Okay, there we go. All right. So, how does this work? Looks like it slides over like, not like that. Like this. There's some hanging plastic. There we go. Cleared it off. All right. So this... We're getting a little color in there, guys. So, Dead Silence. Changus, shut up. Rodimus Prime sucks. I'm building shit, dude. Now I need A19. So, Jumps from 16 to 21. What the fuck? Oh, here it is. Okay. I know where this is. I like that it starts you out with the torso. I don't remember the model kit. I remember it from when I was a little kid, but it like started with the legs. It was very weird. Somebody said earlier, though, that I need to get Epion to kind of complement it. Epion is pretty easy to find. You wouldn't expect for it to be as popular as it is. It's the bad guy, but it's just such a cool-looking Gundam. By the way, Changus, I'm just kind of messing with you. I'm playing some royalty-free music in the background because it would probably come through my speakers. Actually, wait, no, it wouldn't. I've got it set up that... So let me, here's what we'll do. I'm going to check and see if I have this on my computer still. I'd have to put my headphones in, but give me just a sec. Oh, where's it at? I don't. Okay, so what I'm going to do... I'm going to put something on. I need to put in the audio output capture. So, one fucking her. My keyboard is covered up. You guys hear that? Okay. Actually, this wasn't a bad idea. This will help me think a little bit. GoldenEye vibes? This is Planescape Torment. This is music for one of the best RPGs ever made. Turn it down a bit. How's that? Gundam or Halo, you guys are children. I swear to God, you're all like... You're all little babies. Y'all don't know the glory of Planescape Torment? Good Lord. What are you doing? Oh shit, I was supposed to do a thing and I didn't do a thing. Ruh-roh. I gotta pull these blue pieces off. Because apparently these are supposed to come on second. So there's fuck up number one. Need to do this without breaking them. Just a second here. Holy Ninja Toe, if you have not played Planescape Torment, you do not get to tell me that there is a better RPG out there. Because you do not know, son. I have to keep in mind most of my audience is like 10 years younger than I am. All right. There we go. So that's fixed. Okay. So now I need A4 and A5 and A16. So a lot of stuff from this is now coming in. So A4 and A5. What these fucking three-prong... Oh, this came out really easy. Never mind. Never mind. So that's A4. And this is A5. But anyway, I'm supposed to be talking about Gundam now. So, Gundam Wing. The reason that this mobile suit, why this is the one that I chose, because there's cheaper ones out there. This ran about 60 bucks. So I ended up spending some of my own money on this. Though I do appreciate you guys for donating. So, this came out on Toonami back when I was about 14, 15. And the thing about Wing was it is the West's introduction to Gundam. But on top of it being the West's introduction to Gundam, it was also a very different kind of anime, or just a very different kind of show than anything I had ever seen before. How is this supposed to go in here? I think it's like this. Yep. Because it was an animation that had a sense of political intrigue to it. And that is not something you saw every day back in the early 2000s. Which I'm assuming is around the time that most of you were born. I'm very confused by this. Okay. That is correct. Okay. Sorry, I'm kind of concentrating. Yeah, 95, 96. You guys are young. Because I was born in 85, guys. I'm kind of getting up there in my years. Because when you guys probably watched Toonami and Adult Swim, it was probably Naruto that was the big thing, right? When it was me, it was like Gundam, Inuyasha. I want to say that around the time I was leaving high school is when Bleach got introduced. I could be wrong about that. That would have been back in 04. So at the time, anime had not really... Like, if you had called somebody a weeaboo at that time, dude, you have no fuck... You'd be like, what the fuck? What the fuck is a weeaboo? Did you make that word up? I said the word otaku once in high school, and everybody in the room looked at me very weird. They're like, what the fuck is an otaku? Because somebody asked me why I watched anime, and I'm like, I guess I'm an otaku or something. And they're like, what the fuck is that? Micah, quit it with that moon speak. There we go. You can't really see it that well. But there's little bits of green in there. That's what I was just putting in. And now I need B5. There's a fart. My bad. But yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho was another one that was on Adult Swim at the time. Ugh, excuse me. I'm very gassy today. I'm sorry, guys. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. So, but yeah, I came up at a very different time. So, need A13. Get our A's here. I think what I'm gonna do, so I'm a little bit more cognizant of where my hands are. I'm gonna put this on my other monitor so you can see it right here. Oh, come on, focus, fuck face. There we go. Gonna get a little streamception, I guess. Okay, so this is the A's. So the Joseph's Technicolor Dreamcoat. Here's 13. And there's a small light assembly that I have to put together. Not an actual light, but a small light assembly. But, like, here's the other thing. Like, when I was in high school, all of Dragon Ball aired on Toonami. Like, that should give you an idea. Like, Z was first, but later on, they aired, everything else. Like, they aired the original. And, man, I'll tell you what, like, the few people that I knew in high school that watched Dragon Ball Z, when they watched the original, they were very confused. And they're like, what the fuck is this? Because they didn't really realize that the original Dragon Ball Z, or the original Dragon Ball, was more of a kung fu show than Z was. Okay, so now I need A6. And I'm just gonna break this motherfucker off. Do things the Micah way. You just guerrilla your way through everything. Now I need G1 and D7. So here's G1, G1 7. Not associated with the Transformers, to my knowledge. Yeah, it's more of a kung fu comedy show. And that was what I liked about it. What is this? Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Oh, boy. I'm screaming inside my head. Oh, no. Oh, boy. It's a good thing that these are not hard to disassemble. All things considered. Because what just happened is I noticed that this little bit right here, this is where like the legs get attached to the torso, and it wasn't in the torso, so I have to pull the torso apart again to get it in there proper. So bear with me for just a moment as I pull this fucker apart. And then I will just reassemble it really quick. But yeah, the great thing about this model kit, though, man, once you get the gist of it, it is not hard to put together. Like, at all. Oh, fuck. It just got on the carpet. Uh-oh. I think I see it. Okay. We're good. We're good. Got it. Speaking of gorillaing your way through things, I grabbed this with my feet. Oh, shit. Okay. So now we kind of have to start over a little bit, but that's alright. We haven't really gotten that far in. Okay. Okay. Now, gentlemen, we are in business once again. Need to stop hiding my hands from you guys. But anyway, back on my Gundam story, I really feel like I keep forgetting to tell it. Is at the time, so we're getting a little personal, but I really don't give a shit. It's so far in personal history for me that it's very much in the rear view. But at the time, my parents were going through a nasty divorce, and I never really had that great of a relationship with my mother. Which somebody out there is going to go, that explains so many things, even though it explains nothing. But when my parents divorced, my initial decision was to go live with Mom. But then I remembered that Mom can be an emotional wreck at times. So that first year of living with Mom was fucking miserable. And I love my mom, don't get me wrong, but she will even admit to me, like, she's like, I was completely numb that year to everything going around. And I'm going to turn this down a little bit more. There we go. You're not going to be able to hear it quite as well. There we go. Sorry. Did I already get D7? I might have. That's D8. D7. Yeah. we go. But Gundam was kind of the way that I distracted from a lot of the nonsense that went on at home. And some of you know this, a lot of you don't. Well, I don't know who knows and who doesn't. I don't really give a shit. But I was diagnosed with clinical depression when I was 21. But I've suffered from it long before then. So when your brain starts kind of fucking with your head, and everybody in your home is going through a personal trauma, it's really not it's not a good combination. So you find that it suddenly starts to become a mental trauma conga line. And that was basically a good chunk of my teenage years. In fact, the good thing is, after my divorce, my mom and I had a great conversation where we kind of just talked all that shit out. And we've had a great relationship ever since. So that's why I always tell people, like, if you got problems with your parents now, there's a good chance, like, 5 years down the line, you won't. You just gotta work it out. See that? That is the beam in his chest. So A13 will go on top of this. Oh, baby. Look at that shit. Look at that. Torso's done. Look good. Looks good, too. At least I think so. Okay. So we're done with the first page of the model kit. Alright, so next part. Looks like torso accents, and then we'll work on the head. So we need E17. So this is B. No, that's D, rather. This is E. This is F. Is this E? No, that's D. Where did E go? Where did E go? C, D. Oh, E was under D. Good lord. And E has 2 pieces to it. Okay. Gonna need to do a little bit more organizing. There we go. Now we're good. Okay, so we need E17, which looks like a very small piece. Oh, it's fucking tiny. Oh god. And we're building 2 of these apparently. So it is the front of the Vulcans. So most Gundams, for those who do not know, most Gundams excuse me, have a Vulcan turret inside their heads. Because the Gundam pilot, like you saw it earlier, Hero is behind this little panel right here, the little figurine. This is where the pilot is. The head serves two functions on a Gundam. The first function is it's your main sensor. It's literally where the eyes are. The second function is that it has two machine gun turrets that are hidden inside the head. They are called Vulcans. And every Gundam, and I think even GIM units in the Universal Century had them. Now, the thing about Wing Zero is that it does not have those. Instead, it has two much larger turrets on its shoulders. And it has two things that conceal them. And I'll show you those here in a bit. Okay, so that's Okay, so this is just E17 and E16. So pieces are like right next to each other. So this would be really easy to put together. So that is a little bit of Gundamology for you guys. Now there have been... Now that was not... Wing Zero was not the first Gundam to have that. Actually, the God Gundam, or Burning Gundam as it's known here in the United States, had them first. At least to my knowledge. Though there might be another Gundam I'm missing that had them on the shoulders instead. So... Hey, Xavier's here. Xavier, do you want to come in yet, or did you want to wait a little bit? Because I know Optimus is going to be with us later, too. Still at work. Alright, cool. Just let me know, buddy. Because after this, I actually do plan on firing up some Super Robot Wars. And I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to go, if I want to do X or T after this. I'm thinking X, actually. But I want to play something special in between. So what I am thinking is I am thinking about having an Among Us stream with everybody. I think that would be a lot of fun. Okay, so now we're getting into the B's. So the E's are not here. So on B, I need 19, 20, 21, and 22. Which are all next to each other, obviously. So, Among Us, I think, would be very fun. We would have to be in the Discord server to do it. So, I would just invite Xavier and Optimus in to join us there. If they want to play as well. And I would probably get Liam too. Hunter Iggy, I'm missing a lot of stuff because my eyes are not on the chat. So let me check. How many missions do I have left in Super Robot Wars V? Probably about 10. If that. Because there's 52 total and I'm on 42, I think. Yeah, so I've got 10 left to go. Third Strike? Third Strike would be hard. I would have to get a program that allows people for me to host and people to play basically off of my PC. I don't remember the name of it, but I have the arcade emulation. I would rather do that than try to do like an online version through like the Anniversary Collection, because the Anniversary Collection is trash. Okay. So, now we have to take... God, I am too gassy today, I swear to God. Okay, so the undersides, and these just clip into them. So that's easy enough. Missions in X are so fucking long. I know, dude. That's my one major gripe with it. Is like, it's just such a lengthy game. But there's some really cool shit in it too. You know, especially the Mazinger stuff. The Mazinger stuff is amazing in it. And there we go. So, and it just hides like that. Pretty neat. Okay. So now all we have to do is just now B3. Which is just this little piece here. Did I do a poll of what Gundam game I should play? Nope, because I'm not there yet. That's a ways down the line, bud. Okay. And there we go for that. So that's good. Alright, I think we have a complete torso. Got the Vulcans here. We got the lights on the inside. You can see them there. Hero is buried in the cockpit, so you can't really see him. That wasn't supposed to happen. Oh, I'm screaming inside my head. Oh no. Oh boy. I'm not at the tried to hide pain with horror yet, though, so I think I'm alright. But the act is meaningless, and I feel shame. Oh no, oh boy. There we go. Okay, so that's done. Now it's on to the head assembly. So, what I need, apparently, is A2, A20, and B13. That's B. So, where's B13? 12. 13. Okay. 13 is apparently the mouth. Here, I'll show this camera. That's the mouth of the Gundam. If they really mouth. So that's B13. Now I need A2 and A20. Ah! So much plastic shit. Here's 20. It's fucking tiny. Jesus. I'm really trying hard not to break this. It is just not easy. God, this soundtrack brings back so many memories. It's like a nostalgia day today, boys. And girls, if there's any watching. Oh, wow. We are assembling a very tiny bit here, guys. Let me just guerrilla my way through this real quick. All right. So both of these assemble into B13. Oh no. Shit. I dropped an incredibly small piece. This is not good. Bear with me for just a second. I ain't gonna lie, my heart just skipped a beat. Oh, good lord. Whew. God, this whole this whole part is just so freaking tiny. this in the wrong order? No. I feel like I'm missing something here. I kind of need to pull this apart to figure it out. Hmm. This is always the worst part of assembling these things, is the tiny bits. Because look at how small this is. This is the piece that I dropped. There's that. I'm getting this weird sense that I fucked something up. But I don't believe I did. I will say this though, gorillas have no business assembling models. Because, like, the face plate is the largest part of this. Or the eye bit, the glowing eyes is the largest part. And it's really jammed on there. I kind of fucked myself there. I can't really get a grip on it to pull it apart so I can kind of like redo it and start over. So this is going to be a bit of a thing. God damn it. Really? Where did it go? This is why I have a flashlight on my phone. There you are. Okay. Good Lord. I already said, Changus, that I don't have a set of tweezers. And they wouldn't really help in this situation, because I'm trying to pull something apart, not put it together. Because this is what I'm fumbling with. Right here. This is the head, basically. This is the beginning of the head. And it's telling me that all of these were supposed to go together at the same time. But that's not really the case, it seems like. It looks like one was supposed to go before the other. So, in fucking that up, I have to pull these apart so that I can reassemble it, and I'm not having a whole lot of luck with it. Because it is jammed in very tightly, and these are very small pieces of plastic. So I'm trying my damnedest not to like tear this to pieces, because I'm gonna have to. If I do that, I'm gonna have to buy a whole new model kit. So bear with me for just a moment while I get this done. So. I wish there was an easy point where I could just pry them apart. Well, there might be. Hold on. Probably gonna stab myself. But that's what bandages are for. Hey there, Tyler Preston. Good to see you, buddy. The tough part is just getting a little leverage, really. And once I get that, I could separate this without too much trouble. Oop. I think I got it. Like I said, just a little bit of leverage fixes the problem. Got it. Ha-ha! Victory. And I'm going to say victory over Changus, because I'm picking on him tonight. Just kidding, Changus. I like you. I'm just being a cantankerous old hoot tonight. I know that I'm too young to be a cantankerous old man, but fuck it. See? Now there's a sticker that's supposed to go on this as well. And this is where it's going to get a little tough. So sticker number 4. About dropped it again. And in such, having another fucking heart attack. But look at that. Here. Focus, damn it. Somebody focus, for fuck's sake. There we go. So that part of the head's done. Now, I need A1 and D30. So here's my A's. So get another green piece. Okay. So A1. B, C, D, D30. Okay. So. Rounded bit to the top. This is apparently supposed to stick out the back a little bit more. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So that's A1 and D30. Now we need B 10 and 11. I gorilla my way through the model kit here. This is one thing I definitely remember quite well about assembling Wing Zero's head, is that there's a lot to it. But that's also kind of what I like about the Gundam, is that it seems like a very complex machine of war, which is what it was intended to be. Now I need B1 and B6. And I already have 6 that's sitting right over here. So B1. I'm not quite wanting to go on because there's a piece of plastic kind of in the way that I need to file down. But I don't have a file, so I'll just use my nail. There we go. That settles that. Oh, wait. I'm missing something. My bad. I'm doing that a lot lately. I'm gonna figure this fucker out. I'm very much missing something. Okay, there we go. Now, I had to break off a little something something. Get it to assemble properly. Let's tighten it up a little bit. There we go. There's his head. Now, we need to assemble all the extra stuff. Apparently there's a sticker that needs to be added as well. Number 3, but number 3 is just more green shit. So I'm going to hold off on that. It's got B1 and B6. Now we need B8, B and B7. And then G1, 8. These are 9. So here we go. Sorry. So how's the chat doing? How are you guys doing tonight, huh? We only got 15 people watching. I didn't really expect that this would be that popular of a stream. But some people had asked for it, so I'm like, you know what? You guys want this to happen, let's do it. Then again, one thing that I have noticed as the years have gone by is whenever I do live streams, I get more people that watch on replay than do live. And that's kind of why I try to keep most of them fairly short. So that way it's not too crazy. So Melee Brawler says he's pretty good, just wrapping up some homework for his classes. That's good shit. Tyler Preston says he's doing good as well, which is very good. Gabe the Gen says doing good, feeling a lot better in comparison to last night where a cold hindered his day. I'm glad you're feeling better, buddy. Marty said he's doing good. Glad to hear it. That's always good to hear, is when everybody's just doing well, you know? Bad days are the worst. Then again, if they weren't bad days, they would be good days. So, a little bit of food for thought there. This is looking way too much at my belly. There we go. So I know y'all don't want to see that, unless you're kind of into it. In which case, you just turned 25 today. Well, Tyler Preston, happy fucking birthday, dude. Everybody in the chat, wish Tyler Preston a happy birthday, please. Thank you for spending it with me, by the way. 25 years young. Goodness. So you are 9 years younger than I am. Well, close to 10, really. Alright, before I consider this head done, did I miss anything? It doesn't look like I did. Can I just go ahead and put it on the torso? Yep. So there we go. Looking pretty good, right? I'm liking it so far. Looks like Wing Zero. Alright, we'll leave our little friend right there. Actually, we'll, is there a place I can stand him up? Not really. We'll put him back there. So let's get some more music going. How about, Fallout soundtracks? Okay. So now we're going to start working on his arms. So we're going to build 2 of these. This is where the C's start getting involved, and there's a reason that there's 2 of them. So let me organize a little bit here. Okay. So yeah, it looks like the C's here are going to be a majority of my assembly. As you can see, everything is cloned. So, sort of like the E's here. These, I think, are a lot of the leg pieces. So, oh no. So both the C's and the E's are joints. So, let's put the C right there. So, I need C16, 2 C16s. So, let's get those. So, 16. That's 1. Ow. Here's 2. So, now we've got our E's. So we need E13. Also, let me know if the music's too loud. I'll turn it back down. Because the way you guys are hearing it and the way that I am hearing it are 2 different things. Just gonna snap this on. There's that. One piece of the shoulder, or one of the shoulders. And then the other one for the other one. Gundam models are pretty much just complicated Legos, though a lot more cool. Okay, now it starts getting a little bit more complex, because now we got to start assembling more of the arm pieces. So, I have to build 2 of these. So, everything here is going to be like in doubles. So, new trailer out for WandaVision? I will check that out at some point. Okay, so I need E, C, and H pieces from both. Okay, so C, D, E, F, G, H. Where is H? F, G1, G2, H. Okay, so we're in the reds. Okay, so H2. Looking at it backwards. Are there 2 H2s? There are. Okay. Okay. I don't even know what that's from. I just saw it on a meme video once. Some guy playing Smash. I don't really check out very many Smash videos before anybody gets excited. But, I did watch one that I liked called Terry.exe. For those of you who do not know, I am a big fan of Fatal Fury. My favorite one being the second game, which I believe is Real Bout 95. Because it is actually the first of the 4-button Fatal Fury games. One thing you will know, if there's anybody you ever meet from Latin America, SNK was a big deal down there. Because the thing about SNK is that they did stuff very cheaply, so they could basically take things and send them to Latin America and, like, in poorer countries, and adapt them for that country's currency, and then they would be able to basically get kind of a foothold in what little arcades there were. Alright, so we need 2 E1s and 2 E4s. Here's the 4. Yes. So there's that. 1. Those were kind of hit and miss. Well, the thing about Fatal Fury is, at the time, it was the only fighting game that had a planes system. So basically, you had a background and a foreground. And then in certain games, there's even 3. There's middle, foreground, and background. And that was the one thing about those games that a lot of people would get annoyed by, because it was very difficult to control. And I will admit, I was one of those people. Okay, so I need C17s. Because that was the one thing that took me, I swear to God, took me forever to get used to in the first Fatal Fury. Because the first guy you fight is Richard Meyer. Not Richard C. Meyer, Richard Meyer. So yes, Richard, your boy Zach, does share a name with a video game character. But Richard Meyer was this goofy fucking kickboxer that would just launch himself all over the place. And he was hard as hell to hit. So everybody hated him. And he was the first guy you fight as Terry Bogard. So, like, that, for a lot of people, turned them off to the game. Because SNK games were notoriously hard. And SNK bosses are legendary for their difficulty. I need E2 as well, apparently. Did I get E2 already? No. Why is that piece on a three-prong fucking thing. Little small part is weird. It just goes right down here. I need to stop doing the small parts away from my desk. Good God, I'm gonna fuck something up royally again, and I'm gonna lose a part. Here we go. Okay. Because what I'm doing is in the arms of Wing Zero, there are these small jet boosters. And that's basically what I'm putting together. Tell you what, gentlemen and ladies, if there's any watching, if there are any benefits to being gentle, assembling a model kit is definitely one of them. Okay. Torn 90s here. What's going on, buddy? He says, thanks for recommending Gundam Wing. Just started and I'm enjoying it so far. I am very happy, man. That, like I said, that's my favorite Gundam ever. So I'm glad that you are liking it. Okay, on to the next bit. So we need 3-1, which is what I just assembled. Which will go on top, like so. It just kind of snaps on, like that. Okay. And then I need E8, which is going to be the part of the shoulder joint. Come on, bitch. Okay. Now that's taken care of. Slides in like that. Feels like there's a gap, though. There is. So that's the wrong one. There we go. Gabe the Gen says Capcom fighters are not that far off in terms of difficult fighters, especially when it comes to accessing and clearing certain fights. That is true. I've always felt, though, that SNK, the way that they program their AI in their games was very reliant on move reading. And I've always called that a form of artificial difficulty. I'm very much not a fan of that. So I need H1, apparently. Gotta say, man, I love the Fallout soundtracks for 1 and 2. Somebody in the chat said earlier that the problem with those early games is like they don't explain anything. Well, that's because they're old games. That's why. Because back in the day, we had these little things called manuals. Tutorial levels were not a thing. It's kind of like learning on the job in a sense. Kind of getting an idea of what I need to do with this. So, 1 sec here. There was something I missed again, because I am rushing myself a little bit more than I need to be. It's not like I'm on a time limit here. Grandpa Micah, what's a game manual? I know, right? Okay, so I apparently need couple other small pieces. E3. How far are we into the Gunpla? We are working on the arms. We have been doing this right now for I don't even know how long. 2 hours. Whenever you assemble a Gunpla, it is kind of an all-day thing. I'm going to check and see whether or not Optimus and Xavier want to come in yet. Alright, nothing on Discord. When did Optimus say he wanted to come in? Okay. I now know what must be done. That doesn't feel right. It's that one I'm supposed to be using. Okay. Not again. Okay. that piece might be lost to time, or in the future to my vacuum cleaner. Unless it's on me somewhere. I'm looking at my dick very closely. Yeah, I'm gonna get up real quick. Wait. Yep. Luckily, it's a small piece on the back, so it's not going to really get noticed. So, not a big deal. Okay. No big. Let me grab the other piece real quick. Alright. Fuck you talking about your eyes? Bunch of babies acting like you saw something X-rated. Jeez. SpongeBob reference? Take a wild guess you never watched SpongeBob. Yeah, never watched SpongeBob in my life. Never really was interested in it. I used to joke around with people the first time I would tell them that. I'd be like, I never smoked enough pot. Joke being that, like, every pothead I've ever met in my lifetime loves SpongeBob. SpongeBob of my time was Ed, Edd, and Eddy. And Ed, Edd, and Eddy is hilarious if you've never watched it. I think I probably had more laugh out loud moments in my life watching Ed, Edd n Eddy than any other TV show. I was born to be wild, but the gates were too small. It's a Canadian Super Stoker. Canadians are weird. Okay. Now I need G1 and 2, whatever the 4s are. Who dare mock the son of a shepherd? Yeah, Ed, Edd n Eddy was probably one of it was one of the funniest shows ever been on Cartoon Network. That, Dexter's Lab was a big one from when I was a teenager. The whole omelette du fromage episode, which is not, apparently that is not what cheese omelet is in French. So goddamn it, Gendy, you fuck. Oh, what other really good? He had that one enemy, Quark, I think it was. Who always went, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. But I kind of identified with Dexter because, man, I had some fucking ditzy as shit little sisters who got smarter as they got older, but good lord. I have one sister who is very blonde, and I have another one you'd think she's blonde. She found a way to be a black girl and somehow be blonde simultaneously. It's quite impressive. Yeah, one of my favorite videos, like Gundam meme videos. Optimus, Mandark, that's it. You ready for me to call you in, buddy? Because I gotta put my headphones on. Give me one sec here. I'm gonna do a few things. Yeah, I just saw it in Discord. Not looking up enough. Okay. One sec here. Can a Gundam defeat a kaiju? It's going to depend on the kaiju. Some Gundams would probably light them up. Turning the music off. How's it going, brother?
Hello.
All
Let me
right.
turn you down on there so I don't get echoey.
Yes.
There we are. That way you ain't got to pull more bandwidth and try to uh, share in here.
Oh, probably wouldn't affect my internet that much, to be honest with you.
So I already have a criticism of of what I've been seeing.
And
Um, why are you cutting towards you with that knife?
uh, I can take the damage.
Well, good answer. Good answer. Just
That's what band-aids are for.
yeah.
That's what my dad always used to tell me whenever he'd be working on stuff. He's like, I'm afraid. When I was a little kid, I'd be like, I'm afraid I'm gonna cut myself, and Dad's like, that's why we have band-aids. Can't tell my dad was a military man at all. Oh no.
hmm
Okay, let's see here. E6, E7, and F1. It's a good thing that I actually organize these by alphabetical order, or else I would be so fucked right now.
hmm
But yeah, I've already got his head and torso done. So we're
Nice.
about halfway there. The legs and arms are always the longest part.
hmm Yeah, I remember the one I put together, and I had it was a small scale um, heavy arms, endless waltz heavy arms,
Oh yeah,
and
that one's fun to put together.
yeah, and I remember that it's like the things I thought were gonna be hard were
Mm-hmm.
easy, and the things that I thought would be easy were hard.
Yeah,
So,
that's the head is always the toughest part on anything from Gundam Wing,
yeah,
because
but the cool thing about Gunpla that I have found when I did play with them is that they're actually when you're done, they're basically toys.
oh yeah,
They're not like a model. You know how like you'd use, like I don't know if you did when you were a kid, but I did like put together like model cars and stuff like that. After you finish them, you didn't want to touch them anymore. Like they go on a shelf and you don't mess with them. Like
yeah, exactly. And Xavier, I'm sorry about that. I meant to just call Optimus and I hit the wrong one. Okay.
he's
E6
cool
and E7.
because he was typing furiously, and I'm like, uh oh,
I
damn
just pulled
you,
out the
Micah
wrong ones.
Curtis. Mm.
Well, I've been
So
boomering it
there's
up today for sure, so.
there's a discussion going on in the chat about could a Gundam defeat a kaiju, and I said it depends on the kaiju, you
Yeah.
know. Um, if you're talking about the king, it depends on the version of the king, I guess.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
it depends on the Gundam.
yeah,
Because the thing about Godzilla, how tall is he?
depending on continuity, 60 meters in Showa, and
Okay.
then Showa era, and I think 100 meters in um, Heisei, back to 60 in Millennium. I think currently he's at 140 meters,
Okay.
and that's
So,
that's the legendary. So
yeah.
I
So,
have to double check my math on that, but yeah.
my brain kind of working the way that it does by knowing mobile suit heights.
Yeah.
Mobile suits are about the biggest Gundam to ever exist is the Psycho Gundam, which I want to say was about double the size of a normal Gundam, and a normal Gundam is about 15 meters.
Yeah.
So, um, Godzilla, like, at 100 meters, that would make him as big as Daitarn 3.
Yeah.
No, at 100 meters, he's as big as Shin Getter. Shin Getter's 100 meters. No, wait. He might be.
Okay, I got the scales now. Okay, yeah. So from the first appearance through the Showa era, he was 50 meters, so I was off by 10 meters.
Mm-hmm.
Then in '84, when he showed back up, he was 80 meters, and then 100 meters for the rest of the Heisei era. Then back to 55 to 60 meters, back up to 100 in Final Wars. Shin Godzilla was 118 meters. Legendary was 108 meters, but he's taller now.
Yeah.
And then of course we don't talk about Godzilla Earth
Yeah.
because that's ridiculous.
Yeah. We so basically to find a big robot, a robot show with a robot that's about as big as Godzilla, you're not gonna look at a Gundam. You're gonna look at like Mazinger and Daitarn 3 and Getter, specifically Shin Getter and the Shin Getter Dragon.
Yeah.
I think that the Getters could probably take Godzilla. Mazinger probably. The Emperor Mazingers, it wouldn't be a contest because those things can like destroy planets. Those things are about as powerful as like the Silver Surfer. But a Gundam,
It had to be a hell of a Gundam.
I think that you'd have to get into the obscenely powerful Gundams that are also obscenely durable. So Wing Zero and Epion would count because they can destroy. They've got feats where they destroy whole colonies. God Gundam and Master Gundam could potentially do it. But it would be hard.
I think it would be
because the Devil Gundam's as big as Godzilla, and Domon destroyed it twice.
But you know the thing is like it ain't just like size; it's also durability.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and because we know Godzilla's durable.
Oh, very. It'd be a hard fight.
I mean, the guy when my man's takes a black hole to the face and walks away from it like it's nothing. You know.
Yeah.
Like, okay, the rephrased question now is which Gundam has the firepower to beat Godzilla? See, now you're once again though you're still getting into that.
Yeah, and it's still going to depend on which Godzilla.
Right.
So.
Honestly, well, like I say, excluding Godzilla Earth, I don't think there's a contest for any. Because I mean, Godzilla Earth was like knocking meteors out of the sky.
Yeah.
And stuff like that, so and that was before he became as big as he was. Because I remember, because I didn't read it, but I read through. I watched videos on the synopsis of the backstory for the Godzilla anime stuff, which was better than the animes, by the way.
Nah.
But it talked about how it just tells you how much in this continuity how much of a dick Godzilla is. He like Batra came out of hibernation and was supposed to be the one to go destroy the meteor, right? Godzilla just killed Batra, and I guess he also sensed the meteor, and he just pointed pointed an atomic breath at it, and like you never saw it. He just pointed at it, and it was assumed that it was destroyed.
Jeez.
Yeah, the best way to explain Godzilla Earth is he's the juggernaut of Godzillas. You can't stop him. You can only hope to slow him down. Shin GMK in 2000 can potentially regenerate some, so even those might be killable. Yeah. We know that Heisei Godzilla can get killed, but that was basically like a self-inflicted kill,
Yeah.
It's like he only died because he went nuclear himself, so, or as George Bush would say, nuclear. It would be interesting, for a Gundam, any of the Gundam. I'll put it this way: the best way I can put it, any of the Gundams that we've talked about would have a fight on their hands.
Absolutely, because the one thing is, like, any of them would be hard for Godzilla to hit.
Yeah.
especially Wing Zero and Epion were both known for their like shocking speed.
Hmm.
That was one thing that when because a lot of people don't know this, Hiro Yui is not the original pilot of Wing Zero.
Yeah.
It is actually Catcher Winter who first piloted it. Hiro and Troa were working for Oz at the time, out in space,
Hmm.
because they had to. They'd been captured.
Yeah.
And they piloted these two mobile suits that worked in tandem with one each other, called the Vercarius and the V8.
I remember Mercurius.
Yeah, Mercarius, not Vercarius. My bad.
Yeah.
But and
They should have called it V8. So it would have been like an engine.
but anyway, um, at the time, Catcher kind of lost his mind because of the Zero system,
Yes, I remember that.
and that and the Mercurius and the V8 were like they were no joke. They
No,
were
they
really
weren't. They
good mobile suits.
Hmm.
They were meant to be Gundam killers,
Yeah.
and they like Catcher beat both of them basically, even when the two were working in tandem, which is what they were designed to do.
Yeah.
And then the mobile dolls, they just combined the abilities of those two mobile suits together and became probably like one of the biggest, scariest threats in a Gundam series.
Yeah. The one thing I would say about any of the Gundam, especially even Wing Zero and Epion, don't get close
Yeah.
because a lot of people don't realize Godzilla is not like your normal like reptile. He actually thinks like a human as far as fighting and stuff like that. He has some strategy. He's not like on human intelligence, but he's got that kind of, you know what I mean. It's kind of hard to explain, but he can think about tactics and things like that.
Yeah.
So if a Gundam, any Gundam, got close to Godzilla, even if he couldn't hit them with fire breath, you know, I always his trump card is the atomic pulse.
Yes.
And if he pulls the atomic pulse, then sorry, like you're melting your Gundam at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
And then of course there is the ultimate spiral beam that he has.
Mm.
That he pulled in Final Wars. Well, he had it in the Hisai era, but Final Wars made it a little spin attack, which I thought was really funny. I'm willing to bet most of the Gamera monsters can be killed by a few slices of the beam sabers. Yeah. Yeah, the Gausses are not that durable. Trying to think of some other. What was that one? The one from the last Gamera movie that came out. That one would be interesting because that was it had speed and in flight and everything. So it'd be interesting.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I really want to see Godzilla versus Shin Getter.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Though Daitarn 3 would be more like probably the most interesting because it's as big as he is.
In the Rulers of Earth comics, Godzilla is fighting multiple monsters and calculating his moves. He even fights multiple Mechagodzillas.
Jeez. Oh goodness. So many little things to add into this.
So to sum up, Godzilla is OP as hell. Yes, absolutely. That's
Yeah, because this is one thing that Xavier and I were talking about with in one of the earlier Super Robot Wars streams, is that the Gundams are actually not that big in comparison to a lot of other robot franchises.
Yeah, I remember when they did the Death Battle, Optimus Prime versus the original Gundam.
Yeah, the RX-78.
Yeah, and it was only the 78 was only a few feet taller than Optimus. You know,
Yeah.
and so that's what I found it because I said I want to know what the comparison would be between uh, a a transformer and a Gundam, and of course it depends on the transformer too because of this as I call it. It sounds weird when I say this of the regular Transformers. Optimus is one of the bigger ones. You
Yeah.
know, um, when you get to like when you start talking about like things like Omega Supreme and stuff, you're getting into like Getter territory.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
so. How big is Getter again? Shin Getter?
Um, 50 meters. Yeah, Shin Getter's 50.
Okay. Let's see what Omega said. Wow, Omega Supreme's only 18 meters tall.
Oh, wow.
I thought he would be bigger than that.
Yeah, because most Gundams are around 18 meters. 15 to 18.
Okay, how about don't get in a fight with Metroplex, by the way. 800 meters tall. That's a ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Well, he is a city.
Yeah.
Well, now they got me curious. How about Fortress Maximus?
Nah.
Because he's supposedly bigger than They gave the toy height
Oh, jeez.
2 feet tall, which is still huge for a toy. Like
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
I'm assembling very small things again because we've got just that
Yeah,
little
like
bit.
okay, so they're saying Grimlock is 7 meters.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah, of course that's also interpretations. All right, I got an official size and height. So let's see what we got here. Oof. All right, so Marvel Comics, like these are in feet, and then in the cartoon they go to meters. In the Marvel Comics, Bumblebee is 15 feet. I think that's wrong.
That can't be
He's a lot.
right.
Yeah, he's shorter than that. Shockwave 35 feet. Thunderwing 40 feet. Dreadwind 42 feet. Devastator 100 feet. Predaking 80 feet. See, I don't. Yeah, this is not right because Predaking's bigger than Devastator. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's like. Okay. Let's look. Here we got meters. Okay. This sounds more likely. Rumble, Frenzy, Ravage, Laserbeak, and Buzzsaw are 2 meters, which that's
6
about
feet.
right. Yeah. The Insecticons are at 2.5 meters. Bumblebee's 3 meters. That sounds more likely.
Yeah, that sounds, much closer because Bumblebee's just a car.
Yeah.
All right, on
Yeah,
these
'cause
little pieces, these little white bits that go on his arms, I'm going to have to get a file to actually put them on, so I'm going to hold off on those. Because there's like these little pieces of plastic on the ends of them
yeah.
that are sticking off from when I snapped it off, and I forgot to buy a file, so, and there isn't one on my little multi-tool.
Didn't Xavier say something about you need a file?
Yeah, he did, and I forgot. But that's okay.
Let's see. All the mini, I used to call them the mini bots. Yeah, Bumblebee, Cliff Jumper, Wind Charger, Gears are all 3 meters. Huffer and Brawn are 3.5. That makes sense because they were a little bit bigger than the other ones.
Mhm.
Reflector is 4 meters, which is funny to me because Reflector was 3 robots. Mirage 4 meters, Wheeljack 4 meters, Smokescreen 4 meters, Blue Streak 4 meters, Prowl, Jazz, Red Alert. Man, there's a lot of 4 meter Hoist, Grapple. Good God, they got the whole list here.
Yeah, so there are a lot of Transformers are, when you think about it, because they are just cars, they would not be that big.
Yeah. Yeah, Optimus Prime 6 meters, Megatron 6 meters.
So, wow, that's actually not that big.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, a Gundam is like 15.
Yeah.
So Gundams are. I think that they might have scaled down the or scaled up Optimus for Death
Yeah.
Battle.
It seems that way. Of course, like I said, I don't know if these are accurate because these are cartoon scales. So, and those fluctuated so much anyway.
Oh,
Um,
Changus just linked me that somebody has made uh, a Gundam cosplay that is of one of the I think Gundam 00.
I saw that today. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I was like, that was really cool looking. Uh, yeah, all the Dinobots are 7 meters, Devastator 16 meters, and Omega is 18 meters. And yeah, Metroplex they have at 800 meters, and Unicron they just say Jupiter size.
I'd say a Unicron is a planet. So
Yeah. And Master Force, Jinrai is 8 meters, and Super Jinrai is 15 meters.
there's actually a joke in since we're talking about all this. There's a joke in Super Robot Wars T, which is the most recent one I bought.
Yeah.
Where they're on a different planet. They're on the world of Armored Trooper Votams, and there's a fighting arena, and they say we need two warriors to do this. And at the time, you don't have the whole Shuffle Alliance from G Gundam. You just have Domon.
Yeah.
So the two main martial artists that are on your team are Domon Kashu and Hayate from Getter Robo. So they bring out the Shin Getter, and then God Gundam, and then the crowd starts booing them because the Votoms are only about 20 feet tall.
Uh-huh.
And everybody's like, boo, because Getter's so fucking big. And he's like, fine, I'll step out. So it was kind of funny, though, because it's like, all Getter would have to do is, like, just step on him.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's see here.
Oh, wow, they really blew him up for the Masterpiece line. Woo! They have, in the Masterpiece line, Optimus Prime at 36 meters.
Oh, good lord.
That would be 118 feet. I was like, if you took I think if you took a truck, that got, the truck that Optimus is built based on, right, the cab over.
Yeah.
And you took every part and you stacked them on top of each other, long way, you still wouldn't get 118 feet.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, some people are always kind of shocked when it comes to, like, the size of Gundams. I'm like, you got to keep something in mind. Like, the 1 year war, because of mobile suits, like, wrecked the planet. Like, there's a point, like, where in 0083, I don't know if you've seen that one or not, but, like, they go over Australia. There is no Australia. It's completely destroyed. It's underwater because of a colony drop.
Yeah. I knew about the colony drop.
So, Gundam is hardcore. Some people don't be realizing it.
Oh, right, there we go. Doo, 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 doo. And there's Beast Wars. They were tiny anyway. Most Beast Wars were like subhuman, or about human size, except for like the robot, the bigger ones,
Like Optimus Primal.
yeah, like Optimus. What was he? Optimus Primal 2.8 meters, then Optimal Optimus, and then
Now hold on a minute. 2.8
12.
meters.
Yeah, for the original, the original Gorilla Optimus.
So he's
Primal.
barely like he's bigger than me, but Jesus.
And then Transmetal Optimus Optimal Optimus. I mean, Transmetal Primal was 3.2, and then Optimal Optimus, where he became more robot than beast. It was 12 meters. So, and I still I always joked when when Megatron did his second Transmetal transformation, that they didn't call him Megatron.
Nah.
Why are you going to centimeters on this one? What? Get out of here. Let's see. Dreamwave. IDW. And they went back to feet here. Here we go again. Optimus Prime, at one point, he's 38 feet. And then in another one point, after Transformers number 51, he's 60 feet.
Good lord.
Yeah. Grimlock, 38 feet. That's still, I mean, I would have seen Grimlock all the way around would have been about that size. Because Grimlock, in the show was always big.
Yeah, he's a dinosaur, for God's sake.
Yeah, so. Megatron, 38 feet. Victorion, 150 feet. Devastator, 400 feet. Metro Titan, 2 miles.
Good lord.
They stop counting feet and they say, here's some miles for you, boy.
I just had another piece drop. God damn it. This is getting frustrating.
Got them big fingers trying to work with it, right?
Yeah. I said earlier, I'm like, gorillas are not meant to assemble model kits.
Yeah.
There we go.
But Changus, yeah, I get what you're saying. He says, the whole point of Beast Wars with the robots turning into size of actual animals. Yeah, I get it. See, that was Rid, Unicorn Trilogy, live action. Yeah, they had in the movie, in the live action movies, they had Optimus at 28 feet tall. Of course, they used a bigger truck too when they, in those movies. So.
Yeah.
And his power up, his Jetfire power up, it made him about 40 feet. Of course, he had all the Jetfire stuff on him.
Yeah. God, they fucked up Jetfire so bad in those movies.
That was a disgrace. I'm sorry, that was a freaking disgrace. How you doing, my man's like that? Like.
I know.
Yeah,
I remember even in Armada, Jetfire was the cool one.
Yeah.
And then fuck, now he's an old fuck. Like, really?
He's an old fart, and he, I mean, at least they kept the part where he was a Decepticon, before,
Yeah, there is that
part, but they just made him an old fogey. I'm like, come on. And you know what? I always hated that crap too. Like, they just make them like old fogies and stuff. Like they age like we would.
Yeah.
Like these are things that have lived millions of years, and why would a robot need a cane?
Oh yeah, especially that. Cybertron Jetfire was Liam. Cybertron Jetfire. I don't even remember. There's so much Transformers, I can't.
Well, that was part of the Energon trilogy. It was like Energon, Cybertron, and oh god, I forgot the last one. Energon, Cybertron.
Wasn't Armada the start of that?
Armada, yeah, right. It was Armada, Energon, and then Cybertron. That's what it was. Yeah.
I don't remember Jetfire being Australian.
He was, unless they changed the voice actor. It's possible,
I remember him being more of a California surfer in Armada.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the gimmick of him combining with Optimus. That was
cool. Yeah, that was cool.
Mm-hmm. Even in the English translation, they called it Jet Convoy mode.
Mm-hmm.
Which, because Optimus is called Convoy in, Japan, so.
Yep. Just significantly more mundane.
See, Fall of Cybertron. That's the video game, obviously. 30 feet for Optimus and for Megatron. Grimlock at 40. See, these are more in line with what I would think. You know.
Yeah.
Still think they got Bumblebee at 20. I think that's too tall. Grimlock 40, Bruticus 70, and Metroplex at 600. Basically, but you know, the basic what we're all going to learn from this is no matter the continuity, Metroplex be a big boy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there was a Optimus Prime Evangelion paint.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's a MP10 Convoy Mode Eva.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's got the the design on his trailer is the what do you call it?
The Nerve logo.
Nerve logo, and then he's colored like the unit. Was it Unit 10?
Unit 1.
Unit 1. Yeah.
Remember somebody asked me like what it would be like if Optimus was in Super Robot Wars. I'm like, well, whoever the leader was before that, now it's Optimus.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's like when Captain America shows up. Like whoever the leader was before, he shuts the fuck up, and Captain America is the leader.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like then when they did JLA Avengers years ago.
Yeah, Batman shut the fuck up. Captain America was the leader.
Yeah. I mean, it was so even Superman deferred to Captain America at that point.
Yeah.
And which was the smart thing they did because, you know, what I thought was kind of cool is they had Cap working from the command center and, you know, giving tactics.
Yep.
You know. And then, you know, everybody else was out there doing the heavy lifting, you know, as they say. Oh, Robots in Disguise anime. You know what? I've been watching clips of that in the last few days because I used to watch it back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
It had moments. I mean, I will say I like the combined, you know, like, you know, Ultra Magnus and Optimus doing a combine to Omega Prime. I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
What do you think of Netflix not using Peter Cullen for Optimus Prime? Fuck them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you was it? You know, you got that. I know you probably don't have it available, but you know, you got that. You know, your Rambo. Fuck 'em. You know?
Yeah.
That's that's what I think of that. And what's really worse about it is you found out. I mean, and it's, you know, I always said, you know, it's up to it's the studio's decision if they want to use union or not. But that's the reason why we didn't have Peter Cullen or Frank Welker or any of like original voice actors, is because they didn't go union and they went in house. And I believe, wasn't that still Rooster Teeth doing?
Yeah.
And let's be honest, they don't. Their voice acting, except for a few notable exceptions, is not that great. So, gotta head out for a bit. Might be back. See ya. That was from Servant of God. See you, buddy.
See you later, servant.
Cybertron
goodness.
so they did give him an Aussie accent in Cybertron. Ugh.
Why?
I don't know. Like, I bet you it was like, you know, the voice actor must have got fired or something, so they had to get somebody. So they got, an Australian.
I guess.
Well, hell, Micah, did you ever watch Pride of the X-Men?
I don't think I did.
You should do yourself a favor and watch that sometime. It was the '80s X-Men, their first attempt at an X-Men cartoon. It only had a
it's
pilot.
the one that the X-Men arcade game's based on.
Yeah. It only had a pilot, but Wolverine is Australian.
Why you do that? No.
I'm waiting for your reaction on the screen. It's a little bit behind.
Okay, E9 and E10.
Sorry, I just got to your expression. Like, what the?
Yeah.
Gary Chalk and David Kay were my Optimus and Megatron growing up, which that's fine. I don't have a problem with either of those, because they did Primal and Megatron from Beast Wars, and then they also did it in the Unicron trilogy. So they're robots. Why does one of them have an accent? Why wouldn't they?
Oh, goodness. It's sort of like Jace in Dragon Ball being Australian. And I love how they lampshaded it in a bridge. Spice
with Space
Australia!
Space Australia. Yeah.
Go Space Broncos!
Hasbro is also a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Can't they shell a couple extra boats to get Peter and Frank back? Yeah, but see, the thing is, Peter and Frank are union, and it's kind of like, unless the production is a union production, then they're not out of contract liabilities and things like that. They're not going to be on that project, Even though Peter, some people say, well, Peter didn't want to be on anyway, but I heard a clip of Peter talking about it, and he says that he was very disappointed that they weren't able, that he wasn't able to do it. So, because who knows how much longer he's got to actually do the voice anymore,
Yeah, that's very true.
He's getting up there. Ever tell you about the time he found out how much he meant to so many people as being the voice of Optimus?
I think you might have, but I don't remember.
Yeah, well, he had been, when BotCon started, right, which is, Transformers convention.
Mm-hmm.
He had been asked for years, come to BotCon, and it was like, he's like, I'm not, I don't see, because he was thinking like, what's the big deal? This is something I did in the '80s, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of thing, and and finally I think it was his daughter told him, says, Dad, you really should go. You really should go one time. So he said, fine. So the next year, the one, came up, and he said, fine, I'll do it. And they announced he was going to do it. For one thing, his panel sold out immediately. And he said when he came out there, those people gave him a 20-minute standing ovation.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He said he said tears were just running down his eyes. He said I had no idea. And that's why he started doing, he started coming back and doing more stuff, The actor is trying to do a Peter Cullen accent. Too bad it's really crappy impersonation of the accent. Yeah. Yeah, he also found out when Bayformers happened. That's when he found out, like, holy crap, because people were begging, because there was talks at one point about like Optimus would be voiced by George Clooney, and everybody's like, no.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck, no.
Yeah. There was literally there were signs saying Peter Cullen or we riot.
Jesus. I mean, I get it though.
And that's another thing that with the new with the Netflix show is, like, from the clips I watched, everybody sounded samey. Like it sounds like it was like the same guy doing trying to do all the voices.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure it's probably not the case, but still, you know what I mean? It's just like when Mirage sounds like Ratchet and sounds like Grimlock, sounds like Bumblebee, you know what I mean? It's just like, there's nothing here, like. refresh on this. Oh. Graveyard Shift is at $246,000 right now.
Awesome.
I know he really wants to beat Sean Gordon Murphy's 60-day total.
Okay.
What are we working on now, Pinky?
Working on the arms actually.
Gotta get all them joints together.
Exactly. Just making sure I've got all the articulations and such. I have this bad tendency to not double check what I'm doing.
For a lot of people, Peter Cullen and Optimus was their education on what being a man and a leader was. True.
Yeah, very true there.
WFC Siege show. What's that? War for Cybertron Siege. It's a show that was on It was a Netflix exclusive, and it's not that great. What is your thoughts on Optimus Prime from the Mini-Con? I don't know.
Mini-Con?
Clarify. I don't know what you mean on that. Yeah, Changa said it best. A terrible show on Netflix. I add it to the list, right?
Oh yeah. To quote the one of the units from StarCraft, absolutely.
Seeing you do this makes me want to start getting back into it, Dag Blasted. I hate you.
Nah,
That means I have to spend money. Thanks, Micah.
that's just how good of a friend I am.
Yeah, man. I would probably like be a dickhole and start with like get another heavy arms and put that together.
I'm wondering if
I
I
wish
should
I-
do that one next.
Or do a heavy arms.
Yeah.
I like heavy arms. It's like heavy arms. How many guns do you have? Yes.
Okay. So where am I at with this? I got that part of the arm assembled. Now I need D.
Yeah, that is crap. Just what Changa said. Also, the Bumblebee movie production did Peter dirty. They had some guy in-house voice Optimus, then have Peter Cullen come in at the last minute and voice over the other guy to save money.
That's weird.
Yeah. It is dirty, though, you know. Apparently, a new Transformers movie in the works. I've heard that. I've heard it's like, I think it's going to be a sequel to Bumblebee. I like the designs of the Bumblebee movie better, you know.
Well, they look so much like the G1 versions.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, why? You know, why they didn't just stick with that in the beginning never made sense to me, because the designs that they had like were just so confusing. They were so messy. And that's one thing I hate whenever it comes to designs of anything, is if they feel like a mess.
Okay. They were asking. Okay, Iggy was talking about from Armada, like him. You know, I guess he was talking about the one with the mini-cons in it. Which would be
It's
Armada.
been so long since I watched that, I couldn't tell you.
I think he was asking us what we thought about that version of Optimus. I mean, Optimus is Optimus. There's not much change, which is fine. I think with animated, because they made him less of a, he ain't like the supreme leader,
Mm-hmm.
so it was a little bit different dynamic. But yeah, I mean, Armada Optimus, he was fine. Um, the Minicon things was always kind of weird to me, but you know, it's whatever. I liked what they did with Minicons in the recent Robots in Disguise, not the one, not the anime one, but the one they did recently, last like 5 years, where the Minicons when they did power them up, it became like a power up, like almost like a suit of armor, you know.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really cool. New movie is Beast Wars. Hmm. I mean, the only way you're going to pull off Beast Wars is if you do it prehistoric, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, you can't do. I don't think you could do pre Beast Wars in modern time. Yeah, last night, and it started in Age of Extinction where they did this whole stupid. You could tell like a production as far as the digital effects were getting lazy when they came up with new robots, and all they did was like turn into little blocks and then turned into cars.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like that's lazy. What do you guys think of the Shattered Glass universe? That's Micah. In case you don't know, Shattered Glass is essentially Optimus is the bad guy.
Oh, you
Yeah,
lost my
think
interest.
well, think Mirror Universe. You know, it's the best way to better way to put it. Uh,
Bad guy Optimus sounds kind of like bad guy Superman.
yeah, yeah. Bad guy Superman has to be done. I mean, like they did in Injustice. You know, you have to give a reason of why he became a bad guy.
Yeah.
You know, and you know for him at that point it was like killing Lois. You know, that was too much. That was it. You stand direct says those movies are so bad I can't bother to remember them. Ever heard of Micronauts? Yes, Micronauts might be cool. Yeah, it could probably go great with the download club I got for my Netflix profile, which includes the Disney Star Wars films on there, Big Mouth and Cuties. Ugh.
Ugh.
Mm. It's funny. I think it was Peter Gilmore was telling me he has his Netflix, you know, because he's usually like, you know, drawing or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he has his Netflix on his PS4 and sets it to like autoplay, so it just goes to movie kind of thing, you
Yeah.
know. And it came up with Cuties,
Oh,
and he said as soon as he saw it, he's like, nope, he turned it off and he went and canceled his subscription.
I would have done. Well, I already canceled mine, but
Spoiler: I canceled mine 3 years ago.
nah.
I mean, mine was just when they decided to give like, I think it was like $50 million to the Obamas.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, why? You know, I was like, whatever. Ah, yeah, there you go. Yeah, Megatron. Talking about the Shattered Glass universe, Megatron has Optimus's traits, and Optimus has Megatron's traits.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'd be really that interested in Dickhead Optimus.
Basically, you're flipping their philosophies. You
Yeah. So the other Optimus is fuck freedom. It's for
know? Yeah.
bitches.
Starscream has Jetfire's color scheme, and he's extremely loyal to Megatron.
Nah.
Well, that would be a flip for Starscream, wouldn't it?
Loyal? Oh, this is I1 and I2. Okay, I was very confused.
Yeah, Malin says if his book hits 253 tonight, he's gonna wear eyebrows for 2 weeks.
Nice.
It's like he'll have eyebrows again. Woo. Dark of the Moon, who else knew that Sentinel Prime was the bad guy the second he heard you heard Leonard Nimoy's voice?
Now hold on. I never think that Leonard Nimoy is by default the bad guy. I have yet to find the person that does. Like, how many bad guys has he played?
Galvatron.
He was Galvatron?
Yeah, in the movie.
I completely forgot about that. All right, never mind.
Well, Changus makes a good point there. He says, well, when you hear Leonard Nimoy, you assume Spock. No one assumes Spock is evil.
Yeah, exactly. And he sounded like Spock.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, all right, Spock's here. Sweet.
And that was the thing. It sounded his Sentinel sounded so much different from like Galvatron that I didn't really think. I kind of was surprised when he became a bad guy. Like, oh
Yeah.
no, Well, you could. He said anyone who saw A6. No, because usually when you hear Spock, unless like in the early days, it was like he had a gravelly voice, it was more soft gravelly, but as he got older, it became more
Gravelly.
gravelly. Yeah. So he had just gotten into. I guess that was but I know it was after Star Trek 2. So that would have been like after like. You will always be my friend. No, wait,
Yeah.
that was that too? Yeah. You will always be my friend. So that was kind of like when he started getting his most gravelly, so. I will destroy Ultra Magnus and every other Autobot until the Matrix is mine. How was that? Was that bad?
That wasn't
Pretty
too
bad.
bad.
Okay.
It has admittedly been a long time since I have watched the Transformers movie.
You have to give yourself a refresh.
Maybe.
I know it ends with, the worst thing ever, but
Yeah. Should have been Ultra Magnus.
Should have been. What if it was Springer? Springimus Prime.
Dude, I'd have taken Bumblebee.
Bumblemus Prime. I always say, what would you call it? I said Bumblemus. Is that
Bumblebee Prime.
Bumblebee. How about? Well, no, Braun got killed in the beginning. Braun Prime.
Nah. Chang. He's so mad. Did I tell you what he asked me? Is like, what would it do to take me to like Rodimus Prime? And I told him brain damage. Got him.
Oh man. I'm gonna. How do I put this? Let me do my Stewie version of this. Okay, I'm not saying that I want Rodimus dead. I'm just saying that I don't want him to be alive anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, Newsstand Direct is spot on. Hot Rod sucks. He got Prime killed.
Yeah.
That's why nobody likes him.
Yeah. Screwed up.
The Autobot should have spent the whole movie reminding him how much of a dumb fuck he is.
Mm-hmm. I tell you what, Changus, you love Rodimus so much. Change your name to Rodimus Prime. Do it.
Rodimus
Represent.
Khan.
Rodimus Khan or Rodimus Convoy, whatever. Just do it. Straight up. Just show your loyalty.
Yeah, every chat you go into, everybody will be like, "You killed Optimus, you fuck."
Genghis Khan Prime came back though. Yeah, he had to.
Because a complete total fuck up was leading the Autobots.
I will say this though. What really kind of blows about that is there was a story. There was in the third season. There was a cool story. It was called "The Burden Hardest to Bear," and it was like one of those Rodimus is like, I can't do this anymore. He became he said F the Matrix kind of thing.
Yeah.
And what was cool about it was that at first for some reason, Galvatron tried to turn the Matrix into. He put it inside his gun, right?
Oh, good lord.
And immediately his gun became haunted with the spirit of the Primes.
Ah.
And they were like, "You are not an Autobot. You are not worthy." Blah blah blah. And then one of the, I think it was Cyclonus, decided to. He decided to put it inside of himself, and he started almost melting.
Oh,
But he
God.
became very powerful though, right? So it was a really weird situation. But it was a cool story because it was basically that story. Where Hot Rod realizes that yes, you have a lot of burdens to bear, but that is leadership. You know,
So nut up, dipshit.
pretty much. Yeah, that was the. You ever listen to the Hue? The Hue.
The who?
HU.
Well, that
Going by
no,
what
yeah. Now we're having a who's on first thing.
I'm just telling you, read what's in the chat, man. I don't know. Anyone ever seen the 3 Japanese only sequels? Are you talking about like Headmasters and all that? I watched some. There was a fan dub of Headmasters that I tried to watch, and I was like, oh god. Ugh. Just kind of rolled my eyes. We found out in the in the Headmaster series though that Ultra Magnus was a Christian.
What? How does that work?
Well, he got killed, and they buried him in a coffin, and it had a cross on it.
Oh, okay.
So we just assumed that means that Ultra Magnus, he had a strong belief in a Judeo-Christian God.
I was about to say, did they crucify Optimus and I didn't realize it? Like, what the fuck?
Oh my gosh, do you think Ultra Magnus was like going door to door in Cybertron and says, "Hey, do you know about Jesus?"
I just thought it was a little weird that one of the voices of Ultra Magnus is Michael Ironside.
Yeah, that was in Prime. That was really cool.
Well, it's just like, why is Darkseid?
Why is Darkseid Ultra Magnus? What's going on? Changus just said, "Done. I have a new alias on Discord just for you."
Oh goodness.
That's
I
funny.
mean, heck, if you want to name yourself after the lamest Autobot, I ain't gonna stop you.
Well, I mean, at least he didn't name himself Wheelie. That would have been. Oh God, can you imagine if Wheelie got the Matrix?
Wheelie Prime. Oh no.
Oh no. What's funny is, because usually when you get the Matrix, you kind of, change and you get a little bigger and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, Wheelie was already tiny, so he just got like, maybe grown a foot.
Now I don't remember what stream it was on. I want to say it was one where I was on with Liam, where I said, I'm like, I would have rather Cup had the fucking Matrix of Leadership.
The old grizzled war veteran, huh?
He'd have probably been better with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was but you were talking about Michael Ironside as doing Magnus. It was one of the cooler lines in Transformers Prime because it looked like Optimus was about to bite it, and the Matrix was going to have to go to the closest Autobot, which would have been Smokescreen, which would have actually been worse than Rodimus.
Oh yeah.
But what Smokescreen did, because Smokescreen is smart. Instead of doing that, he gave Optimus the Forge of Solus Prime, and it transformed him. It like fixed him and like made him, gave him more armaments and stuff like that. So he goes and like he busts the crap out of Megatron, and the first thing Ultra Magnus does when he sees him, he goes, "Sir, you are looking robust."
Nah.
Hot Rod and G1 would have been focused, but better. could have been better if a lot of the stories focused on his guilt over Optimus's death, but they didn't really go into that. They're mostly complaining about leading. I there was a couple, but of course those stories involved Optimus too, so you had to touch on that, right?
Yeah.
And it really wasn't. It was even when the Return of Optimus Prime, he says like, he's talking to the Optimus statue like it's going to talk back, and and he says like, are you trying to say I'm not the leader you were? I already know that, Optimus. Always have, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't the fact that you killed him. Well, you didn't kill him directly, but
But you suck. That's why he's dead.
Yep.
It's
What's
like,
y'all stance on the? Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's like I can't think of that many characters in fiction that have stumbled into leadership because they suck the most. Like that's the thing about Rodimus, he failed upwards.
Yeah.
I'm starting to wonder if it was intentional.
Mm.
I want to be the leader. I'm gonna fucking kill Optimus.
Yeah. Let's see. What's y'all stance on the Rumble and Frenzy color debate? I'll always default to the cartoon canon where blue is Rumble and red is Frenzy. That's just me though. Some people have different,
Yeah, that's what I grew up with.
Mm-hmm. Alice Kogan. Hot Rod was an Energon, but made older and called Rodimus. First time exposed to the character. Well, you see what they did in Energon with Rodimus, which he's not a Prime, right? Automatically, he's not a Prime, but he's still called Rodimus. Is that he was more older and more grizzled, and he had been going. He had battle, and he became a leader, through grit, and not just like, oh, here's the Matrix. See
Yeah.
like
Motherfucker got the Matrix as a participation trophy.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen videos talking about the Rumble and Frenzy thing. There are videos where, when they're doing they show the production mock-ups for the TV show, where they show a red, cassette called Rumble, right? So it was originally supposed to be, the red one was supposed to be Rumble in the cartoon. But then somehow, you know how it is with animation, especially when you're sending it to Korea or something. Somehow it got mixed up, and then then the Frenzy, the Frenzy color became Rumble. So basically, what I'm saying is, it was those damn Koreans. What do you think of the 13 Primes part of the lore, not Bayformers? I think it's cool that Transformers has a creation story that doesn't involve Quintessons, because I always thought that was silly.
The Quintessons.
I like how they kind of not retcon. Well, how they explained that. It's like, the Quintessons, they did say they created the Transformers and product lines and all that stuff,
Yeah.
Essentially what it was is the Quintessons conquered Cybertron, and by the time they had been ruling so long that they made the Transformers forget, what their true nature was.
Yeah.
So it was essentially like, yeah, sure, yeah, guys, we're your creators, wink nudge,
Yeah.
Don't question it. We'll destroy you. Remember, we're the creators. If we can create you, we can destroy you. Oh, God, here's Changus. The whole movie was Hot Rod's arc into becoming a hero worthy of the Matrix. I wish Liam was here. All he did was suck and not die.
Yeah, exactly.
Who goes there?
Hail, traveler.
Oh,
Hey, Xavier.
It's a Javier.
Hola.
No, not Javier. We're not building Tequila Gundam today.
Oh, well. Do they have a Tequila Gundam?
There are no models of Tequila Gundam, and it makes me mad.
Oh, no.
Because that's what I would be building right now. Fucking Tequila Gundam.
I could hear it now. You're fitted. You would have to do sombrero part last.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
because it has to be crowned. You got to crown Tequila Gundam. Yeah, the chat's greeting you now, Xavier.
Hello, chat.
If you want to watch what he's doing, I'll put the link in the chat here so you can. Because he's not sharing his screen here. I'm just watching the stream.
Yeah.
There you go.
One sec. I had to send some friends clips of Shark Girl.
Oh. What's up with Shark Girl? What's going on? New memes pop up all the time, and I usually find out about them too late. So.
Okay, you know about Korone Inagami, the Doog.
Yeah.
Same company.
Okay, so it's like a VTube thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hololive just released their English line of VTubers.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was like really unsure about it, and I guess they found like the best English-speaking Japanese girls they could find, or some army brats that live over there, and made them VTubers because they speak really good English, but they're still adorable, and they piss off Brittany Venti, and that's always a good thing. Like, she went on a warpath because Gargra, that's the shark girl. In one day, she made more money in super chats than Brittany Venti makes in a week.
Womp womp.
And so she spent 4 whole days, according to her, 4 days and some sleepless nights and countless hours studying information and studies to prove that you're a bad person if you like them because these are for pedos and blah 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 blah. Ho's mad.
Yeah, she's basically mad her milkers didn't pull in, thousands of dollars.
Ho's mad.
That's what I'm getting.
Ho's mad.
She's mad at a little, like the representation of a little shark girl makes more money than she.
Yeah.
Korone isn't a dude. No, I don't. There is not a dude. I don't think there's a dude who could pull that.
I didn't say dude. I said Doog. D-O-G.
Yeah, D-O-O-G. Yeah, the Doog. Yeah. They did a what do you call it? They did a stream the other night, and it's just the only reason it was on my timeline on YouTube was because I've been watching the Ekum Bokum memes.
Oh yes.
Those are great.
Those are great.
And they did one with Korone where it was she had to speak English. If she spoke Japanese, the stream was over.
How long did she last?
45 minutes.
Good job.
Yeah, it's like she was playing Super Mario Brothers and she accidentally called the mushroom by the Japanese name.
Ah.
Yeah. And her laugh is just adorable.
It is.
Like Micah's probably got thinking around. He's like, I don't even. How did we get? He's like, LOL, these stupid weebs, as he's putting together a gun.
Well, the important thing to remember is the only thing more marketably powerful than girls in low-cut shirts with large breasts is cute girls doing cute things. They will always sell more for some reason.
Preferably anime cute girls.
Yeah.
And Project Melody basically just combines the two.
True.
Kind of. That's also part of the problem with Brittany Venti's crap was she was trying to say that, well, here's Project Melody, and this is just because she's a little girl and did the same ballpark, blah 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 blah. These things are bad. And then she cried more, and everyone laughed. Actually, the members of the Hololive staff, like at the company, are showing up to roast Brittany Venti.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't know she was still in any ways relevant.
She's not. I mean, she's really only known for 2 things: the "He Will Not Divide Us" streams, and that one time on that Chan board. You know the one.
Oh no!
What are we
What
unwilling about?
I hesitate to show this to Micah while he's doing what he's doing right now, but I'm going to just to give him something to think about.
Corone takes English lessons. Well, I'm happy for her. You know,
Check out those screenshots, Micah.
Give me just a sec here.
Yeah, no problem. Guys,
oh no!
Guys, I'm just gonna say with what Micah's doing right now, I showed him something that would be very cursed.
Oh, it hurts just to look at it. But I can see why this happened. Does it say what scale this was?
Oh man, that's a bad fucking day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has got to be like a 1/144th. Cause take it away. Take it away. Take it away from me.
Like the responses are people just saying, "I'm so sorry." Changus is like, "Show us."
Can we? You don't want to see it, guys. Just put F's in the chat. Trust me, F's in the chat.
Yeah. Basically, I guess I can describe it, right? We can describe it, right? Well, you know what? Hold on. Well, Micah doesn't give me.
Give me a minute.
I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say you.
I'm kind of
give
having
me
a
your
weird thing with this, so we'll figure it out here in just a sec.
You should give me mod status. What do you think, chat? Give Optimus mod status.
Hold on.
If you're doing that, you got to give me mod status too.
Yeah, you got to share.
Yeah.
Because we don't, you know, if I get it, Xavier has to get it. That way, it'll be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it works.
I'm not gonna do anything irresponsible like wave around my big wrench peepee. That's not something I would do at all.
No.
I'm trying to find Optimus saying something in the chat so I can mod him.
Well, how about this? How's that?
Hey.
Banana.
I got Xavier.
Yep, I just said something in chat, so.
There we go.
Chat, look at me. Look at me, chat. Look at me. I have the big
I thought you were
peepee
gonna
now.
put in something in the chat, so I'm like, oh, okay.
I
But,
almost did. But there's the direct link, folks, if you want it, and I think Mike is going to show it on there. Hang in a second here.
Yeah, let me
He's got to do not StreamYards. OBS shenanigans.
Trigger warning dismemberment.
Such a shame that Gundam had a family.
He was only 2 days from retirement.
Yeah.
That's awful.
He was going to finally take his dream vacation with the boat he just paid off with his wife. The USS Live Forever.
So yeah, that would, ugh. That shit is heart-wrenching.
It gets worse the longer you look at it, because then you understand that, oh no.
As soon as Changa saw it, he said, "There, that's like F." Oh.
We kept telling him, Gundam, just retire already. He said, no, I can't. They need me on the shelf.
Oh, I fucked something up, damn it. Alright.
What'd you do?
I just put something in upside down.
Well,
That's not so bad.
what did we learn?
Don't put things in upside down?
Exactly.
Well, it's a Japanese model kit. Stop reading the French instructions.
There's only Japanese instructions in this.
Like Gundam, what the fuck is that?
So how are you? Did you find some English instructions, or are you just?
No, it's
winging
just
it?
there's pictures, so
Oh, okay.
you just kind of have to I have a tendency to read too fast because I am admittedly a very fast reader, which makes me like a great editor, but not so great at putting models together.
Damn it all! Yeah, thankfully for the most part, they've got little, they got a bit of a key with some visuals to let you know what the moon runes mean at the beginning. If they want you to do something specific, like cut here, sticker here.
Yeah, exactly.
I wish they'd had better English instructions when I was building these when I was a kid, because this is the first time I ever run into decals, was the master grade GPO1 I built when I was in middle school. Like, Gundam Week just came out. I want these really cool model kits, and then they got this like $60 GPO1, and I told you about the store where I got the Stars Memory VHS.
Oh yeah.
So I'm like, I don't want Wing Gundam. I want GPO1. GPO1's way cooler. Although it gets its ass kicked in the first episode I see with it. But GPO1 is like way cooler once it gets upgraded, and this one's fully upgraded, and I want it, and it's tall, and it's like so many parts. So of course the first thing I do when I build it is I lose the part for the eyes. And then it's gone forever. Yes, I dropped it at my desk, and it didn't fly off anywhere, it just fell on the floor. And despite days of looking, it was simply gone.
Oh.
That's fine, I didn't need it. It didn't hold anything together, it just meant that he was not going to have eyes, and that was fine.
Yeah, he didn't need those anyway.
Yeah. He still looked cool. And of course I learned that these are display pieces and not toys. I learned that the hard way, because if you move them around too much, especially way too quickly, you actually burn out the poly caps for the joints, and they stop holding. But anyway, the decals. So I get these decals, and I have no idea how they fucking work. And there's only one person in my family that's got any experience with modeling, and he's only ever used water slide decals, and these are dry rubs.
Yep. So yeah, here we got the torso finished, including the arms. It's looking pretty good so far. This way.
And this is a regular Wing Zero, right? This isn't.
Yeah, this is Glory, or I don't remember what it's called. Something of the Losers.
Yeah, Glory of the Losers.
There.
Oh.
It was a side story or continuation.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, looking good.
Yeah.
The only thing that I have is like the shoulder pieces are a little loose, but it's not a big deal.
Is what it is.
There's life, my friend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now that that's done, set him over here. So
Too bad you don't have.
it says here that the next part is the legs. So this will be fun.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's start talking about Gundam. People enough Transformers. It's a Gundam stream.
Okay.
Well, that's why you wait for Xavier. You know I only got so much knowledge about Gundam.
Fair point.
Well, the first thing you need to know is that Camille is a girl's name.
Yes.
Yes. And
literally a sentence that starts a war.
And Char Aznavour and Quattro Bagina are two different people.
Yes.
They're not the same person.
They are definitely not the same person.
Okay.
And Casfald Daikun he died many years ago.
Right. You saw that post I did earlier, right?
Yeah, I did, dude.
Where's the lie, though? Where's the lie?
The fact that you used the picture from Gundam the Orange. You were like, this is Char Aznavour and and Quattro Vegeta at the same time. As you can see, they are not the same person.
Where's the lie? That's the best part.
I just thought it was kind of funny when they were, like, people act like they were shocked when they found out.
It.
I'm like, shut up. Stop it. Like,
wasn't it like, I think it was Amuro?
Amuro saw him and knew who he was immediately.
Yeah. Amuro knew immediately.
Bright may have known, but Bright may not have been sure, because Bright only heard his voice.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
There's this like channel, I forgot what it's called, but he's like, you know, they're taking, it's a scene from Zeta where he's just going like, he's like, you know, I, Quattro Vegeta, am not Char Aznavour, even though Char Aznavour is a really cool dude.
Char Aznavour, I don't know who that guy is, but he sounds like a really cool dude.
Mm-hmm. He had a really cool mask, and his hair was just luxurious. I am totally not him, but if I was him, that would be really cool too.
He had a huge wang, and all the women loved him.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it was now. I'm just glad that now I know the context for the "I came to laugh at you."
That is like one of the best memes.
And yeah, the other thing I found interesting is Amuro never sets foot in a Gundam in the entirety of Zeta.
Oh, and then there's my other favorite line from that from Zeta from Quattro, quote unquote. I never betrayed anyone in my entire life.
Oh, oh no!
At one point, like a few years ago, we did this when.
Hello?
When
what?
He's gone.
All right, I'm back. Hello.
All right, you're back.
Okay, yeah, I'm like I'm gonna have to get a new headset again, boys. But one of our friends took Frieza's face and put it on that in Char's spacesuit, and it was like just Frieza saying, "I never betrayed anyone in my entire life."
There's a video on YouTube called "Char Aznavour is a very good friend."
Mm-hmm.
That it starts with him saying that, and then it's just everybody he's ever betrayed.
Well, when you look at it from his perspective, he hasn't betrayed anyone because he knew exactly what he was doing.
I never was on your side.
Yeah. V Gundam taught me that bikinis don't provide adequate protection from beam saber.
That what now?
Yeah,
okay. You know what, Xavier, you got to tell him this one. You got to tell Micah about this story.
What do you know about Victory Gundam?
Not much.
Okay. If Zeta is the darkest Gundam, Victory is the bloodiest in terms of even the scrubs and the nameless, nobodies. You see those motherfuckers die in their cockpit every time.
Oh jeez.
The main cast is obliterated. Like, of the main cast on both sides, only like 3 or 4 walk away of a cast of a dozen or more.
Jeez.
It's fucking brutal. Especially the all-women special forces group, the Shrike team. Despite being excellent pilots and, being very attractive designs, they get fucking wrecked and murdered all the time.
Jeez.
It always seems to happen right around the time the main character, Uso, the youngest Gundam pilot to sit in the seat. To this day, I believe he still holds the record. Every time they like bond with him and kind of form that like older sister vibe, or give him the thing that he needs, like it's gonna be okay because I've got people supporting me, they die that episode. And it's
Jeez.
always horrible. Well, anyway, towards the end of the series, some bad shit was going on, as it does, and they're trying to stop a psycho super weapon. It's basically a Psycom weapon of mass destruction on global scale, called the Angel Halo.
Names to run away from really fast.
Oh yeah, and it was supplied and built by Jupiter.
Oh,
in secret.
Goody.
So there's this crazy bitch that everyone fucking hates, who basically took our masked rival character for the show, and basically he kidnapped her because she was friends with our main character and thought that she would be a useful source of information. She went along with it to be a spy. She got Stockholmed so fucking hard, she Stockholmed him. So now he's kind of her puppet, and she's fucking out of her mind. And her goal is, I'm gonna play this guy against Uso and make them fight to the death, and the winner I will shower with my love. Crazy bitch. So anyway, she gets a bunch of women that she gets to boss around for some reason, and Uso's coming, and she knows he's coming. And her plan is, and even her subordinates say, I don't know about this, this seems really fucking stupid. And she says, trust me. Wear these bikinis, and the pilot of the white mobile suit will be so enthralled by your beauty, he won't be able to do anything.
I've seen that scene.
And it didn't work out for him at all. Especially the one that ate a beam saber.
Oh, yes, I remember, yeah. That was, goodness.
Xavier, is that the one where he was carrying around the helmet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Earlier, like 10 episodes earlier, they were fighting Zanskar on Earth, because for some reason, their plan was, we've got these battleships on these big fucking wheels, and we're gonna destroy the Earth by just rolling over everything. And it sounds really fucking stupid, except it was fucking working.
Ah.
The Federation couldn't stand up to him because the Federation at that point was like super fucking lame duck. I mean, the Federation wasn't doing anything about them, even as the Zanskar was building bases on Earth and basically saying, this area is under our control, we run it, and if you argue with us, you're gonna get guillotined. And then they put a guillotine in the town square.
Chimanelli.
And they used it numerous times. The guillotine actually gets used on somebody really early on. And Uso actually develops a fear of the guillotine. Because he has a nightmare that he gets guillotined. And
who wrote Victory? Is that a Tomino one?
That is a Tomino one.
Chimanelli.
Go ahead, get to the good part.
So anyway, Uso's mom's been kidnapped. Uso's mom basically works at what's left of Anaheim, because Anaheim is not, because, you know, every Gundam protagonist's parent works at Anaheim.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Except for Seabook, his mom worked at SNRI, which was just the Federation version of Anaheim, so they could stop giving Anaheim money.
Yeah.
So anyway, she works in Anaheim, and she gets captured to use as bait and, you know, as a human shield. He goes to save her, and he almost saves her. When all of a sudden one of the battleships on wheels hits a fucking rock and spins out like a fucking guy on a skateboard.
Oh, good lord.
And the ship flings out, smashes into her, takes her fucking head off in front of him, and he watches her die that way, and then he fucking loses it, and I think he blows up that ship.
Jeez.
And later on, he shows up with the helmet, because she was in a spacesuit, and they're like, Uso, what do you have there? This was my mom. And then they look, he's like, holy, there's a fucking head in this helmet. and he carries it around for 2 weeks until they get back to his homeland on Earth so that he can bury it. And as far as I can tell, nobody fucking talked to him the entire time. Like, nobody sat him down to have, Uso, that is a person's head.
Yeah. I mean, it smells. You can smell that, right?
Yeah, I mean,
This was my mom. Like, yes.
Was.
Dude, you don't have to carry it all the time. We have a cooler. We'll just move the sandwiches over.
Pinscrap says Tamino was in a depression phase when writing.
Oh God,
Victory.
yeah.
From what I'm hearing, I
Tomino's
believe it.
depressions are notorious.
Yeah.
Part of it was that Bandai bought Sunrise, which meant that now everything was going to become just toy commercials instead of serious productions that double as toy commercials.
Yeah.
And he was already miserable from the beginning because Victory was supposed to start a specific way. The Victory Gundam did not show up until episode 4 originally.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere in the early production of the line of episodes, it's like they're at episode 5 or 6 in production, and Bandai comes in and is like, no. What? The Victory Gundam needs to be in the first episode, but the episodes are already fucking made. And
oh God,
so,
they had to splice it together, didn't they?
Worse. Episode 4 now airs first.
Oh no. So now we're already out of sync. We're out of continuity. Okay.
So we come in the middle of a fight. We have no idea who this guy is, who this asshole in a mask is, or what the hell's going on or why we should care. We have no idea. Whereas they started out with episode 1, it'd been great because, a fucking grown-ass man gets the shit kicked out of him and gets his mobile suit jacked by a fucking 11-year-old who was parasailing and accidentally ran into him.
So what you're saying is the antagonist was Brutus the Barber Beefcake.
Yeah, our master rival for this show is extremely lacking. He's also... He represents a government that is run by a matriarchal figure. Most of the elite pilots in his military are women. He himself only got his high-ranking position because of nepotism. He's the queen's little brother. And yet, he's crying about patriarchy. I shit you not. That's a thing that Chronicle Asher cries about, is that, patriarchy and women's rights. Despite everything that exists in reality. He's just a bad character. He always wears a fucking... And his reason for wearing a mask all the time, Earth smells bad.
Oh, well. What a jerk.
Racist.
Yeah. What are you trying to say? That's what I would say. What are you trying to say?
So, episodes 1, 2, and 3 then had to have new intros added to them so that it doesn't seem out of place. Now, one of the characters starts off by saying, "This is our current situation. We've got the Victory Gundam, and we're being hounded. And it wasn't like this. It didn't always. It started a few days ago." So now the first three, the first 3 actual episodes start off with stupid fucking contextual flashbacks. Also, they humanize the Zanskare troops like really fast. Like, one of them, after Uso fights and bails out of his mobile suit, Uso gets out with the gun to take him prisoner or whatever, and the dude breaks down and cries because he's fighting an 11-year-old, and that things have gotten so fucking bad that 11-year-olds are becoming mobile suit pilots to fight the war. He breaks down and cries, and he can't live with himself because of it. That he's created such a world, and he basically says, "Get away while you still can," and then he suicide bombs himself. He pops a grenade and just explodes. Bad times all around. But Victory Gundam is where they started doing like really cruel shit with beam sabers, like putting the beam saber up to somebody's cockpit, then turning it on.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
I done goofed again.
Let's see.
And you seeing this knife work over here, Xavier? Oh, he worries me. He's like, he's aiming that knife right towards his own self piece. And
Again, that's what band-aids are for.
well, yeah, but you know,
All right, I'm gonna...
you nick an artery, you'll be saying,
You were supposed to look out for him. I did. I looked out while he cut himself.
I have a first aid kit. I'll be fine. I got stitches in there.
Yeah, there's one of the I sent a clip. It's one of the members of the Shrike team buying it, and with cruelty to with beam sabers. For some reason, it's Spanish subtitles.
Nah, I will have to just watch it at some point because it as gruesome as it sounds. It also sounds kind of awesome.
It's actually one of my favorites.
Because when I tune into a real robot show, I tend to expect that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The other the Victory Gundam itself is very weird in that it is high performance, but it's also like really cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember how the Impulse Gundam works, where he flew out in a core fighter, and they would launch a torso and legs?
Yeah.
They stole that from the Victory Gundam.
Okay.
Except the Victory Gundam, once they got a ship, and they weren't just a roving band of refugees and freedom fighters, Uso would do this thing where if his Gundam got damaged, he would just throw the legs or the torso at his enemy, and then get a new one sent. Because if he threw his legs at somebody and they sent him a new pair of legs, the new legs always came with a fresh beam rifle.
Yeah. Hey, Harlequin, this is just a chill stream, buddy. Relax. So we had a little spur brigade here in a second ago either. So.
It is also, it never shows up in the show, although there's a couple hints, but you learn more about it in the production notes. Uso was supposed to be Char's great-grandkid.
Ah. Interesting.
Microwaving?
Making rice. Cheddar broccoli rice. Yeah, one of those dollar packs in the store. They
All right.
cheap, but they good eating.
So some people are coming in here. I don't think you've been on this channel before, on the Micah and The Hatman channel. This is more of a chill, like, sort of thing. Not really like your normal comic skate stream or anything like that. So all of my stuff is just in the chat, you know. And then Xavier and Optimus, they can drop the Peregrine link for anybody who hasn't bought it yet in the chat if they want to. But so please stop spamming my chat. I don't want to have to kick you out of the channel.
Come on, dude. We're just hanging out, having a good time.
Yeah.
Get your saxophone out.
Yeah.
Damn it, man.
Let's just sit here and jam on the saxophone.
Okay, that takes care of that.
Tyler Preston, you were right. The F91 novelization is better than the movie because it says all the stuff that was supposed to happen.
Yeah, exactly. No, you didn't testify. Shut the fuck up. This is the sort of shit that I have to deal with every day, guys. It's not really very fun.
It's so weird to watch you do that with a multi-tool instead of just having some model nippers.
I know, right? Gojira, don't even start. These spurgs kind of follow people from channel to channel and just bother them. Jesus Christ, guys. It's one thing that I've never understood about the internet is like, why on earth do people like Brigade? It's like there's better things to do with your time, like assemble model kits, which is what I'm doing.
Well, the thing about brigading is either it works or it doesn't. Either the person gets surprised, they don't know what to do, and they freak out and they tilt, or it doesn't work. That's true of just about anything.
Yeah, and there is I don't know, some people just seem to be a little obsessive over the whole Comicsgate thing. You know? I think that at this point, some people just need to chill the fuck out over stuff. Everybody infers meaning where there isn't any. Everybody seems to assume the worst intentions of everyone. And I do not get it.
Is what it is.
What you don't understand, Micah, is that I can read between the lines. I know the truth because I cracked the code. The Da Vinci Code for the original Xbox, which I will play one of these days because I have it.
Nah. Wrong button.
Thinking about playing one of these days Gundam Side Story on my Dreamcast.
Mm-hmm.
Be a real boring fucking game to play by myself, though.
What, Gundam Side Story?
Yeah. You're in the cockpit.
Mm-hmm.
So you're controlling the pilot, not the mech, and that can make it difficult. I remember I beat it the first time I played it, and the last time I played it, I could only get to mission 4.
Mm-hmm.
who I had to fight. I think I had to fight some Efreets. Could also play Zeonic Front, because
That one was kind of tough.
It gets a lot easier when you actually go through the tedious tutorial to find out all the shit you can do. Like
That is true.
I played through the whole fucking game not knowing that I could go faster than walk. Like, this game is pretty great. Too bad it takes for fucking ever to get anywhere. How the fuck am I supposed to beat these time, constraints for these missions? You know? Oh, I just got a Dom. That does do everything with a Dom. This is fine. I got a Galf, but it's not as good as I had hoped. Damn. Oh, turns out I just had to hold a fucking button. Who knew?
There we go.
Also, don't fight the Gundam.
I don't even remember when the Gundam shows up.
There's a mission that takes place right before in the series where the Black Tristar fights Amuro.
Oh, right.
You're part of a scouting mission that is supposed to gather data on White Base, but you can run into the Gundam, and if you run into the Gundam, you lose. There is no, but what if you lose. Because he shoots you with the beam rifle and you fucking die.
Yeah.
You can also hear him on the radio making short work of your fucking squaddies, because you deploy in 3 teams.
Yeah.
That you can kind of, rotate control of, and you can change all their loadouts. You can hear him make short work of them. And he'd be like, 1, 2! He starts counting his fucking kills like he did when he fought the Dom Tropans in space.
Yeah, I remember that. Hey, failure by winnings here. What's going on, buddy?
What up?
Okay. That's taken care of. Need H5 and H3.
Yeah, just let that cool for a little bit.
Martyr just wrapped up her Persona 4 Gold stream. We got Jack Frost. I do not know what that means. I know who Martyr is. Martyr's awesome.
Jack Frost is a mascot character for the Persona series.
That makes sense. And oh, that neck pop felt great.
I talked to Martyr in a minute. I need to get up with her sometime.
Yep. So I followed her ages ago. And every now and again her Persona streams pop up, and I'm like, you know what? Let's send some people her way.
One of the more hilarious things that you'll ever get is her driving home from work, dealing with LA traffic.
Oh, good lord.
I didn't know some curse words existed.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
C6.
Why have you never heard these words? Because they are on the words so infamous they offend even God. That's why we don't write them down.
Reminds me of the Cursed Words episode of South Park.
Look, Microb! God must hate it as much as I do!
That was I don't know if y'all remember the old George Carlin show. It didn't last. I think it only lasted a season. But he actually did the 7 words you can't say on TV episode.
Yeah.
And it was so funny because he was doing all kinds of he was doing all kinds of words like trying to get around the censor, you know? He's like, and there was this guy and he went outside and he pricked himself. You know? Things like that. And he did his whole spiel of like, using words that you use but in different contexts you can use on TV, right?
Yeah.
And then they says, "What are you going to do now?" He's, "I'm going to go the beep outside."
I remember that weird era of the 90s where they would just give stand-up comedians TV shows and tell them to build their act out of, build the show out of their act. Remember the Jeff Foxworthy show?
Yes. Yes, I do.
That was a fucking weird show.
Had a pretty good line in the first show, though.
Huh.
I'm the first person to marry out of my family in 3 generations.
I remember the tornado episode, where at the end of the episode, their fucking roof is gone, like half their house is gone,
Mm-hmm.
and it just ends with, if you have to drive around town looking for your roof after the tornado comes by, you might be a redneck. Something like that, I don't remember.
It sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I remember like one of his stand-ups where he had where he talked about how it seems that that mobile home parks are tornado magnets.
Yeah.
And he said, and they never get like a normal person on TV after. It's always the woman with like the curlers still in her hair and in her bathrobe and her pink slippers,
Holding the cat.
holding the cat, and she's like, "It was pandalarium. I thought we'd be killed, or even worse."
If you've been on TV more than 5 times describing what the tornado sounded like, you might be a redneck. It was always weird because, when they would give a stand-up comedian a show, it was always the same fucking show.
Yep.
You're a guy, you live with your wife, and it's your life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so Seinfeld.
Yeah.
If Jerry were married, so it's just your normal life, and somehow you work your jokes into episodes. At least Jerry was smart enough to know that the joke that he opens the fucking episode with doesn't have to be the thing of the episode. This is what this episode is about. This one joke I told this one time at a fucking comedy bar in Seattle or wherever.
Well, now with Seattle, comedy bars are verboten.
Yeah.
Because you might get some wrong thinking there.
Wrong thingnasiums. It's haram.
Leave Harambe out of this. He died for our sins.
Hey, I'm right here.
Oh.
He has risen! He has returned to us!
And he's a white boy. I mean, those Harambe memes were hilarious. I don't care what anybody says.
Did you ever play Harambe versus Capcom?
No.
I did.
Oh.
That was a blast. Though they threw like fucking Shin M. Bison at you at the end, and I'm like, fuck all of you.
Yeah. I still love the fact that so many people got cheesed at the people that wrote Harambe as the write-in vote for the 2016 election.
Oh, that was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if they voted Clinton, all the people that voted Harambe still wouldn't have won. She still wouldn't have won.
Harambe lives within us. All
right, I lied. I'm just Harambe's white cousin.
Oh, okay. You're the vanilla cousin.
I'm his Jewish cousin.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh wait, I apparently need to explain that again.
Mm-hmm.
So some brainlets on Twitter, hi Vicky, apparently don't understand how someone can be of Jewish ancestry and become a Christian.
Because Jews are a people, not just a faith.
Yes.
Like, I can convert to Judaism, but I'm not genetically Jewish, and I don't know how they feel about that. I don't know if my kids, become, genetically more Jewish than me, if I convert to Judaism and then they become Jews. I don't know how it works. It's,
I can actually explain that. So here's how I found out, and how we found out that Micah was Yudin. Is the way that it goes is you have to be on your mother's side has to be Jewish. So in my particular case, my birth mother is. I never knew her, but that was told to me much later. They don't practice, but...
Okay. So, I convert to Judaism. I get married to some awesome, incredible woman that also converts to Judaism because, I don't know, she wants to be supportive of me.
Uh-huh.
We have a child.
Yes.
Because she's now Jewish. Our child becomes Jewish by birth and not just by faith.
I believe that's how it works. But I'm not 100% sure. Because there are... Though, this is one of the funniest things about Israel is... I had to explain this to somebody because they didn't know dick about Israel because they thought that everybody in Israel is a Jew. Which is not true. 20% of the population is actually Arab.
Mm-hmm.
There's also the different types of Jews. They're not the exact same.
So people didn't know this. There are actually black Jews in Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So...
No, we're not talking about black Israelites like over here in America.
That's right!
Yeah. Or as I call them, Hebrews.
Yeah, Hebrews. I love that. Oh, we're getting somewhere. We got feats.
Yeah.
Post feet, make money.
You've got a better drawing than Rob Liefeld.
This is true. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh, but yeah, the one place, like the one nation that there's more immigration to Israel than any other nation on earth, it's Ethiopia.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't know that. Okay, E is right here. God, this leg assembly is gonna be nuts. So I need 2 PC8s, which are right over here. I have been doing this for 4 hours now.
I think Ethiopia is where all our quarters and nickels were going back during the 90s, because was it a quarter a day? Quarter a day to adopt a starving Ethiopian child?
Something like that.
Yeah. It was something like that. Yeah.
Who can say where the road... Yeah.
It was In the Arms of the Angels.
Oh, that's right. Only Time is the one
Angel...
for the SPCA. That's right.
Wait, I thought Arms of the Angel was also ASPCA.
Was it?
Yeah.
It might have been that when they were done doing the Adopt a Starving Child,
They said
they weren't using it anymore.
Yeah.
Well, they're not using it anymore.
Changa says they love them oil, but not as much as Bush. Hey, Bushy, what do you think about the oil over there in the Middle East?
Ooh, they got oil? I can use that for my flaming hoop of danger. Dick got mad at me when I was making the immigrants, jump through it for green cards. Like, come on, Jose, it's gonna be great. You're right up on my Segway, and you're going through there, flipping hoops, gonna it's gonna slow down, like, and then the crowd's gonna be like, yeah, and then you'll be American. It never turned out that way though. And then Donald Rumsfeld would come out and beat George Bush with a sack of oranges.
Don't leave a bruise.
Ow, Garummy, no, not the oranges! No, those are from a soccer game!
I love the fact that your Bush impression is just that of a spastic child.
Well, I stole it from a podcast that did a skit show about it.
Oh, okay.
Makes me laugh so much so I still have the entire run, saved as MP3s. That's just forever. That's George Bush in my head. It's just their version.
I think like there was a you remember what was that little cartoon they had a long time ago, Little Bushes or something like that?
Yep. It is highly suspected that the idea for that was ripped off of these guys' show, because it was a lot of the same jokes, and their show had been doing it for like multiple years at that point.
Yeah, but I remember like one of the I saw it in a commercial because I never watched the show actually, but in the commercial it was like Bush and I think his chief of staff and Cheney and some other person, and there was like, we can't find the president's speech, and Bush goes, "Oh, don't worry about it, I just wing it," and everybody went, "No."
In one episode of the podcast skit, it was it found out that Bush normally he gets his stuff off the teleprompter, but what Dick didn't know is that somebody gave him an earpiece so they could say the speech to him, and when he didn't need a teleprompter anymore, he would just have the tech guy pipe in some SpongeBob so he could watch it while he's doing his speech.
So kind of like what they're doing with Biden now.
Yeah.
Wait, Corn Pop was in SpongeBob?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Man, I went back and I had to go back and watch that Corn Pop speech. I'm like, what is this man talking about? Now Corn Pop was a bad dude. He had one of them switchblades, and the groundskeeper said, "You take this chain out there." And what do you do with the chain? I don't know. Just take the chain out there. He's all right. He said. So I went up to Corn Pop, told him first thing. Said, "Man, first thing I'm gonna say, I apologize for I'm calling you whatever it was he called her. I forgot what it was now." And he said, and then he said, "Okay," and he walked away.
But was he ever really there? I don't know.
Just make sure the kids hear words. Play the radio. Make sure the kids listen to the record player at night.
My lady friend, who's a bit of a lefty, was talking about, and this is going to be the end of the political discussion today. She was talking about Donald Trump being in control of like nuclear codes. I'm like, so you would prefer Joe Biden?
What's this button do? Bloop. Oh, I'd say, did you see that article that came out like about probably last week, where he was talking about like it was somebody was in the White House in the Oval Office, and he had this thing where it was like it was a button on the desk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
Button.
so and he goes like, "They don't want me," and he literally said, "They don't want me having this," and he pushes it away,
Mm-hmm.
And then as they're in there, like, everybody's like, having a conversation, he kind of inches it closer to him, and then suddenly he presses it. Everybody freezes,
Yeah.
and then an attendant comes in with a Diet Coke, and he said, and Trump just started laughing his butt off because
That is an awesome prank.
I was gonna say, the levels of fucking verification that you have to go through just to trigger a nuclear launch.
yeah, because it isn't just the president.
Has to be confirmed by one of the chiefs of staff.
Yep,
Right.
and even then, it has to be finally confirmed by the launch base essentially.
Yeah, by NORAD.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like it is a long process. It doesn't, theoretically speaking, if we were in a nuclear standoff to where it can happen any minute, they've already gone through the processes already.
Yeah.
They've already said, here's your unlock codes. The weapons are released. Stand by for further orders.
Mhm.
They've cracked open the plastic cases. They've read the numbers to each other. They've confirmed it. They've got the key in the ignition. They've got the red switches flipped, and now the big red light up button that says Doomsday with a skull on it is lighting up enticingly.
Yeah.
We're already at that stage. In that situation. But here, the fact that you have to go through all those steps, there's all those steps where we could, hey, whoa, what the fuck are we doing? Let's stop.
There's quite a few okay, let's take a step back here moments before
exactly.
you get to that point.
And even if, God forbid, one of them does get fired off, they have abort sequences where the fucking rocket just stops. And falls.
because and also they don't arm until near impact, right?
Exactly.
I forget.
Yeah. I think I remember that. Tyler Preston. Oh God, it sounds a lot like Japanese bureaucracy.
Kinda, yeah. How many fucking levels it takes for, a guy in a fucking attack helicopter staring down Godzilla, requesting permission to fire before he finally gets the A-OK, then it's got to go all the way back down all those levels?
Yeah, by the time he made his request, Godzilla have already destroyed his area.
Asking permission to fire on a fucking kaiju in front of them had to go through 10 guys before it got to the guy who was allowed to say, yes, you can fire.
Mm-hmm.
Then it had to go back down those 10 guys.
Yeah, and then you realize guy number 9 is dead. Oops. And Biden would forget what he's doing in the first minute.
I'm at the point of this where I'm like, I pray I'm doing this right.
Mm-hmm. Gajira says, "You wonder why I keep attacking that country." Well, I just assumed that was your hunting ground, Gajira. That was one of the theory crafts somebody came up with for Godzilla. Why he always goes to Japan? That was actually his ancient hunting ground,
Mm.
and that's why he would go. Of course, that's on the basis that Godzilla is a millions upon millions of years old.
My dad and I had a theory, and it was, unless there was a monster fight, if it was just Godzilla smashing shit, it's because it was Thursday and that's the day he takes his walks, and he always takes the exact same fucking path, and your shit wouldn't get smashed if you wouldn't stop building it in his way.
Yeah. If you went ahead and put through the Parliament, the Godzilla walking path, priority.
Kaiju crossing, ding 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 ding.
Just let him go on by. He'd leave everything alone.
Yeah.
The only reason he's firing off his his atomic breath is because he's ticked off. He's like,
You're shooting at him.
They're shooting at him. He's getting buildings stuck in his feet. I mean, come on. That's just.
Yeah.
How would you feel?
What did Skyrim teach us? Every time a fucking dragon shoots fire, he's just yelling some, swear words.
Think about think about us stepping on a Lego. Now think about that. Godzilla stepping on somebody's house. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You have to be more considerate of the kaiju.
Yeah.
They are an endangered species, after all.
Exactly.
You fucking kaijist.
Okay.
Kaijus are the most underrepresented and overly oppressed minority. Most of the time, they spend on their whole lives on a tiny island, and if they try to leave, the army shoots at them until they go back. That's real oppression.
You know, remember the line we had in fact it was part of your scene, Xavier, in Godzilla vs. Gigantic Bridged.
Yeah.
It's like, well, call the can we bring in the military? No, wait, bring in the American military. It's like, sorry, but they won't take our calls anymore because you kept pranking them. You got a lot to answer for, Mr. Johnson.
Motherfucker was taking the deuce in my urinal.
That was like one of the funniest sequences. Like my man's goes up, and it's your voice, of course. He said like, "I want to know who took a shit in the urinal. Oh, by the way, there's some monster showing up. Y'all might want to take care of that." It cuts to the scene of the monster showing up. And he comes back to you and says, "No, seriously, who did it?"
You mind telling me what the hell's going on here?
Oh, by the way, somebody in my patrons Discord requested that I watch a movie called Journey into Space.
Mm-hmm. Sounds familiar.
Johnny and his stupid robot never go to space. I'm still very upset by that.
Wait, it's called Journey into Space, and they don't go to space?
They don't go to space. It's Johnny Soko and his giant robot.
Huh.
Also known as Giant Robo.
Oh.
And I'm like, but it's not called Giant Robo. It's just called Journey into Space. And I'm watching it the whole time, and I'm going, why are you not going to space? Like, what are you doing?
This story lacks space and a journey.
Yeah. Instead, there's like some weird terrorist group and all this other shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
And it's a live action one.
Yes. And hilariously dubbed in English.
Johnny Sacco and his flying robot.
I thought that it was something that I had seen on Mystery Science Theater at first. Because like I started watching, I'm like, is this the He Tried to Kill Me with a Forklift movie? And they're like, no, that's a different one. Fuck.
One thing we should watch sometime is Supaidaman.
Is that another live-action movie?
That's a Japanese Spider-Man.
Oh.
Supaidaman! The Emissary of Hell. Spider-Man.
The Emissary of Hell?
That's how he introduces himself the one time.
The Emissary of Hell.
The Emissary of Hell. The Soldier of Love. Spider-Man.
Man. Spider-Man in Japan is hardcore.
He gets his own fucking robot. He gets a souped-up fucking car that flies through the air, like its mask. It links up with his the great spider ship, the Marveler, and it turns into his giant fighting robot, Leopardon.
I never understood why the robot was called Leopardon. That don't make any sense to me.
He's got a cat face on his chest.
Oh god. Micah's face.
Fucking Japan. I say as assembling a Gundam.
Yeah.
For the same reason that that dude has a cat on his face in J-Decker, because it looks cool.
Japan is smoking nuke smoke again. Oh no.
Huh, I was wrong. I thought Leopardon had a cat on his face.
I think somebody. I think somebody one time said it's like the first nuke gave us Godzilla, the second nuke gave us anime. Why didn't we just finish the job with a third movie?
Well, at that point, cat girls become real.
You're probably right.
We should have done it again.
Let's
Okay,
not.
that's Leopardon.
Women are hard enough to deal with. I don't need women that are also cats.
Y'all remember during the 2016 one of the memes was that Donald Trump would make anime real,
Oh, good lord.
and then the night he got elected, when everybody was going crazy that he actually, the madman actually did it. There were fake articles already coming out, and it said Donald Trump wins presidency. A portal to Catgirl dimension opens in Tokyo.
Oh, good lord.
I remember when he did that exploitable of him doing the executive order, and all the use we got out of that. One of them was just a big sign that says "Anime is real."
Yeah. Of course, we had that one with Matt Myers' head, just him just showing, like, here's Matt Myers, hey, everybody.
Funny thing about Spider-Man's giant robot is someone stole the suit halfway through production of the show.
Oh no.
So they had to finish instead of building a new suit, because those suits cost money. And part of a tokusatsu is you're making a show that's going to make a lot of money but not cost a lot, so it's maximizing profit.
Yeah.
They just reused footage from with clever editing, not so clever editing, using robot shit from the first half to finish out the rest of it.
Somebody steal the costume for of all the things. I'm gonna steal this robot costume. All right, well. How does nobody see that? How does nobody see the robot costume being stolen?
Man, they needed better security. Should have hired me.
There in the chat.
Anime is now real by executive action.
I remember when they announced that like Japan was actually trying to build a working Gundam, and I'm like, you all know I'm gonna steal that thing, right?
They got it. I think they just about got it walking now.
Oh, I know.
It moves a lot faster than I thought it would.
Yeah, me too. I saw a video of the other day. I was like, whoa, that's actually really fast.
The fact is, at this stage, this thing's proof of concept now. This is the proof of concept stage. All you need is a fucking nerd out there with enough time and money to spend on building the actual working one.
I just want people to know that Shar Aznable, I'm coming for you. Once that thing's finished, we're gonna throw down.
But Char Aznable is not around. I, Quattro Vagina, can assure you.
I've always told people, I'm like, man, if you want problems solved, just give me a Gundam in 12 days.
I used to have this stupid little idea. I said, if we wanted to like have a robot force, the best way to do it was to convert UPS trucks into robots, because there's so many UPS trucks.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? All the UPS drivers are trained mech pilots.
Fuck, I'm working for the UPS now.
UPST.
Yeah, all of a sudden, like, WTF, I love UPS now.
Okay, so that's done.
But I think mobile suits as a concept, I think you can do something with, but not at the heights that Gundam has them. I think all the shows that have them scaled down to being like 25 feet tops or smaller,
Yeah.
I think those are more realistic. Or those are like more feasible.
Yeah, but fuck that. Don't ruin my fun, Xavier.
Yeah, Xavier. Well.
I fun too. Like, I want to be a fucking robot pilot.
What's up, man? Well, yeah.
You know, I mean,
Who wouldn't?
like that's one of those. That's one of my lifelong ambitions and dreams is to pilot a giant fucking robot.
Mm-hmm.
And of all my lifelong ambitions so far, that's one of the only ones I haven't finished. You know, the ones I haven't done. I've done most of the other ones.
Still haven't banged J-Lo like a snare drum yet. That's kind of on the list.
Mm.
That
You know, it's funny. I had to do something on the what I call the work computer earlier, and had to check on bank account stuff, and the the home page is Yahoo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good lord.
But every time it seems like I boot that up, and I was like, it's stupid Yahoo. You know, it's like, election crap. You know, coronavirus, all this stuff. And then there's always that one ex-celebrity in bikini. I'm like, click. And it was funny because today it was J-Lo. So ain't nothing wrong with her.
No.
Ain't nothing wrong with her. It's like her. I think the other day was that was Selma Hayek. She's still banging too.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Yahoo is cancer, but
Salma Hayek in a bikini might cure it, though.
it's like suddenly my white blood cell count is going down. Yeah, Graveyard Shift beat the 60-day total for Sean Gordon Murphy's project.
Awesome.
Nice.
Congratulations out there, John Malin. Good job.
Do we say eat shit, Sean Gordon Murphy?
Let's wait for the final total, because even though it's like I think it'd be another like 10,000. It would be hilarious if like Malin could beat his even his in demand total right now. Kind of got the stream playing in the background, and John Malin just talking about Sean Gordon Murphy. He said he must be a sinner, or God wouldn't send me to punish him.
Ah. That's a good line, John.
Yeah. Of course, that was kind of because there was some. It wasn't by Sean Gordon Murphy, but it was like some other people who were saying like, whatever, you don't listen to John Malin when it comes to crowdfunding or something like that, right? And
What?
yeah, it was some mainstream douche nozzle, and I think that might have been when the impetus of like Malin saying let's beat Sean Gordon Murphy,
Yeah, don't listen to the guy who has gotten 6 figures on every single campaign he has done.
and improved every time.
Growth, what's that? Profit, what's that?
Yeah, how dare you?
Yep.
I'm not in this to make money.
Then you're doing it wrong.
I'm in this to spend other people's money. Well, good job, jerk face. Well, good job, jerk face.
So let's look here. Check these campaigns. Whoop. So Graveyard Shift, the first one was $106,000. That was the first one. Volume 2 was $174,000. And then there was a Volume 2 Huerta variant, which was $73,000. So I don't know if you combine those two. I guess you could, but. And of course, like I said, now we're sitting on this one at $253,000 currently. It'll probably go up a little more in the next few hours.
here in a little bit.
Where you going?
Getting some vodka.
A little late, isn't it?
I just gotta go to the freezer and back.
Oh. I thought you were talking about like you were going to leave. Like, what the
Well, after a couple of drinks, I'm gonna go bye-bye, but I'm still gonna be here.
Xavier's here, but Xavier is long gone.
Sorry I'm not being super talkative. I'm kind of focused, oddly enough.
Oh yeah. You gotta get that bottom half built.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Molses don't need legs. Who told you that? It's done now. Get out there.
I think it'd be kind of cool if like you had like a little background set where you could take the torso part and put it on some chains, like hanging it.
Yeah. That would be cool.
That was a diorama I wanted to do a long time ago. It was like a busted up ground GM from 8th MS team. It's kind of dangling there. And it's all busted up, and it's like old and lots of dirt. And there's a big sign in front of it that just says parts ordered. And beside it are Gigans. So them parts ain't ever coming in.
Okay.
Actually, I had an idea for a great diorama that I was going to enter into the GBWC one year. Then I never made it. And I don't think I ever will. So I don't mind talking about it.
Yeah.
It was going to be a 2-sided diorama. And it was basically it was going to be an advert for a TV show. Again, this is a diorama for a model kit, for model building. And the idea would be that it would be an RX-79 kind of like covered in dirt and grime, like reaching out of like this jungle mesh. And the advert is for the 8th MS team show. Because in Gundam lore, all the members of the 8th team wrote their memoirs about their events, and one of them got picked up and became a show. It was broadcast to the colonies. And that's where the other side of the diorama comes in, which is it shows the space version of the EZ-8, which only exists in this fictional show. Because the show was so popular, they couldn't let the show end where it actually ended. Where the story actually ended. So, Shiro and Ida didn't, disappear mysteriously after the Obserus. No! He fucking got the EZ-8 fixed! He put a couple of battleship guns on there and rigged it for space! And he went there so that he could fight Nabawaku and some other guys! And it was going to be on the other side, I was going to build the space version of the EZ-8. And it was going to be the advert for the second season.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Like a super obscure Gundam lore. Fucking TV show in the universe of a TV show.
There we go. Making progress on the legs.
You got new legs, Lieutenant Dan? Oh, damn, I've only had a little bit out of this bottle. This bottle's almost still full.
Oh my God! I think you said to remind you. Did you pick up Graveyard Shift?
I did.
Okay. I know you said like remind you to do it because you were waiting to get paid.
Oh yeah, like the instant I got paid this month, I bought it like.
Nah.
I think that was like my first purchase, like after I paid my bills.
Sweet.
I had to clamp down on Octavius this week. I'm like, motherfucker, can you go over my treatment for this Sky Pirate story? Can you have that done by next week? I will try. Do or do not.
There is
Get cracking or get packing. as Yoda once said.
You remember the episode of Robot Chicken where the Kraken got out of jail
Yeah.
and he found that his wife was with another Kraken man.
And it was the same Kraken that took his job.
Yep, same Kraken that took his job, and then he ends up committing suicide, and then says, you know what they always said, get busy living or get Kraken.
Fucking
Womp womp womp.
hung himself at a halfway house. That's just tragedy.
Newsstand Direct says, if you love tiny pieces, build the RG crossbone.
Oh, I can only imagine. Or the full cloth. God, the full cloth would be a motherfucker.
Oh yeah, because they're all scaled down at that point. So the 1/100ths are only like 5 inches tall.
Oh, just in case anybody wanted to know, authorities have arrested the woman who tried to send Trump a letter with ricin.
Nice.
She was apparently at the New York-Canada border.
Nah.
So she was trying to jump.
Oof.
Oh, it originated in Canada, apparently.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Trudeau got some explaining to do.
Excuse me, Mr. Trudeau.
You know what's gonna happen is Trump's just gonna fucking glare at him, and Trudeau's just gonna recoil. Ah, not in the face.
Probably.
Then he's gonna go back home. He's like, yeah, I told Trump to kiss my ass. And he's gonna look around, and make sure that nobody, heard him say that too loudly. Yeah, fuck that guy. And then he's gonna go home and cry.
Carson Wentz gets booed despite Eagles having no fans in the stadium. That's impressive. I got to read about this. Let me just kind of glance over this one.
That's got to be some Babylon Bee shit. There's no way that's real. It's fucking hilarious, but
Sportingnews.com.
fuck.
What a more interesting.
There's no one there. Where's all this booing come from?
One of the more interesting aspects of 2020 season is the fact that there are no fans in the majority of stadiums. To counter this, broadcasters have been using fake crowd noise to simulate what fans would sound like if they were.
So they piped in booing. Oh my god.
Well, the Fox broadcast certainly captured the essence of the Eagles fan Sunday, as whoever is behind this controls the hit the boo button for Carson Wentz. The Eagles quarterback was struggling in Philadelphia's whole game against the Rams. After a failed third down throw, fans could be heard booing their quarterback.
That's definitely Philly.
Yeah.
I mean, for those who don't know,
Philly literally has...
Philly booed Santa.
And threw batteries at him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phillies are like they're literally like they're very passionate, but they're also one of the worst fan bases in America.
Yeah, like my first online stalker, which, like I said, I've been doing this a while. The current spazzes are not the first ones I've ever encountered, and my first one was from Philly, and I'm like, oh well, this makes sense.
But yeah, I'm like, oh, poor Carson Wentz. Let me see. What else did they say? Things did not improve for Wentz as the game went on. In the third quarter, Wentz was leading the Eagles down the field when he threw an interception in the end zone. Following the pick, the Fox crew once again turned on the Boo Birds.
Getting trolled by Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
No simpy.
I'll be honest with you. I watched the game today, and it's like no crowd, but you hear a crowd going. It's just it's like disconcerting. I'd rather them just not have crowd noise, you know.
I kind of like what the WWE did.
Oh, where they did the virtual crowd?
Yeah.
Yeah, the what do they call it? The Thunderdome.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a cool thing. Except you heard what some of the trolls did, didn't you?
What, they put up signs that said something about Chris Benoit?
No, they did even worse. They put up like one of the fans was Chris Benoit. It was like one of his picture was just in the
Oh
crowd.
no! Oh no!
Fucking got him!
Oh my god, that's
Holy
awful.
shit!
Why?
He's just there. He was in like the third row. Is Chris Benoit?
Man.
Hold on, let's see if I can find it. Hold on, let's see. Yes.
Fucking. Holy shit.
Because I'm pretty sure these fans that show up on there have to pay.
They do.
So can you imagine what they had to probably pay to do the to do that troll?
Ugh.
Man, that's awful.
This is the reality of trolling now. Ever since He Will Not Divide Us.
Yeah.
Anybody can fucking troll brigade a Twitter, but to actually go into real life and get a raise out of people, that's where the real artistry is happening now.
Yeah. Just, man, of all the things to like, I would get like the Iron Sheik is what I would do personally.
Yeah.
Fucking Benoit.
Yeah. Hey, Bubba, right?
The only way it could be worse if it would be Benoit and a picture of his family. That's the only way it could be worse.
Oh no.
All right, there's
no.
Like, just the family picture is like, oh no.
Come on, son.
There's one dude it's a KKK member at a rally.
Did you guys ever
Oh,
see
no.
the dude like in the early days of Up Up Down Down who trolled Xavier Woods?
Nah, what happened with that?
They were playing a WWE like 2K game and his character was called KKK and it was a Klansman.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm like,
Oh.
and Xavier's just going, "Sir, sir, no."
Angry Green Boss wants to know who is Chris Benoit.
Oh god.
Oh, we're gonna have to do this now, aren't we? Yeah. Yeah, Benoit is the guy who killed he ended up killing his family. Yeah. It turns out, no excuse for what he did. I'm not saying whatever, but they did an autopsy on it. His father released the body for science. That he had CTE so severe that he had the brain of an 85-year-old dementia patient. So.
Was that from the roids?
Roids and concussions. Because he had a lot of concussions that he probably didn't report. Because, he was still in that era, you just worked hurt, Because, he did a diving headbutt. And you could see a lot of times when he'd do a diving headbutt, he'd get up, like, shaking his head, like, oh, that rang my bell, And that's true. Gojira's correct. Chris Benoit was one of the best pure wrestlers of his generation.
Oh, he
I'm
was
not going to take a... He was
amazing.
Yeah, I'm not taking away anything from his in-ring ability. It was just the way that all ended. He murdered his wife, murdered his son, and apparently, I forgot how it. I know he ended up killing himself, but
Yeah.
I forgot how it was like so many hours after he did it because he was like, from what people are saying, he was in a haze, probably. You know. And he was also very religious, and it was so weird because when he killed his son, he laid a Bible next to his son.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I can't remember what he did with Nancy, but it was something similar, I think. So yeah, but yeah, like they said, the amazing wrestler.
Yeah.
But
Not only that, but the reason he became popular was because he was so good.
hmm it was like literally in spite of his inability to be on hot on the mic. You
Yeah.
know,
What was his
He-
nickname? The Machine.
no, the Crippler.
I thought he had another name because or
No,
was it? Or I'm thinking about Jericho making fun of him, calling him Mr. Roboto.
I think he might have called him Mr. Roboto.
Yeah.
Um,
That was a Jericho nickname.
Because that was what was fun about Jericho. Is just Jericho just come out and just make fun of everybody.
Yeah, in his WCW when he would make fun of everybody, I loved some of the nicknames he gave people. He called Dean Malenko either Stinko Malenko or Dino Machino.
Yeah.
He called Rey Mysterio Jr. Ron Mysterio. Uh, he called JJ Dillon JoJo. He said, "I don't have to listen to JoJo Dillon. I'm the television champion. That means I'm the champion of TV."
Fucking Jericho was great. I remember Edge and Christian when Mick Foley was commissioner, and they had that rule where as long as they were tag team champions, they could have a title shot anytime they won if they ever lost.
Mhm.
And so every show was them avoiding Mick Foley and Mick Foley making them fight Kane and Undertaker.
You want to read that chat?
Yeah, I got it. How's the Gundam going? And if you can, would you do one with Ava Unit 1? Are there Evangelion models?
I think so, but I don't know how posable they are.
Yeah. I know about Evangelion statues. That's kind of the big thing with
figures.
Eva.
Oh yeah, he was also called the Rabbit Wolverine. I forgot.
Rabbit Wolverine, yeah.
No, he was called the Crippler because
He broke
A
Sabu's
very
neck.
yeah, and it was very unfortunate how it happened. He threw Sabu up in the air like he was doing a suplex, but Sabu like launched himself
Mhm.
and came right down on his neck, and that's how he got the name the Crippler.
Yeah, because Paul Heyman just said, because it happened in ECW, Paul Heyman's just like, lean into it.
Yep. He broke his damn neck. That's the Joey Styles for you.
Oh, yeah.
Now the one tag team that I'm sad ended because one of the members was just a huge dick about it.
Mm-hmm.
Was Head Cheese.
Oh,
Al Snow and Steve Blackman.
Oh, yes.
let me guess who the dick was. It had to be Steve Blackman.
Yep, because he like taking himself way too fucking seriously. He's like he wasn't a very good wrestler as far as he wasn't a very good performer. People didn't like him. It wasn't until he got accidentally partnered up with Al Snow, and Al's trying to do this fucking joke. He's like, check this out, I'll come out with Head, and this place is their thing is cheese, so you come out with the cheese, we'll be Head Cheese. And people started liking him, and he got really fucking butt mad about it. I think the ultimate was when the crowds would start cheering, "Let's go Head Cheese,"
Mm-hmm.
and they had a motherfucker. Al got a guy to come out in a fucking cheese costume, and he was gonna bend over, and there's a big fucking ass sticking outside the back of the cheese, and he's gonna play "Let's Go Head Cheese" on his ass cheeks. And I think that was the moment where Steve snapped, fucking beat the hell out of Al, and then just fucking left. And then we didn't see Steve Blackman again. And that's if I remember it right, because like he'd come out and he'd just be fucking angry because he doesn't want to do this anymore. And like Al would put a fucking cheese hat on him as he's walking by.
I will say Steve Blackman had a really cool theme music.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest. Let's be honest. How would you feel if your gimmick went from the Lethal Weapon, Steve Blackman, to Head Cheese? I might be a little bit perturbed by that myself.
Yeah, but again, it's like...
I mean, didn't they really bring him in to have somebody he could feud with, like Ken Shamrock?
Pretty much.
That's what it started.
I know that he always came out with a fucking kendo stick.
Yes.
Yeah, and he would do some kata and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, he would also do Eskrima sticks, too.
Yeah.
So, best of both worlds. Just knocking off some of this excess plastic here.
One thing I would check out is get one of the new Yamato models. They got some big ones that you build it and they light up and make noise.
That's kind of cool, but right now I'm kind of wanting to just focus on like my first goal is to get like all of the like wing and the Shuffle Alliance.
There's also this guy that I've been following recently, and I think it's a guy. Pretty sure it's a guy. He just is some Japanese person, and they just did a live stream of this where they sculpt their own anime figurines out of clay. And kind of just show you the whole process of going through that. And it's like, here's a video of a really shitty aqua sculpture from a year and a half ago. Here's my sculpting now, and it's like, holy shit! You could bake it, paint it, and put it on eBay and make $1,000. Let me find that guy's channel.
Oh, I really should have bought a file. Oh well.
So how much more you think you got?
Well, I'm almost finished, oddly enough, because I've got just these legs. And the legs have a shit ton of articulation on them. So that's why they're taking as long as they are. Because I basically built the skeleton of the mobile suit and then the plating around it. That's how complex these master grades are. Like, there's so much to them. But I'm kind of liking that. Like, did you see how big the box was? Look at this. It's gigantic. It's as big as my fucking computer monitor.
Oh.
Yeah. And it was kind of heavy. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I don't remember them being this heavy.
Steve Blackman is a bail bondsman? Holy crap.
Oh, good lord.
You imagine that dude showing up at your house?
I don't think I want to imagine that dude showing up at my house. Are you kidding me? Okay, so I need...
MMA champion Ken Shamrock has gone on record that the only guy he thought could give him a real fight in WWF was Steve Blackman.
I believe
No,
it.
Blackman was legit. Like, he was legitimately, like, a bad dude. But he just had the, what do you call it? He had the charisma of a gnat.
Corn Pop was Steve Blackman. Confirmed.
Yeah. They said Corn Pop was going to come out with his switchblade, and I came out there, and it wasn't even Corn Pop. It was some guy with a beard, and he had Eskrima sticks.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm gonna post the link to one of this guy's videos in the chat. Just you guys definitely check this out later when you get a chance. It's just like his progress from a year for sculpting, and he sits there and he'll do sculpting videos on his channel. Like they say, he just did a live stream recently. I'm like, holy shit, it's that easy to make a fucking figure? It's definitely giving me ideas. So I said, just put that in your watch later list and check out his channel. Seriously, a bail bondsman? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you missed that part. Yeah, that Steve Blackman is now a bail bondsman, which is...
How the fuck did he not get a show and Dog the Bounty Hunter did?
Right?
I think part of the reason why is because he wants to be Steve Blackman. Steve Blackman, not Steve Blackman, the guy that does the thing. Because Steve Blackman, without a fucking gimmick is kind of uninteresting. I mean, his promos weren't that great, if I remember right.
No.
Steve Blackman would have done well. If he was around there at the time, Steve Blackman would have been a great Heyman guy.
Yeah.
Somebody who, needs a guy who could speak for them. You know.
Yeah.
Um,
I think that's why they tried to give him Al Snow, and it was a huge fucking success. He blew up,
mhm.
but he didn't blow up the way he wanted.
Yeah, here we go. American martial arts instructor, bail bondsman, and former professional wrestler. Oh, he actually holds the record for the most time as hardcore champion.
It must have been before Crash Holly and Hardcore Holly ruined the fucking title.
Yeah. Where they made it 24/7.
Yeah, the 24/7 rule, which was fucking hilarious at the time. It's just
Yeah.
yeah, I can only stand to sit there and watch, fucking Crash find ways to get out of it every fucking show.
Every time I think about Crash Holly, I think about the time he feuded with the APA.
I remember that because he paid him to watch him so he could get some sleep.
Yeah.
Because motherfuckers were following him with a ref, as he said, and we only paid for 3 hours, and his time was up, and they had places to fucking go, and they didn't. He didn't pay us to wake him up. So while he left, one of Godfather's hoes showed up with a ref and pinned him. Because on the show the week before, she got knocked out and fell on top of him, and it counted as a pin, so the ref did the count. So for like 20 seconds, she was the hardcore champion. It was like, announces one of Godfather's hoes!
But when he was feuding with the APA, the funniest line ever, because this is a Sunday Night Heat, when Sunday Night Heat was actually entertaining at the time, they were doing this backstage gimmick where he went into the APA's office, office where it's just a door,
Oh yeah.
and he took Bradshaw's beer can and shook it up.
Oh no.
And they didn't say, "What are you doing in here?" And he's like, he's trying to give an excuse what he's doing in there, blah blah. Well, get out of here, blah blah. And it was funny. He said, "Get out of here." This is one of Bradshaw's favorite lines. He always did. He's about to walk past the door instead of through the door, and he says, "Hey, use the door. Were you raising the barn?" And so he opens his can, and of course it spurts everywhere. He's like, "Son of a bitch!" And he gets up and then Farouk or Ron Simmons says the funniest thing I've ever heard. He went, Bradshaw, remember, he's just a boy.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, fuck. I remember when their door wasn't even a door, it was a door frame with a fucking sign on it that says, "Please knock."
Yep.
Somebody came in, he's like, "The hell's wrong with you? Knock before you enter." Taps on the sign. Come in.
And then the next week was good too, because the next week he went and did it to Farouk's beer, right?
Oh no.
Yeah. And so the same thing, same sequence. It's like, of course Farouk was saying, "I will be damn," and he took off, and then Bradshaw goes, he's leaning back because he thinks it's funny now. He's like, "Ha, now remember, he's just a boy." And he opens his, and it spurts all over the place with, "Kill him."
I remember how crazy they were doing with APA because it ran on my local UPN. And I forget what cartoons I watched on UPN before I went to school.
Mm-hmm.
Might have been Digimon.
Mm-hmm.
And I would watch it, and then one time they have a fucking commercial, and it was Farouk and Bradshaw sitting in a fucking in a black and white detective's office. The file cabinets, they're sitting there reading the paper, and it was an advert for APA. At the end, it's like, "APA, because we need beer money."
Yep.
Okay, E30 and E31.
One of the things I remember that Kyantai had hired them to protect them,
Mm-hmm.
And they had this whole thing where Ozutaka comes out and he goes like, "Ha! We are smarter than dumb American because we hire protection. We hire APA." And then they come out and they and then Bradshaw starts doing this thing. He goes like, "Well, you see, we consider ourselves an international organization. We accept many kinds of currency. Like money, and beer, and we also accept any kind of international foreign currency like yen and beer. He says, so they're going through this whole thing. He goes like, so we have a problem. You see, your check bounced. But it's okay. It's okay. They're getting a little nervous like that. He's like, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We're gonna play a little game to settle this. And then Farouk takes the mic. He goes, "Yeah, we're gonna play. See if you can bounce higher than your check." And that's when Taka goes, "Oh hell."
Man, WWE back in the day was awesome.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't really realize that. Like, y'all don't even know like how cool wrestling was. Like the whole show was good.
Yeah. Like even the bad segments were good segments. Like. It's great, but yeah, there was so many like APA shows. I remember, I think it was Midian who had hired them one time.
Was this pre-Naked Midian?
I think it was right after Naked Midian.
Okay.
But he was hired when I hired him for protection. And so he goes straight. So after a while, he's like, of course, it seemed like if you had the APA's backup, you're a big boy then, right?
Yeah.
And they go, it's going along, everything's fine, and he goes, so, Midian, we have an issue. Well, what's the issue? You haven't paid us yet. Oh, okay. And then Midian goes like, so, about how long do I have to, get you the payment? And then Bradshaw, about as long as that's for us to put these gloves on. I love the way that Kai and Tai was dubbed. That was hilarious. Oh yeah, you know who did their voiceover, don't you?
Fucking Undertaker.
Oh, actually, it was Shane.
It was Shane?
Yeah, Shane. When they were coming, I was like, ha 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 ha.
I could have swore that Taker was one of the guys who did it.
I think he did one. I think he did. He might have been the one who.
He's the one who does Indeed.
Yeah, he was the one who did Funaki.
Indeed.
Indeed. Yeah, but the one doing Taka, that was Shano. He was like, hey, hello.
Apparently, Taka Michinoku apparently loved the gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
Which surprised the shit out of me.
He still wrestles in New Japan?
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I just always figured, he wouldn't dig it. Because he thought it was insulting. Because, he was this, super serious, name in Japan. And then, he comes over and, ha 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 ha.
Yeah. I remember, his early appearances, he was, they were trying to teach him English. And it was JR trying to teach him English. So he said, so say, slobber, knocker. And then he picks up the mic and goes, slob, knock. I was like, that might have a different connotation.
Yeah.
And I think, and then later on, how usually to get somebody over, you get them in a little feud with Jerry Lawler.
Oh yeah.
And he got him in a feud with it. And it's Jerry Lawler said, "You can't even speak English. What can you say?" And then Taka took the mic. He goes, "You suck ass."
Feeling like an old man. I'm like, those were the days. I remember when wrestling was entertaining.
Yeah, remember when they feuded with Val Venus?
Oh, good lord.
Ha ha, choppy choppy pee pee. They had a whole gimmick where they were going to chop off his pee pee.
I think right around the time I stopped watching wrestling at that time was the Right to Censor saga.
Oh yeah.
It just it went on, and I think eventually that's around the time I stopped. I think also when they did that goofy shit that Rikishi is the one that ran over Steve Austin.
I did it for the Rock.
I did it for the people.
For my
I
people.
did
For the
it.
people.
I did it. Oh, shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty!
Yeah, I mean, you took a guy. I mean, at the point, like Rikishi had got like red hot,
Oh, yeah.
and they pulled that junk. I was like, whatever, man.
Yeah, like grind him to a halt.
All right,
Because
so
he had a gimmick with
Wait. Micah has
there's two more things we have to do. It is the waist and the wings, and then we're done. So
and then you smack it all together.
pretty much, I'm surprised that it's taken this long, and we've had like 20 some odd people watching. Yeah, now there's more people. Well, no, now there's not. It went from like 27 to 18, but there's been around 20 people the whole time. That's about what I expected. So
Yeah.
Now that's a pretty cool, a model kit, pretty cool robot. You know what's gonna make it even cooler? M80.
Let's see if we can make this rocket fly.
Oh no! Look out, Amuro! Kaboom! Damn, they got him!
Look out, Amuro. It's not even. It's not.
not even the right pilot.
It's not even the RX-87. What are you doing?
Okay, I'm sorry. Mission accepted. Run away!
Oh, no. Even better. I will kill you.
Boom! Ain't killing nobody now, loser.
One thing I always
No,
found funny, like apparently in the isn't there an abridged series of Wing where every time Hero's about to do something awesome, he plays that theme song through the
Yes,
speakers?
it's Mobile Suit Abridged Gundam Wing. I've been trying to get you to watch it.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
But I think it was our friend Shamil said that he said if you look at any time that Hero has said he's going to kill somebody, he ends up not killing them.
Oh yeah.
Hell, I just got a friend. I just got Octavius hooked on Mobile Suit Abridged last night because it does a pretty effective job of telling the same story, but it's a lot more real about some of the things that never made sense or were kind of fucking dumb. If you like think about them, but it's also really funny. Let's see, I got their playlist here, so you can watch all their episodes they have out right now.
I just think it's funny, just the idea of Hero playing on the wings of the boy who killed adolescence. Because that is a dope fucking song. Because it's one of those songs that, like, when you hear it, somebody's about to have a bad day. And this is the thing is, like, with Hero, if he says, like, I'll kill you, you don't really have to worry. It's when he says target acquired or mission accepted.
Yeah.
Then somebody's about to die, and die in a very bad way.
Mm-hmm.
I think my favorite Hero moment of all time has to be an Endless Waltz. When he's asking if the fucking shield is up, because he's got the fucking, the twin buster rifle aimed at the shelter.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
And Marime is like, go ahead, just see how useless your efforts are. Roger that.
That's another trigger one, right? Like,
Well, I have to assemble his weapons, too. That just dawned on me.
Ooh,
Oh.
I got it. Have you ever done a reaction stream or a reaction video of you watching something?
Oh, yeah.
Get a reaction of you watching Mobile Suit Abridged.
Might not be a bad idea whenever I, like, whenever
Wait,
I
you haven't seen
redebut
it, have
the
you?
original channel.
no, I haven't. I need to watch it. I'll probably watch it
Yeah.
tonight.
Shit, we can watch it together.
Okay, so put that in there.
I think there's 10 regular episodes, and then there's like 2 episodes that are like in between. And the joke of those is that it's one of the running jokes is the pilots use Discord to keep in touch with each other, but that's public communication. It's not encrypted. Yeah, but nobody in Oz and Alliance knows how Discord worked. They can barely get
there you
Skype
go.
working. And it becomes a running joke that Oz and the Alliance only have Skype, and it's shit.
That it is. Okay.
Well, it's like after the coup d'état, because of what happened in an earlier episode, Treize makes Lady Un set up a Discord server for Oz.
Mhm.
But this is also after she's been demoted for trying to attack the colonies.
Oh.
And so Trace is giving everybody fucking capes because, for their successes. And now if you don't have a cape, your opinion means, like, almost nothing. So Lady Un will be in this Discord server she set up for everybody in the call, and she'll have these fucking questions or giving people shit, and people just start flapping their capes at her. You just hear fabric flapping. A cape doesn't make you cool, said the person without a cape.
Man, Lady Un was a psycho.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people, like, don't remember. Like, she might have been, like, the most evil person in that show.
Yeah.
She liked her job a little too much.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the problem is that everyone remembers Lady Un from, like, episode 20 on, not 1 to 19.
Where she murders Raylena's adoptive father.
She dumped that guy out of a fucking plane, but at least she was nice enough to fucking, dome him on his way down.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck?
He didn't fly so good.
No ticket.
So who's next? A lot of loyalty for a hired gun.
Suddenly, Lady Un is going. It's like, yeah, you were only, you were only brought into the colony. I was born in it.
Yeah.
By it.
But no, yeah, a lot of people
I did not
think.
see Earth until I was a man.
Yeah, everybody thinks of Lady Un. Yeah, this just on me because she let her hair down, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
She let her hair down and she got, like, really soft. And then she went fucking bonkers.
Yeah.
And then some weird shit happened because...
She had a combo happen.
It wasn't just that, it was... You might remember this. Wu Fei attacked the fucking moon base.
Yes.
Before he got his upgraded. And he was getting his ass kicked, but he was also doing alright. He actually had even if he died, he was going to have a chance to take out Tuberoff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that was building the mobile dolls. Lady Un shows up and starts fucking doing her weird speech at Wu Fei. And Wu Fei has a fucking breakdown to the point where the only way he can get away from her is to shove his fucking weapon into his back and ignite all his vernier fuel to get away faster.
Yeah.
It's like, did she just fucking new type at him? I thought this wasn't that kind of show.
That was actually something that I had to explain to somebody. It's like, Micah, why do you like the Gundam Wing pilots so much? I'm like, because they're not new types. And they're that fucking good.
Yeah.
Though Hiro Yui he's been genetically enhanced.
Mm-hmm.
But the others have not. But just like you have to think, like, even with genetic enhancements, like none of them gave them psychic powers.
Yeah.
So Hiro had a body count, if I recall correctly, of like 100 and something mobile suits destroyed.
I think it was like 130 because I think we
looked at
talked about it
Amuro
one night.
and we looked at him. And
Hiro.
with Amuro, all of his confirmed kills are the 1 year war, and then his time with Ayug, and then Char's counterattack.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's his
Hiro
whole...
Yui, 133.
Yeah, 133 in a year.
Mm-hmm.
That's insanity.
Yeah.
Well, even the Amuro's kills that we went over were only in from I want to say July of UC-79 to December 31st.
Was it? I thought that was his whole career.
No, that was just 1 year war.
Oh. But he comes again. He's a new type though. It's like the fact that Hiro Yu is just a genetically enhanced assassin, and he kills that many dudes. Like, Holy
He also
fuck.
killed fewer people after getting Wing Zero and getting the equivalent of new type powers.
True. But that's the interesting thing. Yeah, that's the interesting thing about it is like with Wing Zero, like all of the final battles, he's not fighting the mobile dolls that much. He's keeping Zex away from everyone else.
He killed more people in Epion than he did in Wing Zero.
Oh, he won a killing spree in Epion. But that's the interesting thing about it though is like Zex Marquise was so good because he's the one who wasn't enhanced at all.
Yeah.
He was such a good fucking pilot. Hiro Yui had to go out and keep him from everyone else so that they could actually destroy mobile dolls. It's like, fuck. Zex is a beast. But then again, in Super Robot Wars X, he's a beast there too.
Yeah.
But then again, all of the wing pilots are, except for Noin. But it's Noin. Like, what do you expect?
Yeah.
She has the unfortunate thing where she has a Taurus, and that's the only mobile. Like, she can only change pilots with other members of the wing crew. So I guess I could put her on Ultron. So Wu Fei to fuck off. But Wu Fei is actually the better pilot, so. Here's the question. In the abridged version, did they make Wu Fei like a really nice guy, or did they make him even more of a dick?
No, he's kind of more of a dick.
Oh, good.
But it's one of those things where everyone's personality is roughly the same with minor modifications.
Really?
And it's where they play up one aspect of them a little bit more than they were before. Like, Catra not wanting to fight. Catra doesn't fight at all. In fact, like, it's such too beautiful a day to go out fighting.
Nah.
Fucking Mogmonauts are getting pissed at him because, Catra, the enemy's gonna move soon. If we don't strike now, they're gonna develop new weapons that are gonna be counter us. Like, the idea was they were going to win the battle. Well, Catra had them retreat because the battle wasn't fair anymore. That's what's called an advantage.
Yeah.
They actually have to tell him that all the mobile suits they're killing are mobile dolls, because if he found out he was killing people, then they like, you don't want a code red. The big fucking party they have in town when they come back with Duo, apparently they have that every time Catra comes back to make him feel better.
News and Stand Direct says Zex is the best Char clone ever. I would agree.
Yeah.
I would definitely agree with that. He's a really good character.
I'll say Duo is the only one that's exactly the same as he was.
Well, yeah, you don't change Duo. He's everybody's favorite character.
He also had the coolest looking Gundam.
But
yeah.
they really play into one, might makes right, and the only reason that Wu Fei is better than everybody is because he has an unstoppable Gundam. And they play into that a little bit more. Also, the weird thing where he assigned a weird personality to his Gundam.
Oh, yeah.
That no one else did, and was never reflected in anything it did. I have a spiritual connection to it.
Yeah, he calls it
Nataku.
Yeah.
I looked into that, and apparently that was it was like some chick he knew that got killed.
Oh, that's why in the abridged version they go, Nataku, her name is Nataku. Your Gundam's a girl?
That's interesting. Now everything makes sense.
Death Life Hell in Season 2 is super edgy boy.
Yeah, Death Scythe too. Like Death Scythe Hell is a weird one because I feel like it's the only one of the ones that like in Endless Waltz actually doesn't look as cool as the space versions in Wing Prime or Wing itself.
Yeah.
I like the 4 wings and how it would like envelop him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know that in the abridged version that I sent you, the doctors are not split up; they're together the whole time.
Ah, okay.
but they're different. They're let's see, it's Dr. Dre, Dr. Wiley, Dr. Pepper, Dr. Seuss, and I forget the other one.
Good lord.
And the joke was like, Dr. Wiley, you're giving the boys their orders, right? Well, I gave Duo his. Well, why? Why would I give your pilots orders? Because it was part of the plan! I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah, I always like got away with me that the name of the scientist was when that name was Dr. J. I'm like, are we gonna have a slam dunk competition? I mean,
Hell yeah.
He got no legs, and he got that claw for a hand. I still got my free throw arm.
So how do you do that tomahawk dunk? Don't worry about it.
I've only done it once, and it cost me everything.
What was the Barkley dunk in Shut Up and Jam Gaiden? Was it the Chaos dunk or something?
Boom shakalaka. Oh, God, I haven't played NBA Jam in for fucking ever.
In Frozen Teardrop, Zero has 6 wings. The extra is for more beam rifles.
Hell yeah.
I always said, more weapons, the better. Like. So what was the? I remember in Endless Waltz they made some deal about Troa was not really Troa.
Troa Barton is not his real name.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have a name. Apparently, he was some kind of nameless guy, mercenary.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where he got all his combat experience. And he was working on Operation Meteor. Well, Troa Barton was like the son of the guy that was funding Operation Meteor.
Yeah.
And well, he really wanted to go to Earth and kill people.
Yeah, he was a sociopath.
And the doctor fucking, capped him. He's like, we can't let this fucking dude go down there with a Gundam. This motherfucker will actually kill everybody. Well, are you really going to tell the guy that's bankrolling your operation that you just capped his son because he's an inconvenience? No, we'll just hide the body, and Troa Barton is on Earth doing missions. Say, look, here's a signature, Troa Barton.
And there's the Gundam. Can you show me a picture of my son? He's really shy.
Yeah.
Huh? Well, I can't hear you. You're going through a tunnel.
I'm in space. A space tunnel.
Yeah.
Now fuck off.
They did Relina so many favors in this show, though. Relina is like so much fucking better.
She's very aloof and dramatic in like the early parts of the show. She gets better as it goes on in the actual show. Like in the early days, she's just kind of like a dramatic fucking teenager.
Yeah.
Like going to the fucking hill and screaming like, "I'm here, kill me!" Wait, what? What?
Yeah.
Bitch, you crazy.
Like, part of the reason why she invites Hiro to her birthday party after, the whole attempted suicide on the beach thing didn't happen, he beat the hell out of the ambulance guy.
Yeah.
Is because it'll piss her dad off, and maybe then he'll give her some fucking attention.
Nah.
They also rub on the fact that, Vice Foreign Minister Dorland is the Vice Foreign Minister. And they keep joking, like, where's the real Foreign Minister? I don't know. Your dad's the Foreign Minister for the whole world. Vice Foreign Minister. Oh, that's a lot less impressive.
Okay.
Like, we watched it last night, and the speech he gives when he's on his fucking deathbed is, like, super fucked up, but so funny. He's supposed to tell her that she's adopted and who she really is. he goes into explanations like, my mother wanted a baby, and then we found out we couldn't conceive. Her fault, not mine. Not for a lack of trying. Like, please, I don't want to hear about my parents having sex. It's a good thing we're not your parents.
Wait, what? I don't know if that's actually the line, but it should be. No.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. Uh-oh, we got legs, Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah.
That we do, but they're kind of
A little spongy.
yeah, being a little funky right now. Oh, come on, Wing Zero. Don't
Is
do
it going
this.
in, or are you just having? That's what you have a problem getting it in.
Yeah,
That's what she said.
something like that.
Yeah, Sally Poe. Sally Poe is great too. Like the incidental side characters that are like important to the individual stories, but are just kind of like more like window dressing to the rest of the shows. Like, okay, here's a character. Is it okay? Go back to the other shit.
Yeah.
They really put in the effort to make those people funny. Like Catherine and the circus.
Oh, I like Catherine. Catherine was great. All of those side characters were pretty. I like them all. That was the good thing about Wing. It didn't really suffer in that regard.
The only thing they've done differently is that Troa's gay.
Really?
Troa's gay in this, and because ultimately his relationship with Catherine, although it was implied romantic, that's all like reading between the lines and shit that doesn't show up in the show.
Right.
If he's just gay and they're just buddies,
Mm-hmm.
they're just really good friends. Well, nothing really changes in terms of footage used, but now you can work the dynamic a little bit more in terms of their interactions. Also, there's this when Hero's recovering after he blows himself up.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of funny shit comes out of that.
I believe it.
Turn that around real quick, Micah. Look at that ass.
Yeah.
Do we got the booty?
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right, let's see here.
It's that JR song. The time has arrived.
For my ass. Boom, boom.
30 men will enter my ass.
This show just got very kinky.
Well,
let's see
JR
here.
was
I should
pretty
say
good.
this show just got very cab.
My certainly is cabin here.
JR's hardcore, man. Come on.
Okay, let's see here.
I'm gonna put the list for the playlist in the chat. Again, this is one of those things that watch later. Mark this shit. You're gonna want it.
What about Epic Eyebrows Dorothy? Oh, God.
Ugh.
Oh,
They haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, good Lord. That chick was nuts.
Like the last episode they did is where Hero's walking around trying to make amends for killing all the fucking pacifists from the Alliance.
Yeah.
And the way they frame that is really, it is really fucking funny.
There's so much room for comedy there. Because it is probably one of the more serious moments of the show.
Oh yeah.
D. Now,
Boom,
where's
shakalaka,
H
boom,
at?
shakalaka.
That's G. This is an H because this is the Buster rifle. Y'all got real quiet. What's going on?
Gojira 37 posted earlier, that's basically how bridge series work. They're overall the same character, just with one feature exaggerated for comedic effect. That's how they work now.
Yeah.
There was a time, and where people kind of didn't understand how to write comedy, and every abridged series was, well, the character's pretty much the same except they're also fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember some of as like an audition thread for like, well, we're gonna do a Fate abridged, and well, Saber's exactly the same except she's really fucking stupid. Like, no. Like, you lock in on a piece of their personality that you can fucking play with, and you just play that up, and you give them ridiculous situations to make them react seriously to them.
Yeah, it's kind of like Did you ever see the Avatar abridged?
No.
Xavier, it's pretty good. Because they basically played up, Zuko being a whiny little bitch, right?
Mhm.
And at one point, like when he runs into, General Zhao,
Mhm.
you go, "Oh, guess that jerk Zhao. I hate that guy." And at first, he goes up to him, he goes like, "Hey, Wolverine, nice sideburns." And then Zhao responds like, "Why, thank you, Cyclops. How's the eye?"
Damn. Wow.
I know
That's
nothing
great.
about Avatar, so I'm very lost right now.
Oh well.
Better watch
They
it
made,
before it gets ruined.
They made Uncle Iroh a Jewish man, like very stereotypically Jewish. Because he said, they were talking about. He says like, he says, "So what have y'all been up to?" And he's like, "Oh,
Oh,
nothing."
Zuko, your sister, she's crazy, that one.
But it said like, he said like, "Oh, it's not like we haven't been looking for the Avatar or anything. We don't know anything about that." And then, and then Zhao goes, "I see. Would a bottle of Mereshevitz wine change your mind completely and immediately?"
It's like, it's not the only way you can do it, because HBI 2K, the bridge series he did
Mhm.
up until he started going full time with Team 4-Star,
Mm-hmm.
those tend to be more like kind of comedic studies of the show that they were about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, his abridged version of Gantz, I think, is actually better than the original, just because there's a lot of useless shit in the original anime of Gantz to where it's really fucking hard to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And turning it into a comedy where even the characters admit this whole concept is bullshit. Gantz talks with text to speech, and instead of the goofy exercise jingle, he plays "Never Gonna Give You Up." And it's not because you're in a death game where there's actually some meaning. It's just because Gantz is an asshole,
Mm.
and he just likes to see people suffer because it's funny.
Well, yeah, it's like you said. You got to, when you're doing a bridge series, you got to exaggerate things, right? You remember when they did the in the Yu-Gi-Oh bridge, when they did the Dungeon Dice Monsters arc?
Yeah.
And remember when he announced it, he said last time on crap.
Yeah.
And then, so you had my man, what was his name? Duke Devlin, I think his name
Duke
was.
Devlin.
Yeah. And he was explaining the rules of dice, Dungeon Dice Monsters. He said, so it's just like Duel Monsters. And he says, no, it's nothing like Duel Monsters. Because you got to put your dice on the field, and then it summons the monster. So it's just like Duel Monsters. He said, basically, you're playing Duel Monsters with steps.
I played Pegasus, I showed him my game, and I asked him what he thought. He said it was fucking stupid, but I'll show him.
Mm-hmm. I'll make my own game of blackjack and hookers.
But, his version of Vision of Escaflowne was real funny, too, because, did you ever see that?
Mm-mm. No, I haven't seen that.
He made fun of the fact that when the show originally aired on Fox Kids, they skipped the first episode because Vision of Escaflowne is kind of like a weird shoujo mecha.
Mm.
If you've ever seen it, everyone's really pretty, and your protagonist is kind of a moody girl.
Mm.
More so in the movie version. But in the TV version, she's kind of like in a weird place in her life. She's trying to do this thing to get her first kiss from this pretty boy, and then all of a sudden, our plucky shonen action hero shows up and fights a fucking dragon on the track. And then she gets pulled away to his planet. And I say planet instead of world because on his planet, Earth orbits it like a moon. They make fun of that, and eventually it becomes that Vaughn, the main character, gains more power by being angsty and giving the fangirls what they want. Show off your chest, show up your manliness, give them some beefcake. That will make you more powerful. And she told him that, you know, you got to be super angsty because girls like angsty, moody boys.
Mm-hmm.
And he became so fucking angsty that he went into an angst coma. And at one point, somebody said that I've never seen anybody go into an angst coma without an angst level of at least 12 mega shinjis.
Nah.
All right, at least he's away from. At least that time he was away from his torso when he cut that piece.
Micah doesn't know Avatar. You really are a boomer. Like you have no. You have people. I had to explain to them how old I am.
Dude, I'm older than you are, and I know. What Avatar is with the...
Well, like earlier, just like I mentioned some show and they had never heard of it, and I had to remind them. I'm like, guys, like when I was like. The first two shows on Toonami, and I don't think people this like dawned on people. It's like because I mentioned like Toonami and watching Gundam Wing. The first two shows on Toonami that were anime were Gundam Wing and Dragon Ball Z.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the first episode of Toonami. I'm that old.
So you remember when Peter Cullen was the announcer for Toonami?
Yes, I do.
Today on Toonami.
Love stinks. Only Toonami. Fucking Tenchi Muyo.
Yep, Tenchi Muyo came very shortly after. I remember when they did Mecha Day. And you want to know what they did? They showed the first episode of Neon Genesis Evangelion.
That was Mecha Week, because they did the first episode of Ava, they did the first episode of Nadesco, and they did the first episode of Daiguard.
That's right, they did.
Then they did like a middle episode of Nadesco, and then they did the ending of Nadesco because it only ran for 5 days. Like, show us Nadesco. It was fun. It was cool. Show us more Ava. Like they showed like two episodes of Ava, and that was it.
Well, they can't show more Ava. That's the thing.
Well, see, they showed because they had the afternoon block of Toonami, and then eventually they had to do what they called the midnight run.
This ran on the afternoon block.
Yeah, and this was more uncensored.
Yeah.
And then that eventually became Adult Swim.
Yep.
I remember
Adult Swim used to be more anime focused.
I remember one night on Adult Swim during an episode of Space Ghost. It was the episode Old Kentucky Shark. For some reason, they broadcasted Old Kentucky Shark with production commentary.
I remember that one. Yeah.
During this, they explained that the guys on the Toonami side got fucking pissed at them because they were cutting a promo for Midnight Run, and Meatwad's voice popped out.
Oh.
And it was like, I just imagine those guys taking themselves real seriously. They'd be like, tonight on Toonami. Oh, the hell's what's going on?
Oh, there you go.
There he is, without his wings. That's the next part. But that took 6 hours and 14 minutes.
Yeah, they...
Tyler Preston asked why they couldn't show more episodes of Evangelion.
Have you seen it?
Maybe people didn't. Maybe it's like they probably like previewed the episodes. It's like, yeah, we probably don't want to show this kid jerking off.
Was there, well, the other was also, I think it's episode 2. Might have been 2 or 3 where Shinji moves in with Masato.
Yeah, I was about to say,
And
like, that's
he sees the
episode
penguin.
2.
And the first thing he does is run out of the bathroom naked. He's like, holy shit, there's a fucking penguin! And the only thing blocking his junk is Masato's beer. Then she picks it up and moves it, and there's an even smaller object blocking his junk.
Yeah. Then there's the episode where Shinji goes into Rei's apartment. That's episode 4, if I recall correctly. And she's bare ass naked. Like, people don't remember, like, there's nudity and violence in Eva. You know? It's a very mature show. Like, I remember, like, when they activate the dummy plug. Like, they show, there's a shot of when the whatever angel it was, like, when it dies, when his head explodes, like, his eyeball goes off and there's like a river of blood that just goes
Mm-hmm.
like, Eva's fucked up. Like, there, you could not show that. Like, it's a lot more violent. Like, there wasn't a lot of blood in, like, DBZ, like, or you could cut it out rather easily, because they showed Tien losing his arm, you know.
Yeah, Tyler.
You
Preston.
just wait till it grows back.
Yeah, I was
Yeah, I
gonna say Tyler
remember
Preston just asked, how many people died in Dragon Ball Z? None. They all had parachutes.
Yeah.
I laughed so hard. Me and my friend were watching that episode where just like they blew up the jets, and you hear Tien says, "Oh, it's okay. I see their parachutes. They're gonna be all right." And I'm like, me and my friend were watching this. Like, I don't see no fucking parachutes, dude. I think these people are dead.
Yeah. But Misato is best girl. That's not saying much, though. Well, that's because she's legal.
Yeah.
I remember said it when you guys did that episode. I sent the Optimus the meme like, they're 14, you sick fucks.
But we all know who caused the problems. Kyoji.
Oh God. But what was it worth it? Yeah, it looks good, man. Like the light actually kind of doesn't help. Like,
Yeah, put the camera a little closer, real quick.
Oh god, I just had a great idea. It makes me sad it'll never happen, and it's. I want Spike Spencer to do the voice of it, and it would be Shinji if he hung out with Domo and Kashu in Super Robot Wars, and he gets becomes a better person like he did with hanging out with everyone in V, and then he does the fucking speech. Let's hand my gloves with an awesome power.
There we go. Now it's focusing.
Oh yeah, man, that looks good.
Oh yeah.
Who was it said earlier? What was it at? It says, now apply the glue and putty, wait 24 hours, and scrub off the residue.
Yeah, there's little pieces of like articulation. Like there's like a ton of like articulation stickers.
Yeah.
But I don't have a pair of tweezers, so I'm not applying them today.
Oof. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't plan ahead much. He didn't get the tool you told him to get.
Well, I was expecting this to come in tomorrow.
Oh yeah. He told you told him to get a file. He doesn't have a file.
File. You're not sanding. So I know you don't got paints.
No, not yet.
He's just going with the base. He's going with the base look right now.
And I said, painting is really easy as soon as you get started, as long as you know how to get started.
Yeah.
Don't be like me and just like apply paint to a fucking model the first time. Just
Why is it
straight to the
running all
plastic.
over the place? Well, it's probably because you didn't stand it there, big guy.
Understand it. The paint won't stay on there. Well, it doesn't help that I'm painting it the same color the plastic already was.
Mm-hmm.
So how am I gonna tell? It kind of looks a little better, but now it's all rough to the touch because it's fucking paint.
Yep.
Like, how do I fix this? Then I discovered clear coat. I also discovered fucking primer. Wash the paint. Prime the paint. Or wash the part, then prime the part. Now you can paint it. Now go over it with clear. Now it feels like fucking smooth plastic again. But you've painted it.
You can always use a rattle can.
You can.
Yeah.
I know a guy that he got into painting because of me, and he was doing it all with spray cans because he didn't want to spend the money on an airbrush. I'm like, that's fine. Once you get an airbrush, though, you won't go back. You'll only you'll still brush paint some things, but by and large, you'll love the shit out of that airbrush.
Okay. Let's go ahead and... I think that before we call it, I'm going to get the wing unit done.
Yeah.
And then I'll probably assemble the rest tomorrow.
Now, there's 3 types of primer that spray primer that Tamiya makes. 4. White, which I recommend never using. Light gray, which is fine. Dark gray, which is also fine, is used more often. And black. He primered it in black. And then he's like, oh my god, it just gets into every nook and cranny and just kind of locks all that in. I love the way it looks. Shit, I'm just going to leave it like this. And just paint like small details. Like,
don't tell him about P. Bandai. His wallet will never recover.
He knows.
Wait, what?
He knows.
What is it? I think is what the question is.
Premium Bandai. Basically, all the really fucking cool kits that you want to have, that you desperately want, they're Premium Bandai, which means you can only get them from this one shop and they cost more. And you can't actually get them in US dollars, they only get sold in yen. So you get to pay the conversion fee as well. You also
I'm seeing consideration on a person's face right now. It's like,
Like, I think they're supposed to make P Bandai available here finally this year if they haven't already. But
Micah's gonna run. He's tomorrow. He's gonna be really pushing the second chance Eaglewood campaign.
Like, there's a lot of kits that people like really fucking want. That, like, in all the different scales that you can only get through P Bandai.
Wow.
Mudrock Gundam. Xavier, explain.
What?
In the chat, it's adherent to Lady Columbia says Mudrock Gundam.
Doesn't sound familiar. Let me double check it. Cause
never heard of a
I know
Mudrock Gundam.
more than others, but I don't know everything. Every now and again, you'll find something that'll trip me. Oh, the Murdoch? Oh, the Murdoch, right?
Well, he said Mudrock in the thing. That's what I was wondering. Maybe they meant Murdoch. So.
It's the RX-78-6.
The one from 0080?
No, this is a different one. That
no,
was the
0080's Gundam
RX-78.
Alex.
Yeah.
See, I heard Murdoch, the first thing I think is, I'm coming to get you.
It shows up in Zeonic Front. You actually have to fight it.
Oh, that one. I know the one, yeah. Okay.
Because it's got the fucking shoulder cannons on it.
Yeah, it's the one at the end.
Yeah.
I don't even remember how I beat that damn thing.
Mudrock, sometimes Madrock. I knew it as the Murdoch.
Can we get a Steiner Gundam? There's just no Simpy.
That would be the full armor Gundam. Though, again, worst acronym ever. Then again, considering who pilots it,
Yeah.
it's kind of an asshole.
It's like, guys, can I ask you a question? Why does that particular Gundam wear chainmail on his head? Don't worry about it.
Why are you asking all these questions?
Just don't talk to the pilot. Just make sure he's fed.
All of a sudden they pop in on the intercom. It's like, pilot, who's that guy? Bro? Come in, you son of a bitch!
I'm a mechanical freak.
Oh, did you see that post from the other day?
What?
It was something about what was it? It started off like it was a serious post, right? And then
Yeah, Changus, do not. No.
He retracted.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. Oh, I see what he did.
Okay.
All right, so what? So top 10 reasons why Rodimus Prime sucks. Go. Can we get thoughts on prayers on Jake Gardner? Because he just committed suicide. Jesus.
Jake Gardner?
He's is that the bar owner that killed that guy in self-defense during the riots, and he was let go. The charge was dismissed on self-defense, but then after speaking with the community, the DA sent it to a grand jury to let them figure it out, and
Yeah.
they decided, oh no, we're gonna charge him. Like, well, I
Jeez.
decided that after talking with the community. Fuck you.
That is the guy. All right. Yeah, definitely. We'll definitely pray for his family tonight. So.
Say in the Master Grade 1100 Quanti color clear color version. RG 1144 Wing Gundam 0 EW Pearl Gloss.
We're supposed to be talking about why Rodimus Prime sucks. Top 10 reasons right now. Give it to me. Optimus. What's reason number one?
Number one, he's Rodimus Prime.
He's a terrible fucking leader.
Thank you. There's two. His paint scheme is stupid.
After the the Cybertronian War ended, or at least he thought it ended, instead of working on rebuilding fucking Cybertron or infrastructure or
Trying to usher
shit,
back in another golden age or anything.
no, he has the fucking Space Olympics to let all the other alien races know we're done wilding out. And the first thing that happens is Galvatron shows up and like, nah, kid, we ain't done yet.
I found it. I found the other thing I was looking for. I want to get on here so I can hear Micah's reaction. Let me bring the camera up real quick. Okay. Put that there. Put this here. Put that there. Okay. So, like I said, it starts off like a normal. It seems like it's gonna be a normal post. It goes, tired of people saying bisexuality is 50-50 attraction to men and women, when normally if you go one-on-one with another wrestler, you got 50-50 but I'm a genetic freak and I'm not normal, so you got a 25% at best to beat me. You add Kurt Angle to the mix, your chances of winning drastically go down. I mean, they went through the whole thing.
That's awesome. Hunter Iggy asks, what do I think about YouTubers dating adult entertainers? Date whoever you want, but man,
yeah. Whatever.
I'll just
Live
say
your
this.
live your best life.
Well, the one thing
Don't
I
expect
would
it to
say
last.
is this. Date whoever you want, but some people, they like dick a little bit too much. Maybe you better wait till they settle down. That's just my thoughts.
Never go into a relationship with somebody that does something that you don't fully approve of or endorse, thinking you're going to change them from that.
Right.
Yeah, that is one of the dumbest fucking things you can do.
Like,
Night,
oh,
Tyler.
I'm gonna date a porn star and I'm gonna dick her so good that she's gonna stop doing porn. No, sir.
Ain't nobody that good.
Mm-mm.
Ain't nobody that good, and she probably makes more than you for less work. And so they did launch the U.S. P Bandai, and I'm scrolling through it, and there's more merch here than fucking Gunpla. Like fucking shirts, pillows, like a lot of cool merch, and Robot Spirits action figures, which is like the really high detail, high posable figures.
Yeah.
Perfect grade unicorn. Perfect grade unicorn with red, but it's red. Phoenix. Emblem shirts, hoodies. Shar Aznable emblem scarf. Beanie.
As opposed to Quattro Regina emblem scarf.
Boxer briefs with the Hayakushiki's fucking kanji on the crotch.
Wait.
Oh?
Quattro Bagina, who's definitely not Char Aznable.
Oh, definitely not.
Of course, which, as you can see from the picture I posted, Quattro Bagina and Shar Aznable were there at the same time, proving they are two separate people. They're not the same guy. And you should seriously, cast doubts upon anyone that suggests otherwise.
Wasn't that the particular in that episode that he sent that he put that dude on his flight and then blew it up?
He put that guy on the flight and it got blown up.
Yeah. So easily to explain why somebody was dead, right?
Because at the time, Casval Daikun was living under the name Edward Mass. Then he met Shar Aznable, which was the guy's real name, and they looked exactly the fucking same, except they had different color eyes. Shar detected. Yeah.
So then he got blowed up, and then he became Shar Aznable.
Right.
Yeah. And that's why he started wearing the sunglasses and the helmets, and so nobody could look at his eyes.
Actually, all he did was wear sunglasses at first, and according to the origin. Mm-hmm. And the funny thing was, somebody figured him out right the fuck away that it was him, and made him the fucking goggles. And it was like some fucking sport. Mm-hmm. Like, these were goggles made for a specific sport that he showed he was really good at, like Spaceball or something. And he made these goggles for him to better hide his identity. Well, of course, Shar had to kill that guy because he knew too much. He's like, it doesn't matter that you're really cool and that you support me and that you dig what I'm trying to do. I'm doing my own thing, and the fact that you know who I am is a liability I can't afford. Shit happens, dude.
See ya.
This doesn't count. Pat, pat, pat. Doesn't count. I didn't betray him. Because I told him it was going to happen beforehand. I never was his friend. He just gave me fucking goggles and is like, I like you and I want to support you. Negative.
Nathan Childress has an interesting question.
Did the Federation ever clone anyone? That exclusive to Xeon cloning Char.
The Xeon also cloned the Prus.
Yeah. A lot of them.
I don't think so.
You know what they didn't clone? Big Zam.
Oh God, let's not even start with that. Oh, not the fucking Big Zam.
I'm just trying to change the face of war, okay?
Chaos Sonic goes in a buck says, you guys all give Rodimus shit for being a bad leader. Fortress Maximus is worse, as he mostly stays in his head in the Headmaster's anime, while Scorponok kills Optimus and destroys Cybertron.
Now, I didn't say that Fortress Maximus was a good leader. I just said that Rodimus was a shit leader.
Yeah. Probably not a good idea to give a lumbering Titan leadership. Anyway. Uh-oh. I seen that.
And it's gone.
Fuck that. I got a flashlight.
What's gonna happen is you're not gonna find. Damn.
Got it.
I'll say you're not gonna find it until later.
There's one little piece that I've lost so far. That is it's the little gray articulation on the back there, on his shoulder. Mm-hmm. You'll notice one's missing.
Yeah. You're gonna find it when you like a week from now when you've written it off.
Probably.
You just see it one day and you're like, why the fuck is it there?
The good thing is that these are so easy to pull apart. Like, I can just, like... The only thing I don't like about this model is that the way that they've got it constructed, the shoulder is kind of loose. But other than that, it looks good. Because again, it's not something to be played with. So I understand why they did that.
Let's see if I can Unicorn Gundam fucking waist bag.
Man, they are very proud of Unicorn.
Made them a shit ton of money.
I was always surprised how successful it was. It didn't sound like it was going to be a successful show. Like Gundam Unicorn, really?
Yeah.
But no, it
Guys,
was.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go grab a snack.
It
Let's
was
see.
freaking fantastic.
1/144 scale GM cannon. It's the revised version. So it looks better. Sword Impulse. Tri-Age Gundam. Gundam Stormbringer. Full armor. Char Zaku version 2, clear version. So is it all clear parts? So you see the inner frame.
Nice. Oh, by the way, you asked me like what I was planning on doing, like whenever I wanted to do like a custom paint. I found a Gim Command space version.
Yeah.
So it has like a rifle and a shield. I'm like, perfect. That's what I'll probably end up doing. Ugh, excuse me.
I would recommend going to your local hobby shop and see if you get some plot plate.
Might not be a bad idea.
Because it's a lot cheaper now than it used to be. Like, I remember I got these plates in Japan. They were really fucking expensive, and I think they were like 12x9 plates. And they for like 2 1mm plates, I paid like $25. And that's also, and for 1 2mm plate, it was $30. It only gets you 1 plate. Now it's like, you know, you can buy plates that are like twice that size for $15. The thicker plates are like $20. And, you know, and it comes in clear if you want it. That's one of the things I'm excited about for when, you know, I do the Sky Pirates campaign is the plane that's going to be in it. I'm going to scratch build some small models of it and, and paint those. I'm going to build like 6 of them. 1 is for me. The other 5 are for the campaign as a high tier item.
Hell yeah, dude. I've actually thought about for the next Inglewood campaign getting a small statue made. Or 2 of them. 1 for me and then 1 for somebody on the campaign.
Of course, because you always get 1 for yourself. Why would you pay money to have a really cool collectible made and not get 1 for yourself?
I know. Ain't that the truth? Because I will say, like, it's weird when I think about it. Not only do I have a published comic, I'm reprinting the first issue. And on top of that, like, I have a fucking comic book universe that I made. Like, holy fuck.
How do you think I feel?
Yeah, but you had a team, though. I had to do it all by myself. I'm a bit of a mad lad in that sense, you know? Like,
I did a lot of work on my own, and I brought it to them for the necessary modifications and the tempering. Like, it was pretty much, okay, Xavier, here's some of our ideas, see what you think, and, you know, we'll talk about this tomorrow, in a couple days. Okay. Autism powers activate! The next day, I dropped a 45-page document that included 40 years of fake history
Oh, good lord, man.
and character bios on like 4 or 5 characters, and Perry's preliminary personality bio. And I just gave it to him like, here, I'm gonna go sleep for 2 days.
Nah. Gosh. All
And
right.
then afterwards, after I'd recovered, we went through and we cleaned it up a bit. And they're like, this is dumb. Take this out. Can you change this? Yeah, actually, I have a better idea now. Cool.
Mike is a proud comics papa. Oh, dude. Do you have, like, you guys got to understand something. Inglewood didn't feel real to me until I actually held the comic. And I cried. I am man enough to admit I wept. I was like, oh my god, I did it.
I think everybody's different. I think it depends on your experience writing the book. Yahtzee Crenshaw, however you feel about him, because he's been doing zero punctuation for years. He's also a really good writer. I've read one of his books, which was "We'll Save the Universe for Food."
Mm-hmm.
Really, really funny book. Really good book. He just explained that, I thought it would feel different because I've been writing ever since I was in school. One day when I thought it'd feel different when I had the book published and it was in my hand. And look, here it is. Here's the first book I published. It's in my hand. And honestly, I got it and I fucking put it in a drawer and kept it there because I was tired of looking at it. I spent all that time looking at it while I was writing it. And I think it's one of those, it takes all sorts. And every writer is going to react differently to their completed project. It's like,
yeah. For me, like, everybody, it's different. I mean,
yeah.
For me, it was like, for a while, Inglewood kind of felt like the little book that could.
Yeah.
Because I had to go on a lot of streams and stuff like that to get it to a point where we made funding because I fucked up the pricing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I should have made a lot more money on Inglewood than I did. But then again, I made nothing on Inglewood. My team made money. I made no money. But in fact, I had to put money into it at one point. So, not a lot, just a little bit. Hatman did too without telling me. I'm like, dude, I would have paid for it. And he's like, nah, I got it. Fine.
Oh. They got a lot of specialty bases for displaying Gunpla on P Bandai.
Oh?
The big thing that the unicorn is locked down on in the beginning?
Yeah.
With all the gantries and the walkways? You can buy one of those for your Gunpla.
Nice.
You can actually buy a catapult deck launcher. Whereas like the thing that it sits on the catapult on the Argama before it, goes out to the deck.
Fuck, dude. Dude, I would love to have that.
That is... Go back.
Please tell me they have a white base.
It would be scaled.
Ah, fair point.
Let's see, the catapult launcher display base for 1/100 scale is $27. And it comes with one that's actually on the launcher and one that sits in a spot that sits next to it for the guy waiting to launch. And it's got the Zeta Gundam and a Nemo's next to it.
Huh.
And the sample photo. I'm gonna send this to you so that you spend all your money.
Nah.
Because I'm a bad friend.
Yeah, you all guys are bad influences on me. What can I say?
If I was a good friend, when they said, don't tell them about P Bandai, I would have been like, I don't know what that is. Instead, I went shopping for you.
Let's have a look-see. Oh, dear Lord. That looks amazing. Though I'm more amazed by the Hyakushiki boxer shorts more than anything. Like, of all the mobile suits. Did you ever see the wing not the wing Gundam, the G Gundam collector set that's exclusive to Right Stuff?
Yes, it came with the Tequila Gundam shot glass.
Yes. I wasn't sure if I'd shown that to you. Chaos Sonic's throwing more money at me. And he says, check if you're sitting on the piece. I checked earlier. It's not there. And it doesn't. It's like I'll do it later. I'm not that worried about it right now. Now I need. E19.
Let's see. Aw, man, they sell a GM Sniper 2 with white dingo colors.
Oh, really?
MG, and it's $45. It's a pre-order now. See the enhanced expansion parts for Double Zeta MG. Enhanced Double Zeta Verka MG. The Ball Walker. So it's a ball with spider legs.
I didn't know that even existed.
Hayaku Shiki with a base jabber. MG GM2 Ayug version. I think with the P Bandais, it's all like limited run shit.
Hmm.
Like you get it from here and then it's done. Rigsy Custom. Whoa! Tenneth Jung's GM Sniper. Remember the dude that had a higher body count than Amuro?
Yes.
They've got his mobile suit.
Oh.
They've got his custom GM Sniper. Drop that in here. Jinx 3. Final battle version of the Perfect Grade Unicorn. Tall Geese 2. Real grade. Death Scythe EW. With expansion parts. Like they're apparently they're selling pre-orders for these new modifications to the EW master grades. They come with like expansion parts.
Okay.
It's like new shit that they've added. Just had it. Where's Death Scythe? It's like Death Scythe with the Rosette unit. See, this is the problem with P Bandai. You go there and with money, and then you don't have money anymore. And you ask what happened, and P Bandai says, I don't know, but you should spend some more money. Oh dear. They've got a master grade of the V2 Assault Buster model. Eventually, Uso trades in the victory for the V2. And the V2 is the reason why the titular, like the main Gundam, tends to have wings going forward,
Yeah.
or a model of it will have wings. Um,
Oh, wow.
because it had a Minovsky drive system in it, kind of like all the ships, so it basically defied gravity. Therefore, the verniers on there were just for maneuvering around, not for floating. It was basically weightless.
It's an interesting looking Death Side. It's basically Death Side with Wing Gundam's wings.
And the V2, when it fired its engines off because of the way its verniers were designed, it looked like it had wings of light.
Ooh.
And if he revved up his output, basically they could be like beam sabers, because the principles behind the Minovsky drive system were pretty similar to the Minovsky particle physics used in beam weaponry.
Hmm.
So he could just max out his engines, fly by you, and slice you in half. Anyway, eventually he got the Buster kit, and the Buster kit put like just a bunch of big fuck off guns on there that he could detach anytime he wanted. It was just like a booster kit.
Yeah.
Then he got Assault's armor put onto it that was like snap-on armor. And he got a big fuck off shield. And the shield had shield bits that would like spread out and help him cast a large beam shield. Obviously, he very rarely used it for that, though. Uso was a new type, but he did very little in the way of like new typing.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like Seabook Arno.
Yeah. Like he could sense shit. That was it. But you know, he's not reaching across the battlefield and fucking touching somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, let's say Seabook, like, he doesn't really go super new type until like the end of F91. I obviously haven't read Crossbone yet, but
Yeah. If I remember correctly, he doesn't do anything super new typey there either. And the reason for that is because it's not about him anymore, it's about Tobia. You know, Seabook
yeah.
is there as Kincaid, but by and large it's Tobia's story and he's there for it.
But Seabook is primarily piloting the Crossbone, right?
He pilots the X1, although there are times where he trades with Tobia.
Okay.
They had this maneuver where they would pop the core fighter out and another core fighter would come out and they would swap on the fly.
Ah, okay.
They didn't get the X3 Crossbone until Jupiter was already at Earth.
Hmm.
And by that time, there was a big fight where they thought that Kincaid had bought it. And he almost did. And they give him the X3 Crossbone because Zabine ran off to join Jupiter with the X2. And they're still pirates. They're still kind of hated by the Federation. And the Federation didn't realize that Jupiter was up to no good until Jupiter was all up on their fucking doorstep with their army.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, it wasn't until Jupiter started shooting at him they realized, hey, something's up. And they sent out a bunch of mass production F-91s, but only a handful of them actually did anything worth note. Among them was William Harrison's. Because he got his own MG like years ago.
Yeah.
Because you get the F-91 and the William Harrison Custom. I think the Siege of Jupiter was like a couple of weeks on Earth, and was all in space. They crash landed on Earth for a time, and Tobia and fucking Bernadette are in a cabin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember all of it, but eventually, Kincaid shows up. He's got a big scar, and he's got a prosthetic arm. and he and Tobia go up together and they fight Crux Dogati. And in the process, I think the X3 is destroyed, or it's just really wrecked, but he wins.
Mm-hmm.
And because the Jupiter Empire, there's still guys at Jupiter that fucking hate Earth, and they're gonna try some other shit since this didn't work. Kincaid decides that I'm gonna, the Crossbone Vanguard is over. I'm not Kincaid, I'm Seabook. She's not Bararona, she's Cecily. We're giving you the X1. Crossbone Vanguard is over. Long live the Crossbone Vanguard. And, Tobia becomes the new leader with Bernadette. And they go to the moon, to Anaheim, where the parts were for the replacement parts for the X3, because it was just rolled off the line. And they use those parts onto the X1 and turn it into the X1 in full cloth.
Okay. Okay, now we're getting into the eyes. So,
But the Formula program and F91 mark a very weird time in mobile suit combat, because for the longest time, beam weaponry and range. All you gotta do is be able to shoot accurately, and with a powerful enough beam, you win.
Yeah, exactly.
That has changed now because everyone has beam shields.
Yeah.
Nobody carries machine guns because everything is made out of composite Gundarium. So the only way you're shooting it down is if you have a beam weapon. Because everyone has a beam shield now, more emphasis is put on close range combat, and that's why the crossbones all have melee weapons for up close and personal shit. Jupiter, just to counter the X1, which they saw as their biggest threat, developed a special team of 3 custom mobile suits. Each one were designed to specialize in close range combat. It was mid range and long range, and they had to work as a team.
I get the feeling that
Crossbone
whenever I
is-
get around to reading Crossbone, I'm gonna really like it.
Oh, it's so fucking good.
Because the thing is, like, when I watched F91, I liked the characters of Seabook and Cecily. I just didn't get to spend enough time with them.
I would have liked Cecily a lot more, and maybe this is the dubs, or it may have just been, a bad script line, and it was, I didn't mean to shoot at you, Seabook, I was just really confused is all.
Yeah. And that's where you can feel like they really, like, it was supposed to be a show. Because again, the plot of that movie moves a mile a minute.
Have you heard the original opening that they made for F91 that was supposed to be the show's opening?
Yes.
Oh, it's so good.
It would have been a great show because, like, just the concept of it all taking place in one colony. And the part where the little genocide rollers start rolling out is
the bugs.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. It's great drama.
Yeah, that's something I do that I like to mess around with people. I'll sit there and type into Twitter, Iron Mask did nothing wrong.
Nah.
I don't know. Iron Mask, in some ways, his personality reminds me of the American cartoon version of M. Bison.
I can see that. Because he's very over the top.
Yeah. You stole my wife and my daughter, but I can forgive you. This is fine. But I'm not gonna let you stand in the way of our plans. Huzzah! I'm not killing you for revenge. I'm killing you because you're going to get in the way of our plans.
I just remember watching it, like, all this stuff about aristocracy and all this other nonsense. I'm like, y'all are full of shit.
Well, some of those ideas did wind up in Gundam Wing.
True.
The idea of motherfuckers wanting to restore the concept of aristocracy and nobility. The problem is they even kind of tackle it a little bit in F91 in that you understand it now. If you're aristocracy, you're all nobles. That means you're the guys out there doing all the fucking fighting.
Yeah.
Like your knights. So those are going to be your mobile suit pilots, are all going to be your quote noble people. Unless they're common folk that you have raised, because you needed more mobile suit pilots.
See, aside from all the Gundam stuff, though, one thing I've been watching because Super Robot Wars turned me on to it was Gunsword.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really digging it, but I'm kind of hoping that at some point they explain why the lead character is constantly saying chest whenever he hits something. Have you never seen it?
I've seen parts of it.
Check out the Infinite Dimension resin kits. Did we do that already?
Oh. Is that on P Bandai?
Might be.
I just got out of there with my wallet intact. You're gonna make me go back there.
Yep.
Damn you people. Damn you all. I do this for you. They got Shima's Gelgug Marine Commander as a robot spirit. Looks so cool. Nothing on P Bandai. Infinite Dimension resin kit.
Yeah, that's what he said.
It's on
It might not be
eBay.
a P Bandai thing.
Infinite Dimension MG New Gundam Verkavi resin conversion kit. Includes resin conversion parts, instruction manual in Chinese. As a resin kit, it requires advanced modeling skills, so it may have a chance even better than the original kit. Refined recast kit.
Interesting.
I'm not sure what this is.
Getting there. Just a few pieces left, it looks like. And we'll have half the wings done.
Vaughn has several titles, including Vaughn the Unemployed, Vaughn the Freeloader, Hangover Vaughn, Steel Vaughn, Invincible Vaughn, Pretty Boy Vaughn from the Garbage Dump, Vaughn the Unsung Hero who gives it all he's got, Vaughn of the Dawn, Daybreak Vaughn, Nice Guy Vaughn, Vaughn that weird guy who helped out, Vaughn of 1,000 Conquests, Vaughn of 1,000 Naps. Let's see. I'm trying to find out why that's his battle cry.
Where did Optimus say he was going?
To the donut dimension.
Sounds delicious.
He must protect us from the donut horrors that lie within, and upon consuming them, he goes to sleep. He crashes. Basically, it's a running joke is if it's 2 a.m. and he says he'll be right back, you'll see him tomorrow. He'll still be in the chat until Discord kicks him for inactivity.
I thought he said he was going to get food, but... I have been wrong before.
It does not say.
That's D34. Now I need C22.
Hey, if you got time, you want to check out my treatment for Sky Pirates?
If I have time, I can try. I can't make any promises. Ow.
No worries. I said, my editor's supposed to go over it. I gave him a deadline of next week, so that we can, sit down and go over it, make any changes, any refinements, just make it a better story.
Mm-hmm.
Any other inputs would be helpful. This is gonna come with the overview as well, because I put them all in one doc. So just have a look at that sometime. Just let me know what you think.
Absolutely.
Cool. There's a lot of shit in there I probably won't get to use. But it's stuff that I felt at the time, so part of this meeting will be cleaning all that up. I've had 3 glasses of this vodka mix, and I'm not feeling anything.
Not only did I return with food, I ate it.
Well,
Good
there
night,
you go.
Optimus.
So
Everybody
what?
say goodnight.
What do you mean good night? I'm right here.
It's almost like you really came back.
Told you I would.
Yeah, Xavier said you were off to the donut dimension.
Don't tell him about the donut. God damn it.
He knows.
The more people know about the donut dimension, the more people try to go there.
Yeah, if you guys want to know what the donut dimension is, imagine a Dunkin' Donuts if it was also where Cthulhu and his bros lived. You know, just delicious nightmares and insanity and horrors.
Remember, I go there to defend the realm.
Say
If
sold.
I don't go, if I don't go to there to the donut dimension, then the nightmares get out. So I have to put myself in a sugar coma to. Actually, I had some pizza. So.
The only ones that were protecting us were you and Wilfred Brimley, and now
It's only me. I had to double my workload, but
that's why we haven't been doing so many graded streams.
Wilford Brimley was a great brave warrior.
Okay, got one Vernier done.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if you've seen it. I haven't sent this to you before, but I posted the outline and treatment for Sky Pirates. You want to check that out? Tell me what you think.
So this goes.
Obviously, don't read it aloud on the air, but you can read it now.
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Is it secret? Safe.
It's okay, you can tell me.
Oh goodness.
Speaking of Red vs. Blue, did you see the trailer for the new Red vs. Blue?
Oh god, they're doing a new one?
Red vs. Blue 0. The only because all of the original cast members are fucking gone or quit.
Mm-hmm.
All they have left is Carolina building a new cast of characters, and it's not Red vs. Blue. Okay, do you remember the season where it was about the freelancers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Imagine that if it was that show, except everyone's just as talented, but they're less professional.
Oh.
So it's basically just an incredibly generic franchise starter movie. We're gonna put together a team, and we're gonna send them on an adventure, and they're gonna be fucking quirky, but they're gonna be talented, and they're gonna have a lot of cool scenes, and it's gonna be really fucking boring. And I posted a tweet about this, and I think I said that it looks really cool, but this is not Red vs. Blue. Red vs. Blue was about a group of incompetent individuals in extraordinary situations who, against all odds, failed their way to success, knew this was fucked up, and bitched about it the whole time.
Yep. What you're saying is it's Red versus Blue taking itself too seriously.
Yeah, I'm like, no, you're gonna do like 1, maybe 2 seasons of it, and nobody's gonna like it.
I mean, it's bad that the only thing I remember from the Freelancer season was the time Washington was getting pulled by the grappling hook out in space. And he said, "Get in here." He said, "Not until somebody tells me what happened to Georgia."
Man, I would love to have some donuts right now.
See what you started? I told you.
Well, it's only 4 hours till Krispy Kreme opens.
Gaze into delicious infinity. No!
You know my reaction to gazing in delicious infinity is, all right, sure. Just point me in the right direction.
Now you say that now. then the door opens, and it's your hair goes completely white, and your eyes are all red, and you lose the grasp of human language, and they might put you in a small room.
But Xavier, like, does it involve donuts and Gina Carano naked?
Oh.
Well, you're gonna get one of those things, guaranteed.
Where's the negative?
He got a point, dude. I mean,
You're the one that tells people not to go there. I'm not good at this.
well, dude, I'm just saying, like, if
Look,
okay,
the chat told me not to tell him not to go to P Bandai. I went shopping for him.
well, let's look at the two choices, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got in one case you got a guaranteed sugar coma, right?
Right.
Which will even though you'll be in a sugar coma, you're gonna love getting there.
Yeah.
Right. And the second is a woman who will definitely crush your pelvis in a good way.
I kind of want my head smashed between her thighs. Yes.
That's what I'm talking. Both ways, you're good. I fail to see the losing scenario here.
That feeling when
well, here's the way that I see it, though. Here's the way that I see it. I am a gorilla.
Mm-hmm.
Gorillas have stronger pelvises than most other animals on Earth. I think I might be all right.
She's gonna hear you say that and say, "That's adorable," and then she's gonna hurt you, and then you're gonna cry out, and then you're gonna be like, "Yay!"
You remember all those times that like Cecil said he could take Gina Carano? It's like. I think I could take her because I'm a man. I'm like,
Oh
Keep
no.
thinking that. Oh boy.
A few moments later. No, please stop! No more!
He'd be saying uncle in languages he didn't know he knew.
And Gina Carano would be just like, I haven't touched you yet. Please wait till I do something before you start screaming. Oh, sorry.
Kind of like when in Futurama when they were getting their death by Snoo Snoo.
Yeah. I never thought I'd die like this, but I secretly always hoped. You're doing better than the last men that were crashed here. What happened to them? Crushed pelvis. Fucking.
And you, Kip, who is the most beautiful male among us, will have Snoo by the most beautiful women of Amazonia, and then the large women, and then the petite women, and then the large women again.
Tor 90, what you looking at my dick for? Fell right into that one.
Yeah, Genghis Khan says Rooster Teeth is corporate trash. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
That's what he's complaining about right now.
I mean, Rooster Teeth is the Rodimus Prime of animation studios.
I think that they got fat and happy on Ruby. Even though Ruby was not a great show, the best part of Ruby was not its storytelling, it was its spectacle fights and soundtrack. Like, the soundtrack for Ruby is fucking great.
Well, the thing with Rooster Teeth 2 is, like, they made that announcement a while back where, they're going to basically get rid of, quote, tasteless jokes that they used to do,
Well, they were already on the fucking downturn. Like, they were
I
on
know,
the way
but
out.
still, even, like, their old content is not going to be good anymore.
Yeah. Like, I don't know how fucking Jeff is still working there, because he was like him and Jack kind of carried Achievement Hunter for a while. I mean, most of the guys that hung out with fucking him over at Achievement Hunter, I think they left.
I remember there was it was a Penny Arcade where they had a little mini crossover in the Penny Arcade comic, and the joke was that apparently Gus, when he got drunk, wanted to wrestle everybody, right? And he said, and he's like, who will wrestle Gus? And it's like, somebody has to do it. And then Gabe was like, I'm on it. And he says, "So what I look out for?" And Bernie says, "I'm not gonna lie to you. He's gonna go for the nipples." He's like, "What?" And he Bernie pulls his shirt up, and there's two X's where his nipples used to be.
I remember that. I have read that.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with Rooster Teeth was Rooster Teeth sold themselves to another production house, and somehow against all, this was after they made Laser Team. They
Mm-hmm.
crowdfunded all that fucking money to make their own movies. And against all odds, they kind of rose up and became the owner of the owners
Mm-hmm.
of the production house that they sold themselves to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, fucking genius. Like, yeah, you can buy us, give us some fucking money, and in 2-3 years, you'll be taking my orders. Fucking great, good job, Matt. And then somehow they got bought by Warner, and now it's all downhill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I said the best thing that Ruby had going for it was the spectacle fights and the soundtrack. The soundtrack was great. The problem was, as great of an animator as Monty was not a storyteller.
No.
Like, the whole first season of Ruby, you spend more time with the B team, Team Juniper, than you spend with your titular characters. Like, okay, yes, John is our audience proxy. He's the guy that doesn't know all the shit that everyone else knows so that we can learn about it, but then they don't even use him for that. Like, they had to do extra episodes on the side, the World of Remnant shit, to explain all the shit that you were supposed to know going in that you didn't because they didn't explain it. I got to the end of season 1 being like, I feel like I was supposed to do some fucking reading or homework before I watched the show. Because they're just throwing out words and terms and concepts like I'm supposed to know this already. They're not even explaining it to the guy that knows everything, that doesn't know anything.
Sounds like Final Fantasy 13.
You don't even know yet.
Hey, Jack. Try moving to the left. Hey, Jack. Try moving to the right.
Can't.
Hey, Jack. Try playing the game.
I'm not. It's
The game's playing itself, John. The game's playing itself, John.
This isn't even the right controller.
I just love that close up of John Tron's face when it's all red. It says God has come to reap the sinners.
Oh God. I forget who it was. Somebody got into a fight recently. I saw it might have been Squid Coyote on Twitter. It was somebody defending fucking 13, and it was the idea that the fucking hallway was symbolic in the story. I'm like,
yeah.
Fuck you. Like, don't sit there and tell me the shitty gameplay mechanic is symbolic of the story. Like, there are other ways to do that and not have a shitty gameplay mechanic.
I would have responded with, this tweet is symbolic of you being retarded.
Mm-hmm.
Shut the fuck up.
By the way, I put a link in the chat, and it said that, somebody was talking about the Gundam cosplay earlier.
Oh, yeah.
I found the video of it.
Oh, yeah, it's badass.
Oh, yeah, I saw that dude in the fucking Seven Sword Exia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Good God! Now that we're coming back to the conversation, but fuck it. Like, I swear, I can't think of any Gundams that were more glass cannons than 00.
Mm-hmm.
Like, seriously, because I've been watching Wing, and like, there's a point where Death Scythe gets grabbed by the face by a Taurus Gundam, not a Taurus Gundam, an Ares underwater, and gets anti-tank rounds pumped into its face,
Oh,
and
I don't know.
it does not it does no damage.
Right, it was a cancer.
Cancer,
Crab
that's right.
ones.
And Hunter Iggy, I'll get that in just a second.
I just want a report from earlier. You know how Malin was, trying to surpass Sean Gordon Murphy's 60-day total?
He done did it?
He also has surpassed his total.
Oh, nice. Let's see here. Gina Carano is Ronda Rousey before Ronda Rousey. Yep, that's true.
That's very true. A lot hotter, too. I'm sorry, I just think...
Gina is the better looking woman.
Yeah.
But, I think if...
one sec, Xavier. I think if Gina had stuck out MMA a little longer, she would have been known as, like, one of the greatest of all time. Even though she already is, Like... Because I think she could have come back and beat Chris Cyborg.
Yeah.
Because if not for a couple of a couple of moves, she could have won that fight.
Well, she had it won because she had the mount, and then somebody in her corner told her to give the mount up. And I'm like, what fucking crackhead says to give up the mount position in a fight?
they aren't your friend.
I'm like, that motherfucker, Randy Couture must have fired him after that. Because, Gina was really good. I don't know, but Red Pill Gina Carano might be my favorite thing of the year.
It's been pretty cool. And it's not even like what I would call red pilling. She's just been like straight up like common sense.
Like, y'all are crazy.
Yeah.
Which is true. Many people are fucking nuts. And I don't get it. I'm just of the opinion, and I'm not talking about like any of the trolls from earlier. I'm just talking like in general. It seems like the whole world just wants to find shit to be mad about. Mm-hmm. What can I be mad about today so I can rant about it on the internet? Shut up.
Yeah.
Like, enjoy something for God's sake. Like, have fun. Build models.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but for some reason the last like 4 weeks, every once in a while the theme from Dragon's Dogma will get stuck in my fucking head. Just a random thought. It just like popped in like 10 minutes ago. Mm-hmm. Like, what the fuck are you doing in here? Get out. Can we go back to the Meshuggah playlist, please? There we go. Oh, I really want to get this done because I got to work tonight too. Granted, there wasn't a whole lot that really went on over the weekend, politically speaking, except for the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So there's not really much to say. They've already, like, somebody at RT has already done an article on, potential picks and like stuff like that.
Did you see the
Unless
video?
there's a shock, I think it's going to be Amy Coney Barrett.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
Because she was already thoroughly vetted. Because remember, the last time it was between her and Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
And Kavanaugh ended up getting it that time. So I think that's why Trump would go with her, because it's already there's no need for the vetting process on their end. You know.
Plus a couple of her decisions, she's really been very much this isn't the exact wording. This was kind of more the intent, but this is what they were trying to say. And if the decision's already been made, it seems like she's if the decision's made, the decision's made.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see her coming in and overturning Roe v. Wade unless somebody comes in and like there's a compelling argument for it.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the situation it goes back to the states, and culture has changed enough now that it may be time to give the states the chance to vote on it. Period.
Exactly.
And that's just from an just very neutral, pragmatic stance on the issue.
A federalistic stance.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter to me because I don't ever have to have an abortion. Obviously, there are certain cases where some people need it, for health reasons or weird personal reasons that I'm not going to judge them for.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the weird people that just get fucking weird about it. My baby was the wrong gender, so I aborted it. Or...
God, remember Shout Your Abortion?
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah. You guys, I'm going to find the gender out tomorrow. I'm going to find out if it's a girl or an abortion. Yeah.
Man, feminism needs to die.
Kind of already is.
It needs to die faster.
The hell?
Let's see here. Newsstand Direct says you have to build the MG Sazabi version Ka. So Char's mobile suit from Char's counterattack.
Yep, but it's been like redesigned if it's a Verka.
Mm.
It's going to be sleeker. It's going to have more points of articulation and more details.
Nice. Okay, so I need E22, and then we're going to be done for the night.
It's like some people like the Verkas, but not everyone does. It's kind of a personal taste standpoint.
Yeah, I don't think I would build that though until I build the new Gundam.
Mm.
So if I'm gonna get Char's counterattack, I want to have both of the primary mobile suits. Excuse me.
Careful now.
Okay, so there's that, and then
Genghis Khan wants to know if you're ever going to build the unicorn.
Maybe. I can't say
Which
no.
one?
I'm enjoying this.
Which one? There's like 30 fucking master grade unicorn kits.
Yeah, that's true.
Unicorn, awakened unicorn, unicorn full armor, unicorn B equipment, unicorn A equipment. Unicorn final battle version. And it just fucking goes on. That's just for the regular unicorn.
That doesn't even
Banshee
count the
only had-
Banshee, yeah.
Banshee only has like 4 or 5 kits. People don't
Only
like
4 or
Banshee.
5, he says.
Yeah. We got Banshee, you got Banshee Norn. I think you got Banshee Norn with some alternate equipment, and Banshee Norn Awakened. Hell, I think there's more Phoenix kits than Banshee kits.
Malin finished at $265,268.
Nice.
Congratulations, Mr.
Oh.
Malin.
Pekora bullied by her boss Yagu in Tetris 99. I think I played against this guy before. At Tetris 99. It's crazy good. That's something I haven't played in ages. In like a month and a half is Tetris 99.
That's the like battle royale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you weren't good at Tetris before, you're gonna get good at Tetris.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Like, I was never good at Tetris growing up. I got Tetris versus Puyo Pop, and I got pretty decent at Tetris. But I go into online mode, and within 3 minutes, I'm stomped. I just couldn't compete. And Tetris versus Puyo will let you save replays of your online matches.
Mm-hmm.
So like I can just sit there and watch what I did wrong, and like, wow, I just fucking suck. I don't understand. Like, he's just so fucking fast. And part of it was motherfuckers were planning like 3 or 4 pieces ahead.
Yeah.
I can't do that. Like, the most I can do is 1 piece ahead. Or sometimes 2, depending on the piece. But once I learned that, I could store pieces until I need them, that helped. And, eventually I started getting like really fucking good at Tetris, and I've never won a match, but the best I've ever done is 2nd place. And it was one of those moves where we both kind of died at the same time, but from the rules, I went first.
Hmm.
I've never played that good since. Like, I've consistently been in like the top 5. I think for the highest I was ever to go get was like 6th place. As like I think I've peaked. I've plateaued. This is as good at Tetris as I'll ever be. 6th place, but that's really fucking good. And then one day I just got in the zone and made it to 2nd.
I could have been a contender.
Could have been somebody.
What you fail to understand, Xavier, you didn't make it to 2nd. The motherfuckers that was 2nd through 5th just died. And allowed you to take 2nd. You didn't earn it. You didn't fight for it. What you saying, Mick? Saying you're a bum. Oh yeah, did you see the new Iron Man where Iron Man gets bullied off of Twitter?
What?
Oh, you didn't know this?
Mm-mm.
Apparently it's just Iron Man gets a fucking Twitter account, and I guess part of it is he can't just get Iron Man because somebody took it, so it has to be Iron_Man. And every time Tony posts something, he just gets shit in his comment section. And eventually it gets to the point where he just deletes his Twitter.
And there we go.
Isn't that nice? It looks cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pack all this up for the night. Oh, that was fun. I haven't gotten to do this in so long. I might actually like spend the rest of my night watching Gundam Wing, to be honest with you.
I'll watch that abridged series.
Yeah. Shit, let's pull it up in the Cosme room.
Well, I'm gonna do that while laying in bed, and that's gonna be over there.
Well, I gotta get to work.
Yeah.
But I think I'm gonna keep Wing Zero here on my desk for a while. God, that is very detailed. Like, just all of the points of articulation on, like, where all the joints move and stuff. All of this here moves. I can raise and lower the... You are not falling over on me, buddy. Here.
He was thinking about it.
Just the fact I can do that.
You need one of those like those little braces that they make for figures and stuff.
Hmm.
Well, there's a stand for him.
Oh,
So let's put this together.
oh, of course you got to put it together.
Uh, Newsstand Direct says build the MG Freedom 2.0. Like,
The Strike
Oh.
Freedom?
no, just regular Freedom. Apparently, Freedom got a 2.0 kit.
Freedom's from Seed, though, right?
Yeah.
No. No.
Well, it's a 2.0 kit, so it might be better than it was before.
But it's Gundam Seed, Xavier.
Yeah.
Got you there.
I remember I started building Freedom once in the MG because my plan was I was gonna scratch build convert it into a double X because there wasn't a double X MG at the time, and Freedom was the closest in terms of body type. It also had connectors in the right places. I built the chest and I built the head, and I legitimately lost the will to continue. And so I boxed it back up, and there it still sits in my storage room, incomplete, where it will remain for all time, in silent suffering.
Hunter Iggy asking, did you get his question?
Which one? Like, the last thing I got from you, Iggy, was about Gina Carano.
Should come to DCEU. And what character do you see Gina Carano in the DCEU? Barda.
Yeah, Barda. Like, that's not even,
Barda.
that's not even a competition.
Yeah. If she can't be Wonder Woman, obviously, because, you know, Gal Gadot is Wonder Woman, then Barda. Yeah.
She might do alright as She-Hulk.
Well,
Yeah,
that would be
She-Hulk's
Marvel.
already cast, though.
Yeah.
And they picked a. That's all I got to say about that.
So here's the stand. Now, where do I...
Right in the crotch. Yep.
And right in your butt.
Right in his ass. Yeah, stick it up there.
I don't think that's it.
They're coming for your pooper, hero.
Oh.
Not my pooper.
Mission
Apparently it's his back. Maybe?
complete.
That's one thing I liked about the Turn A Master Grade.
Oh, D32, D3. Okay, hold on. hold on.
The Master Grade for the
another
Turn
part.
A.
Well, keep talking. I just gotta...
No.
I'm just sorry, no Changus. He said the same thing I did. He put it in his ass.
The Master Grade for the Turn A actually comes with a slot in its back that you can pull the little armor piece out, and you can slide a stand in there to hold it in place, so it can do like these crazy action poses. A lot of the stands up to that point were just kind of like the pieces for you have to slide the crotch and hip parts onto this holder piece, and the holder piece is either too big or too small, and you gotta wedge it in there, and it never fits the way it's supposed to, at least not on all kits.
And there we go.
Oh, nice. That'll look awesome once you have the guns and everything too. You know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's like different sets of hands that you can construct for him. I just did the fists.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Now, for the crossbone kits, I think they sell one that's just crossbone, then they sell one that has the beam cloth, or the anti-beam cloth on it.
Put 'em up. Put 'em up.
Yeah. I would actually just make one out of fabric. It'll look better.
Changa says that kid is too close to the edge for comfort.
Ugh.
That's why I have so many. You know,
Don't
so many,
fall. He's just a boy.
Put your hand next to that, Micah, real quick. I want to see like kind of a size comparison. Yeah, it's pretty. It's pretty big. Yeah.
Yeah, just so people, because people like, I don't even know how big my hand is. Do I have my measuring tape? I do. Hold on.
If I had to say, I'd say about 7 inches.
More than Ethan Ralph.
So. Yeah, it's about 7 inches. Because, like, my hand is like. So this is where things get obscene. From pinky to the edge of my thumb is like there. So from the pinky to the edge of my thumb, of my hand, so to give you an idea of how big my hands are, is almost 9 inches.
Oof.
I have skillets for hands. Because somebody, like, here, or here's a better example. Here's your standard video game case. I can almost completely cover it.
Yep.
Alright. God, that was fun. I didn't think I would have so much fun doing Gunpla again.
It's kind of like me having a note, you know? A note for me is a normal phone for most people. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like... Oh, God, it's Micah and Micah.
At 2 different frame rates.
Yeah.
There we go. Alright, so, before we close this out, so here's Wing Zero. You're ready to punch you in the face. I think it looks really good.
It does look good.
I still have to do like the articulation stickers and stuff like that on him. But I need a pair of tweezers before I do that, and I'll just do that in my own time. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. Like, these master grades, there's a lot to them. Because, like, yeah, it took me 8 hours to do it. It's like a fucking work day. But, god damn if it wasn't quite fun. Like, it's because it's crazy because you build it felt like actually like being in a factory and assembling a fucking mobile suit. Spread the wings. All right. Well, the verniers on Wing Zero, they fold out like that.
That's awesome.
And then he'll transform his body, like it flips because he can also turn into a fighter jet. So,
like I said, definitely be careful not to play with it in terms of moving the parts too much too quickly.
yeah,
Because
definitely.
that wears out the polycaps. Now, thankfully, the polycaps are all kind of the same. It's like Polycap K will always be Polycap K no matter what kit you get it in, so you can always get a new one.
Yeah.
But if you can avoid it, you don't want to have to get a new one.
Yeah, we want to avoid the unfortunate incident we saw earlier tonight with the You know what I'm talking
yes.
about. That was.
The unpleasantness of breaking a joint.
There's his Vulcans.
It was a display piece. Now it's just a battle damage piece for forever.
Such a badass mobile suit, man.
I had that happen with a GPO2 when I was taking it apart because I was going to paint it. And it broke. And I'm like... And it broke on the joint that holds the arm on. From the chest. So you know what? Let's get the glue. This the arm. It's a fixed structure now. I can't take it apart anymore. And surprisingly enough, that glue job held.
So below me, you guys can see the Indiegogo link. I don't know if you guys... Well, you can see it in Discord too.
Mm-hmm.
I actually made this little banner, and it swaps between whatever my active campaigns are, and just gives the short link.
Mm-hmm.
So, in fact, I'm going to check and see where we're at campaign-wise before I take off. Inglewood's Second Chance is over half the way, and it's only been up for 3 days. And I don't expect that to be a quick-moving campaign. 3 nights, 4 days is at 373 backers. I just picked one up during the stream when other people said that my business was over. Funny how that works.
And if you haven't already, check out Peregrine Wings of the Falcon. Links in the chat.
Exactly. And there's one other thing I was going to do. Yeah, and you guys are almost at 50K on Peregrine.
We're working our way up.
But somebody wanted me to check Burning / God Gundam and how much it would be for 1/100 scale.
On P Bandai or Amazon?
Yeah, I'm checking Amazon first. Oh wow. Oh, this is Shining, not Burning. Shining is only $33, oddly enough. Oh, here it is. But it's like $20 shipping. That ain't right.
There's nothing on P Bandai for it.
I might have to put it in God Gundam instead of Burning. Yep. Okay. Seeing a lot of 1/144s.
Well, that's where their money is because they're cheaper, so they could sell more. The MGs tend to be more for the real serious people.
Yeah.
I would honestly see if you can find the 1/100 high grades. From Amazon instead of the MG. Because the 100 high grades, they're not going to be as complex, they're not going to be as many parts, they're not going to be as articulate, but they're still going to be as tall, and they're still decent kits. And I know they did all of Gundam Wing, they did Gundam X, and they did G Gundam in them.
Oh wow. So this is from Bandai Hobby. They are selling the they're selling off their last ones, and it is the 1/100 scale, and it is only $30. But I'm kind of broke at the moment.
Yeah.
So I will not be buying this yet. But at some point in the very near future, probably we're not too far. Like, I get paid the end of next week, so I will definitely pick one up. Cause like they have a high res model too, but it's very expensive. It's $136. But I'm definitely gonna pick up a pair of nippers too, cause like some of the places on Zero's articulation here that's not like sitting the way I would like it to is because of I didn't have nippers. So
I'm gonna send you a link here. called the Tamiya Starter Kit. This comes with everything you need to get started.
Achoo!
Bless you.
Whew.
And then it was gone. Ladies and gentlemen, funeral for the Wing Zero model will be in a few days from now.
Nope, he's still good. It got a little loose, though. Hold on. Crisis averted.
Yeah.
I caught him. I'm going to keep him on my desk, though.
You imagine that slow-mo, no.
I would literally have screamed.
A really sad, slow song from Cowboy Bebop starts playing.
It's the rain.
In the rain.
Everybody went to bed. All right, folks. We're going to go ahead and bring this to a close. Somebody asked how the crossover's coming along. The script's done. For Peregrine? It's been done for like 2 months now.
Yep.
But we're not gonna publish that until like next year.
We're looking to do Peregrine 2, and you're looking to do Inglewood 2 before.
Around the same time.
Yeah.
Well, here I'm thinking that we should probably coordinate on that.
Mm-hmm.
Because Kami Mark made a beautiful idea.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I don't think I've told you guys this, but I'll tell you off the air. I'm not going to spoil it for the chat.
Yeah.
So, for you in the chat, thank you all for... well, they donated the money for me to buy this in the first place. So, thank you guys for that. And next time, I don't know when we'll do Super Robot Wars again, but sometime this week, for sure. So, until then, my name is Micah Curtis. I'll see you guys next time.
Later.